May 11, 2015 at the Dani Jarque Sports City in Sant Adrià de Besòs, Catalonia. This was the training ground of Espanyol B, and at this very moment, they were playing a friendly match against Barcelona B. As a B team, starting training earlier than the first team was common. Players needed to hone their cohesion before the new season, making themselves available for the first team head coach's selection. Of course, this applied to exceptional players. As for someone like Chun Leong, who was perpetually glued to the bench, he would be lucky not to be kicked off the B team altogether. Sitting beside Chun Leong was the club's 18-year-old prospect Malindo, who had just been promoted from the U18 squad. B team coach Fernando believed his technique was well-rounded, so he had called him up for the new season. Chun, let's go warm up. What if the head coach suddenly calls on us? Malindo looked at Chun Leong with some hesitation. Warm up? No chance. Don't worry, I won't be going on. Chun Leong rested his hands behind his head, lounging on the bench in full spectator mode. Chun Leong, 21 years old. Unlike the prodigies who had recently burst onto the football scene, he was a bona fide failure. A failure whose career appearances by age 21 could be counted on one hand. The reason he could stay at the club despite not playing was that Espanyol had just been acquired by his father Chinigua. Simply put, starting this year the club belonged to the Chin family. Once upon a time he too had held a grand dream and had devoted relentless effort to pursuing it. Thinking of this, Chun Leong, seated on the bench, curled his lips into a self-deprecating smile and said, I've long known I'm dispensable to this team. It's just that the younger me still had some obsession with football. I once believed hard work could make up for natural talent. As long as I trained twice as hard, I could compete with geniuses blessed by heaven. Screw all that now. Sitting here watching the game isn't bad. Next season I'll have my dad get me into the first team. Better view they're closer to the stars. That counts as fulfilling a dream. Ever since head coach Fernando took charge of the B team, he had kept an eye on Chun Leong. Initially he was moved by Chin's diligence, but later Chin began appearing at training less and less often, claiming physical discomfort to skip sessions. Over time Fernando had given up on the untalented, uncommitted player. Had he been an ordinary squad member, Fernando would have thrown him out long ago, but unfortunately his father happened to be the club's owner. Now watching the newly promoted Malindo chat with Chun Leong, who was raising his eyebrows, apparently preaching his philosophy of idleness, Fernando immediately shouted, Malindo, warm up. You're going on. He feared Chun Leong that one rotten apple would spoil his carefully crafted pot of soup. Coach is calling me. Malindo pointed toward Fernando, who was gesturing at the sidelines. Chun Leong kept his spectator posture and nodded. All right, go. Good luck. The reason Fernando substituted Malindo was that the starting midfielder Lopez had sustained an injury. Judging by the way he clutched his knee in agony, it looked serious. The other midfielder Guardado had already been diagnosed with a knee ligament injury the previous week. Thinking it over, there were very few midfield options left on the team. Besides Chun Leong, there was only the newly promoted youngster Malindo. The match continued on the pitch. Less than a minute after Malindo came on, he delivered a brilliant long-range switch of play. Seeing this, Fernando narrowed his eyes approvingly from the touchline. This kid indeed had talent. With Lopez injured, giving him more minutes in the new season might just unearth a future star. As for the other candidate, Fernando turned his gaze toward the bench and was met with an even more infuriating sight. Chun Leong had actually pulled out his phone and was happily liking photos of pretty girls hiding behind the backrest of the bench. Damn it. The thought made Fernando's blood boil. He turned away in frustration and forced his attention back to the game. Veteran Lopez, receiving treatment at the sideline, glanced at Chun Leong with complicated eyes. As a club stalwart, he had once witnessed Chin's diligence, arriving for extra training at sunrise, sending late-night texts asking how to improve. Before Lopez's thoughts could drift further, they were interrupted by a gasp from the bench. Barcelona B had carved open Espanyol B's defense with a slick short passing combination, scoring almost by passing the ball into the net. With less than 15 minutes remaining, there seemed to be little hope left for Espanyol to equalize. Chun Leong lifted his head for a glance, yet his heart remained utterly undisturbed. Having rarely experienced the feeling of fighting alongside teammates, he could not empathize with their losses or frustration. Do you want to enter the real world of football? A line of small text suddenly appeared on Chun Leong's phone screen. He had thought his playing career was over. Staring at the pop-up notification, Chun Leong presumed it was just another gimmick embedded in some program. Shaking his head, he smirked and prepared to close it. But as his finger paused over the X, a strange sensation suddenly spread through his entire body, a surging, heart-pounding excitement. He saw himself scoring a goal amid the roar of thousands, and saw a gleaming golden football drifting past his eyes. An inexplicable attraction compelled him to press the yes button. Congratulations on awakening the golden football system. Appearance in a warm-up match reward. 1 Cristiano Ronaldo 2012 Golden Ball Fear Shot Experience card, 33 matches. Staring at the message on the screen, Chun Leong froze in place. He couldn't believe something out of an online novel was happening to him. System. Chun Leong whispered hesitantly, but no voice answered him. At that very moment, Malindo suddenly grabbed the back of his thigh after a slide tackle. Anyone who watched football regularly knew this was the classic symptom of a quadriceps strain. Fernando frowned as his assistant coach leaned in. Chin's father is here too. He's in the stands. Fernando glanced behind him. Chinigua was indeed sitting in the stands wearing a long black overcoat, his eyes fixed on the pitch. He had no choice but to send Chen Liang on. Chen, go warm up. Actually, for Chun Igwa, his son, making the roster was nothing out of the ordinary. But he rarely watched his son play football. On the one hand, he was busy with business and always short on time. On the other hand, he knew his son's ability and was well aware that he simply wasn't cut out for professional football. Look, boss, your son is about to come on. The secretary beside him pointed at Chun Liang, who was warming up by the sideline. Oh. Chen Igwa raised an eyebrow, as if something soft inside his heart was stirred. Chun Liang stood on the sideline, his ears filled with the fans' jeers. The noise came not only from Barcelona supporters, but also from Espanyol's own fans. The crowd would not show him mercy just because he was the son of club owner Chen Igwa. He had played dreadfully on the pitch, so naturally they dedicated their boos to him. Chun Liang, however, ignored the jeers. Watching the ball rolling across the turf, the lines of text on his phone screen seemed to remind him again of all the futile efforts he had made over the years. Actually, Chun Liang had no desire to come on. There were only about 10 minutes remaining, a typical garbage time. Besides, playing would make him sweat, and he would have to shower again, just for those 10-odd minutes, which he found a real hassle. But the situation on the pitch was worrying. He was the last remaining midfielder on the bench. As luck would have it, 2 Espanyol midfielders had been injured in a single match. Having read the situation, Chun Liang had no choice but to accept it. He took off his tracksuit jacket and began to jog along the touchline. Don't warm up, there's no time left. Warm up as you play. Fernando called Chun Liang back. Chun Liang walked quietly to the sideline. Standing at the edge of the field, he felt a strange flutter of excitement. Even though he was coming on during garbage time, a surge of conviction filled him. I can save this game. It was a feeling he had never known, at least never before. Melindo, with the team doctor's support, was hopping off the pitch one jump at a time. There was no high-five ceremony. Chun Liang simply stepped onto the field. The instant his foot touched the grass, he felt a terrifying power lurking in his thigh muscles. Chun Liang played as a midfielder, a central midfielder. His job was to organize the attack in the middle and make late advances into the box. Those duties came as second nature to players who regularly featured in the starting 11, but Chun Liang was clearly not that kind of player. Fernando therefore did not expect him to do as well as Lopez or Melindo. He merely hoped Chun Liang could make a little difference once he got on. Right now, for instance, Barcelona B launched a counterattack. Their midfield passing was quick, and Fernando hoped Chun Liang would do his best to intercept the attack in the center of the park. The ball sped through the center circle area. Fernando did not see Chun Liang's figure. He looked left and right before finally spotting Chun Liang at the top end of the pitch, making a leisurely way back. Damn it! Get back and defend! Fernando roared toward the field. If it weren't for Chun Igwa sitting in the stands, he would rather play with 10 men than keep a player like that on. Barcelona continued moving the ball. As it drifted closer and closer to Espanyol B's goal, the hearts of the attending fans climbed into their throats. Luckily, Espanyol B's center back Diego reacted very quickly. He threw himself in front of the striker and hacked the ball away with a ferocious sliding tackle. It was a gamble of a defensive challenge. If it failed, the space behind him would leave the opposing striker clean through on goal. The cleared ball spun through the air, drawing the eyes of the entire stadium. Chun Liang, trotting back slowly, saw the ball flying overhead and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Damn, this ball is coming straight for me. Watching the ball rush toward him, the jeers in the stands rose again, not only pressuring Chun Liang, but also Chun Igwa. The voices seemed to say, just because you are the club owner, does that mean your son can do whatever he likes out there? I will never let him play again, no matter if he is the owner's son. Fernando grumbled to his assistant coach. He seemed to have settled on the decision, but the assistant patted his shoulder and signaled for him to look at the pitch. Chun Liang's move was simple. He used the top of his foot to settle the ball. It had to be said that his first touch was brilliant, because he stood a long way from goal, roughly 30-odd meters away, while Barcelona's defenders were all retreating toward their own goal. Staring at the ball at his feet, Chun Liang suddenly felt a burning desire to vent. Why does effort go unrewarded? Why am I born weaker than everyone else? Why can't I be the protagonist on a football pitch? Looking at the ball at his feet, Chun Liang fiercely swung his leg back. He glanced at the goal out of the corner of his eye, then smashed his right boot through the ball. Bang! Even against the backdrop of the crowd's jeering, many fans heard that explosive crack. Even Chun Igwa, seated at the top of the stands, heard it clearly. Under Chun Liang's violent strike, the ball took off like a shell from a cannon, its speed terrifying. If captured by an ultra-high-speed camera, one could even see the ball deform slightly from the sheer force. That was over 30 meters. The kid actually chose to shoot. On the touchline, Fernando was staring wide-eyed at Chun Liang's long-range effort, his mouth gaping. The Espanyol supporters in the stands behind him wore the very same expression. In a flash, Barcelona B's goalkeeper turned to look at his goal in disbelief. He had no time to react before he heard the ball slam against the netting. When he spun around, the ball was already lying still in the goal. That was 30+ meters, damn it. The kid had drilled it straight into the net. From more than 30 meters out, with the goalkeeper not moving an inch. That alone showed the sheer velocity of Chun Liang's shot. The fans in attendance might have watched countless matches, but they would never forget this one. It was highly likely that they would rarely see a goal like this in their lifetimes. This kind of strike, full of brutal aesthetics and utterly unreasoning power, was something few in today's football world could reproduce. This was a true wonder goal. At this moment, whether it was the players on the pitch, Fernando by the side, or Chun Igwa in the stands, all of them had their eyes wide open. In their gazes there was nothing but shock and bewilderment. Could this be the legendary relationship player? Nobody said he had such ability. Some Espanyol fans reacted first, waving their club scarves madly and shouting Kung Fu. Chinese Kung Fu. It was common knowledge that Espanyol and Barcelona were bitter rivals. Though Barcelona were at the pinnacle of their powers, the Espanyol faithful still yearned to see their club triumph over them on the pitch. For them such a notion was a luxury. After all, Barcelona were unstoppable in La Liga while Espanyol were merely a small club fighting for survival. But today Chunliang's strike gave them a glimmer of hope for the club's resurgence. In an instant the jeers ceased, replaced by sparse applause echoing through the stands. Such is the nature of fans' affection. One moment they might curse you as a fool, the next a single brilliant play turns their scorn into praise. Moments later the sparse applause swelled into a crescendo. The object of this acclaim, Chunliang, remained rooted to the spot, stunned. So this was the exhilaration of having a cheat code. Usually even delivering a few good passes was a rare feat for him, let alone scoring a goal. It took Fernando a few seconds to snap out of his shock. As he picked up his water bottle his hands trembled slightly, causing the water inside to ripple. This kid had this trick up his sleeve all along. Hiding it from me, was he it? Beautiful Chun. A perfect goal, Chun. Listening to his teammates' praise, Chunliang felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. He had never lacked money growing up, and thus had experienced many forms of pleasure, but this feeling was entirely new to him. It was a sense of being recognized and trusted. A feeling that no amount of money could buy, one that could only be earned through one's own efforts. The match resumed. After that astonishing strike, Barcelona tightened their man-marking on Chunliang. The remaining minutes flew by, and the friendly ultimately ended in a 1-1 draw. Chun, come here. Fernando beckoned. Even though over 10 minutes had passed since that incredible shot, he still couldn't believe his most mediocre benchwarmer possessed such a skill. No coach appreciates a player who constantly underperforms, especially one who has given up on himself. Why did you never try that in training? Fernando pulled Chunliang aside, asking impatiently. Coach, I never had the chance to use it before. Chunliang replied, his tone tinged with grievance. He had always been outside the main rotation, rarely even getting into inter-squad matches. He often trained with the reserves, and sometimes when the substitutes were called away, he was left alone on the pitch practicing basic drills. Hearing Chunliang's response, Fernando stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he had overlooked Chin's development. He realized he had been stubborn, having written the player off as hopeless. Whether out of guilt or a newfound appreciation for his talent, Fernando said nothing more. He simply patted Chunliang on the shoulder and said, the first team's preseason training starts in a couple of days, and there's a friendly match. Train hard, and I'll give you a chance to show what you can do. At the mention of the first team, Chunliang's eyes lit up. It was the dream of every B-team player. A place that signified being the cream of the crop at Espanyol, a true rising star. That night, lying in bed, Chunliang stared blankly at the white ceiling, lost in thought about his life. He had been prepared to coast through his career, even planning to retire at 23, but this sudden golden opportunity had changed everything. So should he continue to stay idle and unambitious? He pondered the question endlessly, but found no answer. His eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he had drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Chunliang, a fan in the stands had recorded his goal and posted it online. Initially, it went unnoticed, but hours later, as countless internet users in China woke up, some stumbled upon the video. They quickly spotted the name on the back of his jersey. It was undoubtedly a Chinese player. The video was shared across domestic platforms and rapidly ignited heated discussions on major football forums. Shock. A young Chinese player scores a stunning long-range strike against a European giant in Spain. A fluke or talent? Join XX Sports as we explore the secret behind Chunliang's rise. The comments below were equally intriguing. Is this really a Chinese player? He's completely ahead of his peers. Seriously, that shot already surpasses many senior Chinese players, doesn't it? No need to say more, just don't come back to China. Does anyone have his social media? I want to be his fan. 2 days later, Espanyol's first team officially assembled for preseason. Since the B team and the first team sometimes shared a training ground, Sergio often dropped by to observe the B team sessions. All eyes on the training pitch were fixed on Sergio, who was watching from the sidelines. Everyone hoped to catch his attention and earn a promotion to the first team. As everyone warmed up for the day's training, a flustered figure rushed out of the player tunnel. It was Chunliang, who had overslept the previous night. Fernando glanced at him and waved him over. Hurry up, Chun. You're late again. I could overlook it before, but today the first team coach is here too. Damn it, did you forget what I told you, eh? Hearing the words, first team, Chunliang's drowsy eyes snapped wide open. He quickly turned to a teammate and asked, what's going on? Why is Sergio here? I heard that starting player Sanchez injured his toe during his vacation, so Sergio is looking for a midfield sparring partner for preseason training, his teammate explained. I also heard Sergio wanted to see how Melindo performs, but isn't he nursing an injury? But I think you have a chance too, given your impressive performance the other day. Chunliang shook his head in response. Me? Forget it, why would he ever consider me? Under Coach Fernando's urging, the B-team players began their training for the day. Meanwhile, Sergio remained seated on the sideline, silent, his gaze fixed intently on the number 44 on the pitch, Chunliang's B-team number. 3 days prior, he had also seen the video of Chunliang's sensational goal. It had piqued his interest, making him want to give the young man a trial with the first team. Sergio had tried to review Chun Liang's match footage beforehand, but after scouring the club's archives he found nothing. So he decided to come and watch him play in person. During a break in training, as the players hydrated, Fernando, the B-team head coach, grabbed a bottle of water and handed it to Sergio, the first-team coach. What? Spotting another player. But I must say up front you'll have to leave the midfielders for me. You can pick from any other position. Fernando raised an eyebrow as he spoke. As the B-team's head coach, he was well aware that his players had come here from day one with the goal of being promoted to the first team. However, he also had to ensure the core structure of the B-team remained stable. For instance, the B-team's midfield was already plagued with injuries, and with Melindo's recent injury the team was severely shorthanded in that area. Naturally, Fernando was reluctant to let any of his midfielders go to the first team. Actually, I am here to scout midfielders, Sergio said with a smile, unscrewing his water bottle and taking a sip. Well, you'll probably be disappointed today. Lopez, our starter, can't play for 3 or 4 weeks. If you're here for Melindo, he got injured a few days ago too. In short, forget that idea. Why not try your luck with the youth team? Fernando, the B-team coach, pursed his lips. I'm not here for those two, Sergio said, turning his gaze back to the players training on the pitch. Sergio's answer piqued Fernando's curiosity. Those were the only 2 midfielders with a real shot at the first team. Who else could he possibly mean? Fernando organized an internal practice match. I want to see Chin's abilities for myself, Sergio said, not leaving Fernando much time to speculate. He patted the other man on the shoulder, revealing his answer. What? Chin? That player who hasn't appeared more than 5 times a year. You're here for him? Fernando was astonished by Sergio's response, but then he recalled Chun Liang's stunning goal in the last friendly match. All right. I suppose the B team exists to serve the first team, doesn't it? Fernando said, standing up and clapping his hands. All right. Stop the training for a moment. Everyone come over here and get your practice vests. We're having a scrimmage, Fernando shouted onto the field, his voice capturing the players' attention. The players stared at the brightly colored vests in Fernando's hands, then glanced at Sergio, sitting on the sidelines. Anyone could tell what was happening. The first team coach was here to scout players from the B team, perform well, and maybe they'd get promoted to the first team, reaching the pinnacle of their careers. The assistant coach pulled a whistle from his pocket, and the practice match soon commenced. Due to the special mention from the first team coach, Sergio Chun Liang was for once included in the starting lineup for the practice match. Previously, this was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. He could only sit on the sidelines watching his teammates perform. But now it was his turn to play. Initially, Chun Liang wanted to perform well. After all, like every other B-team player, he dreamed of playing for the coveted first team. However, after 10 minutes, no teammate was willing to pass him the ball. Some preferred a long crossfield pass over giving it to Chun Liang, which left him feeling incredibly frustrated. Screw this. I'm done. Sergio is definitely not here to scout me anyway. Why should I even bother trying so hard? Chun Liang had no idea which player Sergio was there to scout. He couldn't even fathom that he himself was the primary target of Sergio's attention. Soon Chun Liang began to stroll around the field, and his lackadaisical performance caused Sergio on the sidelines to narrow his eyes. Fernando shook his head. You see, even though Chin's father is the club owner, his attitude on the pitch is far too negative. The other players are fighting tooth and nail for the ball, but he seems to not care about the game at all. Sergio nodded, agreeing with Fernando's assessment. All right, unless he can pull off another strike like that with this attitude, he won't be able to make it in La Liga. With that, Sergio shifted his tone. But since that's the case, once Melindo recovers from his injury, let me know. The first team's midfield is severely depleted, and our transfer budget isn't sufficient, so I'll have to look to you for reinforcements. Fernando, who had been calm, was taken aback upon hearing Sergio's intention to take Melindo. His eyes widened instantly. Melindo was a gem he had painstakingly unearthed from the youth team. He wasn't about to let Sergio reap the rewards of his hard work. Actually, Chun does have some strengths. Based on my years of knowing him, I believe his goal in the last match wasn't just a fluke. Fernando's eyes darted around as an idea struck him. As he spoke, his heart rate spiked to 180 beats per minute, but he kept his face expressionless, ensuring Sergio didn't notice anything amiss. Rather than letting Sergio take Melindo, it was better to push the perpetually benched Chun Liang onto him. After all, Sergio had initially come to scout Chun Liang anyway. Let's watch a bit longer. If he doesn't show me what I'm looking for, I'll have no choice but to temporarily promote Melindo to the first team. Sergio was clearly losing his patience. Fernando knew this was a critical moment. He could no longer sit still. He stood up, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted onto the field. Are you all blind? Pass the ball to Chun. Why aren't you passing it to him? Hearing the coach's roar from the sidelines, the B-team players set aside their doubts. They looked at Chun Liang and attempted to pass him the ball. Chun Liang also heard Fernando's shout from the sideline. He had initially planned to coast through the second half before being substituted, but unexpectedly his teammates went from ignoring him to eagerly passing him the ball. Chun Liang found the ball at his feet again. The moment the ball touched his boots, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. New mission: join the first team and get registered. Reward: unlock the attribute system. The defender marking him was well aware of Chun Liang's capabilities and didn't take him seriously. After all, how formidable could a player who can't even get into a practice match be? With no one pressuring him, Chun Liang dribbled all the way to the edge of the penalty area. All eyes were on him. Why isn't this guy passing the ball? If he keeps dribbling, he's definitely going to lose it. Pass the ball. Huh. Wait, why is he winding up his leg? He's going to shoot. Chen Liang had already swung his right leg back, and the opposing defender, sensing something was wrong, charged towards him. But Chen Liang didn't care anymore. You won't pass to me. Don't expect me to pass to you either. The muscles in his thigh coiled tight, released terrifying power the instant his foot connected with the ball. Bang! It was that familiar explosive sound again. Chen Liang's instep struck the ball violently. The players on the field couldn't even track the ball's movement. They only saw a blur streak away from the ground. On the sidelines, Sergio watched, so tense that the veins on his temples were bulging. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Not only Sergio, the first-team coach, but even Fernando's eyes were wide with shock. In that moment, the ball flew straight into the back of the net. There was no doubt about it. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react before the ball had crossed the goal line. Ahem. Fernando cleared his throat, suddenly finding the prospect of Melindo far less appealing. Sergio Melindo's injury will heal soon. The moment he's fit, I'll send him to train with the first team. At his age, he needs the experience of top-flight football. As for Chen Liang, he still lacks competitive experience and needs more time to develop with the B team. With a strike like that, it's more than enough. Sergio's face flushed with excitement from the shot he had just witnessed, his voice trembling as he struggled to contain his enthusiasm. What does a first team truly need? To nurture young talents? No. It needs damn wins. Only by winning could Sergio secure his position and avoid the disgrace of unemployment. Although European football, especially in Spain, highly values discipline, it doesn't mean they don't appreciate a player's moment of brilliance. On the pitch, great goals are often born from a single flash of inspiration. In Chen Liang, Sergio saw that spark of genius. The moment the ball rippled the net, he knew exactly what he wanted. He could already envision the thrilling scene of Chen Liang unleashing a thunderous strike to equalize when the team was behind. With a midfielder like that, would he ever have to worry about Espanyol's relegation next season? While the two head coaches were locked in a tactical battle of wits over player assignments, Chen Liang suddenly started walking off the pitch. What's going on? Sergio and Fernando suddenly tensed up. Was Chen Liang injured? Given the immense power behind his shot, a pulled muscle was a distinct possibility. What's wrong? Are you alright? Sergio asked, first trying to build rapport with Chen Liang. Chen Liang nodded, signaling he was perfectly fine. Then why are you? I'm tired. I want to shower and go home, Chen Liang replied honestly. His answer left both head coaches stunned into silence. He was the first player to voluntarily ask to leave the pitch due to fatigue during a training match. Anyone else would have been banished to the bench forever. But what could they do? After all, he was Chen Igua's son. And who was his father? The very owner of this club. Sergio nodded. He had already seen everything he needed. He had been nervous watching Chen Liang's earlier burst of energy, fearing a potential injury. So he nodded and announced, "Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone played well. Keep up the good work." As Sergio finished speaking, he noticed the B team players still staring at him. They were clearly waiting for the final verdict on who would be promoted to the first team. Sergio extended his hand, and the players followed his gaze. Chen Liang. Him? He barely plays a few times a year. I should have taken a few wild shots earlier too. If I'd gotten lucky, maybe I'd be heading to the first team. What do you know? His dad owns the club. Getting into the first team is just a word from his old man. Amidst the envious and jealous stares, Chen Liang looked back at Sergio in astonishment. Me? He actually chose me. This system really works wonders. System, old pal, I'll definitely kowtow in gratitude when I get back. Chen Liang was overjoyed. Despite the whispers and gossip from his teammates, he knew deep down that his promotion was earned through pure skill, not his father's connections. Any objections? Keep them to yourselves. If you have a problem, go out there and score a goal like that yourself. Under the envious gaze of the squad, Chen Liang walked over to Sergio, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. This was his man. In a couple of days, I'll bring the first team here for a friendly against you B team, lads. It'll help us find our rhythm, and it'll show you the level you need to reach to improve. Sergio pulled Chen Liang close, patted Fernando on the shoulder, and spoke. I have matters to attend to now. I need to go to the RFEF to register Chen as an official player, or he won't be eligible for the new season squad. With that, Sergio led Chen Liang away from the B team's training ground without looking back. Watching Sergio's departing figure, Fernando felt a complex mix of emotions. The first team's midfield was depleted by injuries, but wasn't his B team suffering just as much? Hey, wait, Sergio. Hold on. How about this? Chen Liang joins your first team, but he also plays a few matches for my B team. He's not a guaranteed starter anyway. He can stay sharp with us, Fernando shouted after Sergio's retreating back. Chen Liang heard Fernando's call and instinctively turned his head, but Sergio pulled him forward, pretending not to hear a thing. Chen Liang could only feel his pace quicken. Walking out of the RFEF headquarters with the help of club staff, Chen Liang was officially registered as a professional player. With this status, he could be named in the first team squad for the upcoming season. As he settled into the car, the system's mechanical voice echoed again. Mission complete, attribute system unlocked. A rectangular holographic screen suddenly projected in front of Chen Liang. He glanced at the driver, who showed no reaction, and felt relieved knowing that only he could see the system. Dribbling 66. Passing 63. Shooting 5,291. Skill. Heading 35. Set pieces 42. Pace 53. Stamina 55. Physicality 52. Defending 49. Vision 59. Overall rating 58. This was Chen Liang's complete data. A small note below reads 75 is the average rating for Espanyol's first-team players. With this realization, Chun Liang suddenly felt a sense of clarity. The gap between him and the first team was immense. Without the system, he might never have even touched the threshold of the first team in his entire career. News of Chun Liang's registration caused little stir in Spain, but it created a massive uproar back in China. Major media outlets quickly picked up the story, sending domestic fans into another frenzy. At this time, Wu Lei hadn't yet joined Espanyol. Chun Liang became the first Chinese player registered in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. The comment section under the news was explosive, awesome. Why hasn't the national team called up Chun Liang yet? Our man is playing in a top European league. A reply followed, you know nothing. This is just a gimmick to break into the Chinese market. Do you know who his father is? His father is the club's owner. Guys like you are just sheep waiting to be fleeced. This reply successfully ignited the comment section, dividing fans into 2 opposing camps. However, Chun Liang remained oblivious to the online debates. All he wanted was to go home, take a hot shower, and sleep. After the match, he had been whisked straight to the RFEF. Now he could fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Pushing open the door of the villa on the outskirts of Barcelona, Chun Liang was taken aback to see Chun Igua seated at the dining table. His father Chun Igua conducted most of his business in China, occasionally traveling to Europe for deals. The Spanish club was merely one of his many fixed assets. The club's operations were entirely delegated to director Karanka, while Chun Igua only handled signatures and funding. Daddy. Chun Liang ventured, tentatively looking at his father dining at the table. Chun Igua did not look up. In his delicate ceramic bowl was yellow millet porridge, his favorite dish, not delicacies from land and sea, but a comforting bowl of millet porridge. I heard you were promoted to the club's first team a few days ago. Chun Igua asked. Yeah, the first team head coach said I was decent, so I reported to the first team. Chun Igua did not press further, he simply nodded and fell silent. Chun Liang tossed his training bag onto the sofa and pushed open the door to his bedroom. He failed to notice the hint of pride buried deep in his father's eyes, the quiet satisfaction of a son finally achieving something. The next day back at the Danny Jarque Sports City, Chun Liang rushed to the training ground in a fluster, clutching his training bag. Half an hour had already passed since training began. Sergio's eyes were fixed squarely on Chun Liang, making him feel deeply uneasy. Sergio held that gaze for a long while before finally speaking. So tell me, which bar did you hit up yesterday? Bar? Confused, Chun Liang explained. Coach, I didn't go to any bar yesterday. I was home sleeping. Then why are you half an hour late? Sergio continued to stare at him, pressing the question. Chun Liang scratched his head and answered sheepishly. Coach, I was sleeping yesterday. Sleeping? Sergio raised an eyebrow. What time did you go to bed? I went to sleep as soon as I got home, Chun Liang replied honestly. Black lines practically formed on Sergio's forehead. This kid could seriously sleep. Alright, since this is your first day with the first team, let me lay down the rules. Rule number 1, no tardiness. If you're late again, you're out of first team training. Sergio spoke with stern gravity. He had been coaching for years and had encountered no shortage of talented players. He knew all too well that failing to correct a player's bad habits was doing them a disservice. Chun Liang was still young and Sergio believed he had real talent. But if Chun Liang didn't cherish that talent, God would take it away. Football history was full of such examples. Chun Liang nodded, acknowledging that being late on his first day was less than ideal. He promised, got it, coach. It won't happen again. This was the last time. Sergio patted him on the head and said, alright, go train. Get yourself acclimated. In a few days we have a match against the B team, and I'll consider having you play for the first team. Assistant coach Freak soon blew his whistle, organizing the players into ball drills before taking his place beside Sergio to observe their performance. Sergio's gaze never left Chun Liang. He joked with Freak, Freak, I found a gem from the B team. 2 long-range strikes, both absolute screamers. If this kid develops well, our new season will be one to watch. Freak crossed his arms, seemingly less convinced. As it stands, setting aside that long-range shot you mentioned, his overall abilities are pretty average. I'm not even sure he can keep up with the first team's pace. Just then, as if sensing the 2 coaches gossiping about him behind his back, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You've just entered the first team, but the coaching staff doesn't seem to trust you yet. Win their trust. New mission: make an appearance for the first team, including non-official matches. System reward: increased muscle fiber density, buff boosts physical dueling attributes. Chun Liang furrowed his brow as he listened to the mechanical voice in his head. He had long heard that increasing muscle fiber density required tearing muscle fibers so they could regrow. Did this reward mean his muscles would ache for days? If it meant being in agony, he'd rather skip the reward altogether. Besides, being a bit weaker physically wasn't the end of the world. He wasn't a striker, so he didn't need to battle with hulking defenders in the box. All he needed to do was stay in midfield, deliver a great pass, or like before, unleash a jaw-dropping shot. But it didn't take long for Chun Liang to realize he was wrong during first-team training. The first-team players were a level above the B team, and the training tempo was far faster. In the B team, Chun Liang could sometimes pause to survey the field, but with the first team, the moment he received the ball, a defender would knock him flying. Take Diop, the first-team starter, marking him. Chun Liang quickly discovered the man's physicality was absolutely explosive. Diop could effortlessly send Chun Liang tumbling and cleanly strip the ball from his feet. He taught Chen Liang the most direct lesson: without a strong body you're nothing but a decorative piece on a La Liga pitch. Sure, Chen Liang could unleash a thunderous strike to catch head coach Sergio's attention, but professional football at its core is a sport built on physical battles. After a few training sessions, Chen Liang understood deeply what it meant to be unable to play professional football without a proper physique. The physical collisions during training forced his native tongue out of him, and the phrase he repeated most was, "Damn, slow down, I'm begging you." After training, his teammates headed to the locker room and went home one by one, leaving Chen Liang alone on the pitch. His knees and elbows were covered in scrapes and bruises, a clear testament to how brutally the first-team veterans had dominated him that day. But this was the first lesson the first-team players taught Chen Liang, not through words of wisdom, but through the most direct physical confrontations, showing him what professional football truly was. The Espanyol first team and B team shared the same cafeteria, so Chen Liang often ran into his old B team teammates during meals. Wearing the first-team training kit, Chen Liang's presence in the cafeteria immediately drew envious glances from his former B-team peers. Many had played for years without ever breaking into the first team, eventually leaving when their contracts expired to drift into lower leagues. Only a select few managed to make the jump. Melendo set his tray down beside Chen Liang, his eyes equally filled with admiration. "Chen, I heard you got called up to the first team while I was away. I'm honestly jealous." Melendo picked up a piece of fish, chewing as he spoke. Chen Liang pursed his lips and said, "Those first-team guys aren't friendly to newcomers at all. Damn it, they nearly knocked me apart." Melendo burst out laughing at that. He squeezed Chen Liang's arm and teased, "Chen, your strength is seriously lacking. I've been doing recovery training at the gym lately. Want to join me?" Chen Liang scratched his head, thinking about the system's mission. If his physical condition was this poor, there was no way he'd earn the trust of the first-team coaching staff. After a moment's consideration, he said, "All right." The gymnasium at the Danny Jarque Sports City was fully equipped. As night fell, it was a rare sight to see players training there. Chen Liang stood at the bench press rack, gazing at the barbell before him. He held his breath and pushed upward with all his might. 1, 2, 3. With each press, the weight plates clanged with a metallic rattle. Since joining the first team, Chen Liang's drive had noticeably increased compared to his time in the B team. He relentlessly pressed the barbell, hoping to witness the transformation of his physique through day after day training. He was well aware that entering the first team was a turning point in his athletic career, perhaps a chance granted by fate in recognition of his past efforts. Even though breaking into the La Liga lineup was an immense challenge, Chen Liang was determined to try. He cherished this opportunity, which meant he had to abandon his laid-back attitude and put in far greater effort. After the workout, Chen Liang and Melendo walked out of the showers. Wiping the water droplets from his hair with a towel, he took stock of the changes in his body. Suddenly he froze, because on the system's attribute panel he saw his stats had shifted. In the physical confrontation category, his number had risen from 52 to 53. Without a second thought, he knew it was a direct result of his efforts in the gym today. His eyes lit up instantly. At this rate of 1 point per day, within 2 months, he could push his stats above 80. Then who would dare to bully him with physical superiority in first-team training? The thought fueled his motivation. He and Melendo agreed to meet at the gym again the next morning. That night, he even dreamed of his body transforming into a terrifying form like Drogba's. However, after the next day's training session, Chen Liang found that his stats hadn't changed as expected. It seemed that the higher the number, the harder it was to improve. Especially after reaching 80 or even 90, increasing a single point would be harder than scaling the heavens. But Chen Liang's efforts were not in vain, for his every move in the gym was being observed by the first-team head coach Sergio. As the first-team coach, nothing that happened within the sports city escaped his notice. Upon hearing that the boss's son had voluntarily gone to the gym to train, Sergio's gaze toward Chen Liang thereafter carried a hint of approval. He wasn't afraid of Chen Liang's lack of fundamentals. He was afraid Chen Liang would slack off in the first team. Even if he slacked off, it wouldn't matter. He could simply kick him out. But Chen Liang had another identity. He was the boss's son. Therefore, Chen Liang's voluntary extra training led Sergio to believe that his attitude had shifted from his B-team days. Fernando had once told Sergio that Chen Liang's attitude was problematic, which was one of the reasons Fernando had been reluctant to let him play. Now Sergio felt a subtle sense of accomplishment. Bringing Chen Liang into the first team had actually turned the young master's attitude around. On Sunday, the Espanyol first team had their scheduled day off. Under the bright morning sun, the players left the base one by one, some to spend time with family, others to go out and enjoy themselves. Chen Liang woke up in his bed at home, his entire body aching. No doubt the result of his recent extra gym sessions. Surprisingly, he felt no hunger upon getting up. This was due to the physical toll of the past weeks. The first team's training pace was rapid with intensity, far different from the B team's. Coupled with his frequent gym sessions with Melendo, his body had finally begun to show strong signs of strain. On the bedside table was a glass of warm water left by the housekeeper. Chen Liang took a sip, then forced himself downstairs to eat something. Having experienced the initial thrill of rising stats, Chen Liang now had to confront the monotony and pain of training head-on. It was a torment, but this time Chen Liang refused to give up. In the early days of joining the B team, he had endlessly dreamed of the moment he'd enter the first team. Now that he had finally reached this point, he wasn't about to let it go. He arrived at the gym changed as usual and waited for Melendo. After a long wait, Melindo finally sent a message. He was too exhausted and needed a day of rest. Chen Liang smiled and shook his head. That stubborn never-say-die spirit from his B-team days surged within him. He walked alone to the squat rack and began training his lower body. The familiar clanging of weight plates echoed through the gym once more. Repetition after repetition of squats, Chen Liang felt his blood churning, his head beginning to spin. But he kept going, squatting again and again. Finally, after completing several sets, he opened his attribute panel. His physical confrontation stat had increased once more. From 52 to 53, Chen Liang had taken only a day. But from 53 to 54, it had taken him 3 full days. Finally upgraded, Chen Liang didn't care about anything else. He slumped onto the gym floor, gasping for air, letting the blood from his legs flow back to his head to ease the dizziness. His body was nearing its limit, and at last the moment of attribute increase had arrived. On Monday, back at the Danny Jarque Sports City, the first team was set to play a friendly match against the B team. In the first half, first team player Moreno scored a brace and Asensio added another. By halftime, the first team already held a 3-goal advantage. Sergio was highly satisfied with his players' performance, especially the young winger Asensio on loan from Real Madrid, who had played exceptionally well. Back in the locker room, Sergio's gaze fell upon Chen Liang sitting in the corner. Normally, Chen Liang's training performance wouldn't have warranted a spot in the match, but now a new idea began to form in Sergio's mind. Knowing how hard Chen Liang had been working lately, Sergio decided to give him a chance in this friendly. Chen, go warm up. You're replacing Avram in the second half. Push your position a bit higher and show me your long-range shooting. Sergio commanded. Good luck, kid. Avram patted Chen Liang on the shoulder, and the substitution was made. Though the green pitch before him was familiar, it was where he trained every day. Representing the first team brought back a long-forgotten sense of nervousness. Mission complete. Reward: increased muscle fiber density, physical confrontation 10. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Liang flexed his muscles to feel the difference. From 54 to 64, how effective it truly was he'd have to find out on the pitch. Melindo walked over and patted Chen Liang on the shoulder, smiling. Chen, I never thought we'd end up playing against each other. Good luck. You have earned the trust of the first team coaching staff and made your debut in an official match. Now prove yourself. System reward: a random skill from a Ballon d'Or winner. A new task was issued. Playing for the first team felt entirely different from the B team. The quality of his teammates was higher, and the ball seemed to spend more time at his feet. That was Chen Liang's immediate impression after coming on. The B team players rarely got a touch, with the first team dominating possession. Chen, don't walk. Run. As Chen Liang took a few steps onto the pitch, the voice of head coach Sergio rang out from behind him. As his time on the pitch grew, the toll of his recent intense training began to show, and a wave of fatigue washed over his body. Chen Liang waved his hand apologetically and started to jog forward. But after a few strides, his muscles screamed in protest, and he instinctively slowed down again. Damn it, old habits die hard. Sergio muttered, preparing to shout at him. But just as he was about to call out, Asensio played a square pass to Chen Liang. Receiving the ball, Chen Liang played a quick 1-2 with Asensio successfully advancing into the B team's 30-meter zone, his preferred shooting range. Seeing Chen Liang with the ball in his danger zone, Sergio's reprimand died in his throat. He watched intently, hoping for another miracle. Fernando, the B team coach, also noticed Chen Liang and immediately instructed his players to press him. This was the area where Chen Liang had scored 2 wonder goals. Even without Fernando's instruction, the B team players knew he was well within his shooting range. Although Melindo hadn't yet trained with the first team, his performances for the B team since returning from injury were impressive. Despite his youth, he stood head and shoulders above his teammates. Watching Chen Liang charge at him, Melindo took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity, and angled his body, ready to track back at any moment. Melindo was well aware of Chen Liang's physical prowess. He knew that if he could just block his path, he could easily win the ball. Still not passing. On the first team bench, several players began to question Chen Liang's actions. Does this kid think he's the king of football? Hey, don't you know? His father owns the club. With the way he trains, how could he possibly play in a warm-up match? The jeers began to spread across the bench. But soon all complaints ceased. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they saw Melindo being shrugged off by Chen Liang's sheer strength instead of the expected loss of possession. Is that? Chen, I thought he wasn't that strong. I knocked him over last week. How is this possible? Fernando watched helplessly as Chen Liang powered past Melindo and continued his dribble. Don't you dare injure my Melindo. Before Fernando could voice his complaint, he saw Chen Liang pull the trigger. Oh no, that position. He's going to do it again. Chen Liang raised his right leg once more. He had one skill card left, and he was determined to use it to silence his doubters. Bang! The familiar explosive sound of the strike. The familiar sound of the ball hitting the back of the net. From receiving the ball brushing off the defender to unleashing a thunderous shot into the goal, it was a sequence so swift and devastating that even Sergio, despite being mentally prepared, found it utterly surreal. After shooting, Chen Liang stood still, feeling no surge of excitement. He hadn't even realized how quickly he was improving. Before he could even celebrate, his teammates swarmed him, one leaping onto his back. Asensio in particular, who had just combined with Chen Liang, had initially looked down on him. A prodigy from Real Madrid, he rarely saw such raw power. But this strike had completely changed his opinion. Having been taught from a young age to pass the ball into the net, Asensio rarely witnessed such brutal direct finishing. Today at Espanyol he saw it firsthand. So the first team had a secret weapon, a monster who could score with a single unstoppable strike. Moreno Asensio, players who usually wouldn't give Chun Liang a second glance, rushed over, slapping his head and shoulders in celebration. It was their way of welcoming him into the fold. Sergio looked over at his assistant coach Frack, whose jaw was still on the floor. That kid is just explosive, Frack muttered, still in a daze. Mission complete. Exchanging for reward. Through relentless effort you have earned the recognition of the first team coaching staff. The system rewards you with the signature skill of 2006 Ballon d'Or winner Zinedine Zidane, the Marseille turn. Now use it to begin your journey in football. Huh, Zidane. Before Chun Liang could dwell on it, the ball was at his feet again. He had no choice but to focus and secure possession. This time Malindo had adjusted his tactics. He realized Chun Liang's physicality wasn't as weak as he'd thought. So instead of a physical battle he resorted to tight pressing to limit his space. Chun Liang looked up to see Malindo's face right in front of him again. But this time he didn't have the Ronaldo shooting card. A hint of nervousness was visible on Malindo's sweaty face. Chun Liang had clearly earned his respect as a threat. The muscle memory for the Marseille turn flashed in Chun Liang's mind. As Malindo closed in he reacted instinctively, hooking the ball back with his right foot. Chun Liang's move piqued Sergio's curiosity again. What is he doing? Pulling the ball back, is he going to pass it backwards? Then in a flash Chun Liang spun 180 degrees, and everyone knew exactly what he was about to do. The Marseille turn. Before Malindo could react, Chun Liang had spun past him like a whirlwind. By the time he turned around, Chun Liang had already laid the ball off to a teammate on the wing, leaving Malindo rooted to the spot in bewilderment. It wasn't just Malindo, many B-team players were stunned. How has this guy improved so fast? Is this the same Chun Liang we know? How did he become so unrecognizable? Could first-team training really accelerate his growth that much? Before they could ponder further, Fernando's roar jolted them back to reality. What are you all standing around for? Get back on defense. The match between the first team and the B team ultimately ended with a score of 4-0. Although there were many goals in the game, what people focused on most was Chun Liang's breathtaking shot. After the match, forward Moreno wrapped his arm around Chun Liang's neck and said mysteriously, "Chun, I heard your long-range shots are incredible. How do you do it?" "I don't know," Chun Liang said with an innocent look on his face. He truly didn't know. The ball was at his feet, he instinctively struck it, and then the ball was already resting in the back of the net. Alright, if you don't want to say, that's fine. I know your country's kung fu is very powerful. You must know kung fu football, Moreno said, gesturing with a few kung fu moves which left Chun Liang speechless. These foreigners really have wild imaginations, attributing everything to kung fu. Whatever, let him think what he wants. Apart from Moreno, the people Chun Liang cared most about were the first team's head coach Sergio and assistant coach Freak. After the game ended, the two kept staring intently at Chun Liang, giving him an indescribable feeling. It was as if a player who was mediocre in every aspect of the team could somehow become the focus of the entire match. A contrast that defied words. Both men tried to find some discernible pattern in Chun Liang through their gazes, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't figure out what made him so exceptional. When did he learn this? Sergio wasn't referring to Chun Liang's thunderous goal, but rather his silky smooth Marseille turn that left defenders in the dust. Freak scratched his head. He didn't recall ever seeing Chun Liang perform such a move in training. I've never seen him use it. Sergio furrowed his brow. Logically, he'd need to practice it constantly on the training ground to pull it off in a match. Could he have developed it through extra practice? Impossible. He's been spending all his time in the gym lately, Freak shrugged and explained. Maybe he already had it in the B team and just hasn't shown it since joining the first team. Sergio nodded, reluctantly accepting this flimsy explanation. But something still felt off. Let's keep an eye on him in training. In the 2 weeks following the warm-up match against the B team, the Espanyol first team entered a training camp period designed to help players regain their physical condition. Sergio knew full well that some players had definitely let themselves go during the break. In the gym, only Chun Liang's figure remained. He sat on a chair in the corner, closed his eyes, and couldn't help but smile. After 2 weeks of training, his physical confrontation attribute had increased by another 5 points, rising from 64 to 69. Now during team training, he could no longer be easily knocked off balance. It was a significant improvement, but behind that progress was Chun Liang's relentless sweat and effort in the gym. As he laughed to himself, he couldn't help but let out a few excited shouts. He knew that no one would walk into the gym at this hour, so releasing his emotions wouldn't disturb anyone else. 2 weeks of training had caused his muscles to gradually grow. His muscle fiber density had become tighter, and the volume of his muscles had visibly changed to the naked eye. This sense of accomplishment and satisfaction is something only those who train can truly understand. Every ounce of effort had paid off, and the football path before him was becoming increasingly clear. He sat on the chair to rest for a while, then stood up to stretch his muscles. He could clearly feel that his body's muscles had become more firm. The fat was gradually disappearing, replaced by denser muscle tissue. With the capital of physical strength in hand, Chun Liang stepped onto the training ground with a much more assured mindset. The improvement in physical fitness was an ability easily visible to the naked eye. Since joining the first team, he had come to understand just how crucial physical conditioning was for professional football. Physical fitness could completely dictate his performance on the pitch. Without the strength to hold his ground, he wouldn't have been able to shrug off Malindo and score from distance in the B-team match. Speaking of long-range shooting, Chun Liang narrowed his eyes. He had already tasted the sweetness of progress. His next goal was to enhance his shooting ability. After changing his clothes and packing up his belongings, Chun Liang hummed a tune as he walked out of the gym. At the cafeteria, he spotted Malindo again, who was looking at him with a resentful expression. "Chun, how have you improved so fast? I'm sure I won't be seeing you in the B-team anymore," Malindo said, gazing at Chun Liang. Chun Liang was the first friend he had made in the B-team, but he had never witnessed anyone progress at such a rapid pace. First, Chun Liang made Malindo the backdrop of that thunderous strike, then used a Marseille turn to turn him into a statue. Chun Liang continued eating his meal, saying, "No, there's no spot for me in the first team. I might end up back in the B-team." "No, I hope you never come back," Malindo said with sincerity. "Huh." Chun Liang paused mid-bite and looked at Malindo. "You have no idea how enviable your position is. Do you know that? If I had your opportunity, I would seize every chance and never want to return. We see each other every day at the cafeteria, and that's been great. But the best part of my day is watching you head to the first team's training ground. The last thing I want to see on the B-team's field is your figure." Chun Liang was stunned by Malindo's words. He never expected such heartfelt sincerity from this young Spanish player. He said nothing, just lowered his head and continued eating a few more bites. "Malindo, I'll work hard, and you should too. We'll meet on the first team's training ground." Malindo looked into Chun Liang's eyes, and the determination he saw there made him feel a bit dazed. He extended his fist toward Chun Liang and said, "It's a deal." Chun Liang gently bumped Malindo's fist and replied, "It's a deal." After finishing dinner, Chun Liang returned home. Suddenly, he heard the housekeeper downstairs calling him, saying someone was there to see him. "Who is it?" Chun Liang wondered, rushing down the stairs in his slippers. Opening the door, Chun Liang froze when he saw who was standing outside. The head coach. He never imagined that head coach Sergio would show up at his doorstep. "Your home is the most luxurious one I've ever seen. Mind if I come in for a chat?" Sergio pointed past Chun Liang and asked. Chun Liang naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. He stepped aside, making room for the coach. Sergio sat down on the sofa looking at Chun Liang. In his view, Chun Liang was at the age where improvement was most critical. Therefore, as the head coach, he felt it was his duty to offer some guidance. Sergio, seated on the sofa, watched Chun Liang, a midfielder who could score goals and pull off Marseille turns. Wasn't this exactly what Espanyol needed right now? "Chun, you're only 21, still in your developmental years in Europe. Through training, I've noticed significant shortcomings from your physique to your technique. You're still far from the level required for a starting spot. For instance, you haven't yet demonstrated the midfield defensive capabilities of a competent player." Sergio's meaning was clear. For Chun Liang to secure a place in the first team for the new season would be an uphill battle unless he put in twice the effort of everyone else. That was precisely the purpose of his visit. As Chun Liang's coach, he had a duty to spur him on. Sergio's perception of Chun Liang was somewhat ambiguous. He wasn't quite a fringe player. Chun Liang could unleash a spectacular long-range strike or a dazzling dribble, but calling him a prodigy would be a stretch. Sergio wouldn't pin the team's hopes on him. After a brief pep talk, Sergio left Chun Liang's lavishly decorated home. Watching his coach's departing figure, Chun Liang fell into thought. He still wasn't improving fast enough. He needed to work even harder. The next morning after breakfast, Chun Liang was the first player to arrive at the training ground. Today, he planned to put in extra practice, focusing on sharpening his shooting skills. Logically, a midfielder should focus on passing drills. Shooting was the striker's job. But Chun Liang knew exactly why Sergio had brought him up to the first team. It was for those breathtaking, jaw-dropping long-range goals, wasn't it? He pulled a few balls from the bag, placed them just outside the penalty area, and began firing shot after shot, starting his day's training. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a vibrant green glow across the Espanyol training pitch. It was one of those rare, pleasantly comfortable days in Barcelona. Relishing the perfect temperature, Chun Liang sent ball after ball towards the goal, his mood brightened by the beautiful weather. An hour flew by. After another powerful strike, he felt a slight tightness in his calves. He opened his attribute panel and saw that his stats had indeed improved. His shooting had gone from 52 to 53. Just a single point, but a solid step forward nonetheless. Your performances with the first team have not gone unnoticed, yet you still haven't proven yourself worthy of a La Liga spot. Mission: make your La Liga debut. Reward: Cannavaro's tackling skill. Cannavaro's tackle success rate during the 2006 World Cup was nearly 100. Chun Liang stared at the system's reward and instinctively licked his lips. Just as Coach Sergio had pointed out his defensive weaknesses, the system offered him Cannavaro's tackling skill. It was as tantalizing as placing a feast before a starving man. Sergio, whistle hanging around his neck, was the first to arrive at the training ground. Seeing Chun Liang already there, he couldn't hide his surprise. Clearly, Chun Liang had heeded his words from the previous day and taken immediate action. A sense of gratification washed over Sergio. Stroking his chin, he decided to give Chun Liang some positive reinforcement. With La Liga about to resume, Chun Liang might not be ready to play, but perhaps naming him to the matchday squad would serve as strong motivation. August 23, 2015. La Liga Round 1. Espanyol hosted Getafe at their home ground. When news broke that Chun Liang had made the matchday squad, the Chinese media, flush with cash during the country's football boom, competed fiercely, and ultimately secured the broadcast rights for the match. In the studio, Zhang Jun, a commentator for Sina Sports, was enthusiastically running through the lineup. When he read Chen Liang's name, his voice rose with palpable excitement. Number 28, Chen Liang. Reports say he's just been promoted to the first team this season. Let's hope we see him on the pitch today, Zhang Jun declared with fervor. The live chat erupted the moment Chen Liang's name was mentioned. Don't get your hopes up. His dad owns the club. He's just a marketing gimmick to break into the Chinese market. You clearly watch football with your eyes closed. Haven't you seen his highlight reels? How many players in our country can pull off shots like that? I heard a young Chinese player made the first team, but it took me 2 hours to find this stream. This is my first time watching a match. Is this Chen Liang any good? Sitting on the substitutes bench, Chen Liang, like his teammates, watched the action on the pitch with unwavering focus. La Forca done sentiment. Inside the stadium, Espanyol fans raised their scarves high, chanting their team's rallying cry, urging the players on. This is one of the few games Espanyol can realistically win points from. If they want to avoid relegation, they must take points from teams like Getafe. You think they might be thinking the same? After all, Espanyol aren't exactly a powerhouse. In the stands, fans chatted each side, hoping their team would snatch all 3 points from the other. When Espanyol scored, the home crowd erupted, but a flicker of underlying anxiety was visible in the eyes of every Espanyol supporter. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Chen Aigua was seated, accompanied by the club's sporting director Karanka. I hear Chen has been doing well with the first team recently. Chen Aigua merely smiled at Karanka, his expression betraying little emotion. Chen Aigua knew his son's footballing talent all too well. He believed that establishing himself in the first team wouldn't happen overnight. So when Karanka hinted that Chen Liang might get a chance to play, Chen Aigua remained skeptical. Thus, he kept his expectations low. Expect nothing and you'll never be disappointed, a principle Chen Aigua understood well. He's actually quite exceptional. The fact that he made the squad proves it. Sergio told me he sees something truly special in your son. I think you should look forward to this match. Oh, really? A flicker of emotion crossed Chen Aigua's face, stirring something long dormant within him. Yes, let's wait and see what unfolds. Perhaps very soon he'll make his debut for the Espanyol first team. Karanka took a sip of red wine, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. The opening match of the 2015 to 2016 season is about to begin as Espanyol host Getafe at home. For two teams determined to avoid relegation, this is a pivotal battle on their road to survival. Let's see who will emerge victorious from this clash. Espanyol's head coach Sergio has continued with the tactical system from last season, and we can see several familiar faces from the previous campaign in the starting lineup. In goal, it remains Lopez. The two fullbacks are Duarte and Alvilla, while the central defenders are Gonzalez and Rallo. In midfield, the veteran Sanchez, just returning from injury, partners with Javi Lopez, and the wide players are Montañez and Alvarez. The attacking midfielder and striker are Sevilla and Caicedo, respectively. Renowned commentator Zhang Jun, having done extensive research, effortlessly detailed Espanyol's lineup. Glancing at the live chat, he continued, even though many fans doubt Chen Liang will play, we must hold on to hope that he gets a chance to make his La Liga debut. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Jun's eyes, even if it were just once. Despite the ongoing debate in the comments about whether Chen Liang's inclusion in the squad was due to his father's wealth, many fans stayed up late watching the stream, hoping to see him play for even a few minutes. I just want to see what Chen Liang looks like sitting on the bench. If Espanyol put him in the squad with no intention of playing him, that's despicable, and I won't buy anything from them. Exactly, I have work tomorrow, and I'm still here. Same here, damn it, I have class tomorrow. But hey, he's the only Chinese player in the top 5 leagues, so let's watch. Watching the comments, Zhang Jun adjusted his glasses, then turned his gaze back to the big screen. With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. You're watching the 2015 to 2016 La Liga season, brought to you by Sina Sports, sponsored by Dammy Phones. Buy a phone, use Dammy. Let's all look forward to Chen Liang's La Liga debut. As Zhang Jun commentated, the battle on the pitch commenced. In the first match of the new season, the players were exceptionally energetic, and both sides immediately engaged in fierce tackles. For the opening match, even a relegation-threatened team craves a victory, as it's a game that impacts team morale. The desire to fight was evident on every player's face as they all wanted to start the new season on a high note. Sergio had told his players before the match that beating Getafe would secure 3 points. Based on past experience, 40 points is usually enough to avoid relegation, meaning this win would achieve a tenth of their goal. This numerical target made their objective more tangible and clarified the importance of this match. On the sideline, Sergio had shed his training gear and stood by the bench in a suit, looking more spirited. Behind him, Chen Liang sat on the bench wearing his tracksuit jacket, observing the situation on the field. This was the first time Chen Liang watched a match from the bench, and admittedly the view was far better than from the stands. Despite not starting, Chen Liang had long grown accustomed to this feeling and harbored no particular thoughts about the arrangement. In fact, this stint on the bench was the most enjoyable he'd had in his entire waterboy career. For one, the fans in the stadium were incredibly passionate, their waves of cheers igniting his excitement. More importantly, sitting on the first team's bench signified that Chen Liang now had his own glimmer of hope in this fiercely competitive La Liga arena. He was no longer a fringe player, but one who genuinely had the potential to contribute to the team. Sanchez intercepts the ball for Espanyol. He feeds it forward to Caicedo. Caicedo flicks it with his heel, and Sevilla follows up with a shot inside the box. Beautiful. It's a goal. Espanyol lead 1-0. The goal came so suddenly that the Espanyol fans erupted in thunderous cheers. 1-0 just 29 minutes into the match. Espanyol had taken the lead at home. A truly dreamlike start. Sergio pumped his fist in excitement after the goal, then instructed his players to drop deep and defend, waiting for opportunities to counterattack and extend their lead. On the other side, Getafe were forced to push forward as the balance of the game had tipped in Espanyol's favor, and they had to do something about it. In such a critical match, a team trailing has no luxury to worry about the opponent's counters. Amidst the intense battle, Caicedo scored his first goal of the season with another header. 2-0. The relegation battling Espanyol had dismantled Getafe's defense in just one half. What a rousing start. The Espanyol fans were ecstatic, stripping off their shirts and dancing in the stands. They headed into halftime with a 2-goal advantage. But no one anticipated Getafe's fierce comeback in the second half. Their number 10 Sarabia exploited Espanyol's momentary lapse in concentration right from the kickoff, creating danger on the wing before crossing into the box and scoring. 2-1. The momentum seemed to be swinging back towards Getafe. Sergio, who had been animated in the first half, now calmed down, constantly shouting instructions from the touchline, clearly displeased with his team's second half defending. Just then, misfortune struck Espanyol twice over. Defensive midfielder Sanchez pulled a thigh muscle during a tackle. After a quick examination, the physio signaled that Sanchez couldn't continue. Sergio was forced into a change, first calling over Asensio to bolster midfield control. Asensio, come here. Sergio called out to Asensio, but his gaze lingered on Chun Liang for a few seconds. He had risked starting Sanchez because his midfield options were depleted. On the bench, Canis and Chun Liang were the only two midfielders. Sergio had initially planned to bring on Canis for the injured Sanchez. But before the substitution could be made, another midfielder, Javi Lopez, suffered a cut to his brow bone during an aerial duel, presenting Sergio with a dilemma. Seeing the hint of anticipation in Chun Liang's eyes, Sergio recalled flashes of Chun Liang's powerful shots in the warm-up matches. He hesitated, then glanced at Javi Lopez, who was receiving urgent medical attention on the sideline. Canis, Asensio, Chun Liang. All three of you come over. Sergio decided to take a gamble. Upon hearing Sergio's shout, Chun Liang's heart leaped with joy, pounding like a chaotic drum. He knew his moment had come. His long-awaited La Liga debut was happening so suddenly. Listening to the cheers of the fans on the sidelines, Chun Liang understood that the key now was to hold the score. Espanyol truly needed those precious 3 points at the start of the season. You've successfully earned a chance for your La Liga debut. Mission complete. Reward Cannavaro's tackling skill. Now use everything you've gained during this time to prove yourself on the pitch. Everyone drop back, stand closer together, compress their space. Sergio kept shouting from the sidelines, directing the players. Because their opponents Getafe were constantly organizing attacks, trying to equalize. Near the center circle, Getafe's no. 10 core Sarabia had the ball. He looked up and saw winger Victor Rodriguez gesturing for the pass. Without hesitation, he sent the ball to Victor Rodriguez on the flank. Victor Rodriguez in turn wasted no time and drove down the wing with explosive speed. Canis, who had just been substituted into midfield, knew clearly that if the nearest player to Victor Rodriguez didn't step up, this would become a threatening attack. He immediately sprinted toward Victor Rodriguez. But Victor Rodriguez quickly passed the ball back to no. 10 Sarabia, who was unmarked in the center. Since Canis had charged forward, the central area was vacant. The closest player to Sarabia was Chun Liang. Chun Liang, run. It's over, he can't keep up. As soon as Chun Liang got a chance to shine on the field, the live stream comments flew by, rapidly disappearing before they could even be read. In the frame, Sarabia delivered another pass to Pedro Leon on the opposite side because Espanyol's defense had been drawn to Victor Rodriguez, leaving Pedro Leon completely unmarked. Pedro Leon was getting closer to the goal, and all Espanyol fans held their breath. Oh, why isn't Chun Liang running faster? Otherwise, he could have intercepted that ball. At least he wouldn't have let Sarabia pass it so comfortably. Just as Pedro Leon was looking at the goal and preparing to swing his leg for a shot, a player in blue and white striped jersey suddenly appeared behind him. Huh, Chun Liang. Take him down. It's okay, just take him down. Sergio screamed frantically from the sidelines. If Pedro Leon shot from that position, Espanyol would be very likely to concede. Espanyol could no longer afford to lose a goal now. Sergio wanted Chun Liang to use a foul to turn that shot into a free kick. But Chun Liang's nerves were so tense that he couldn't hear anything except his own heartbeat. Facing the dribbling Pedro Leon, Chun Liang suddenly executed a side slide tackle, folding his calf and rapidly extending his leg. Thud! Chun Liang's swiftly extended toe poked the ball. The sudden slide tackle startled Pedro Leon, whose shooting foot struck Chun Liang's instep. He stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. What a brilliant tackle. Chun Liang's performance is outstanding. He stopped Getafe's most threatening attack of the second half. Could this defensive play be the key to Espanyol's victory? Jean Jun's face flushed red, his expression exaggerated with excitement. He hadn't seen a Chinese player perform so brilliantly in Europe for a long time. The comments in the live stream instantly reversed their tone. Wow, amazing. What a tackle. Perfect tackle, more important than a goal. And it was clean, no foul. No wonder he got a play today. It wasn't bought with money, he actually has such incredible defensive skills. Chun Liang looked at Pedro Leon lying on the ground and patted his shoulder. You okay? I was going for the ball. At that moment Pedro Leon squinted up at the referee, but the whistle he expected never came. He really wanted to curse, but Chun Liang's tackle was indeed clean. Sergio looked at Chun Liang with disbelief. He had initially substituted Chun Liang on with the mindset of opening a blind box hoping for another explosive shot, but now he saw something different. Did he use this move in training? Sergio pointed at Chun Liang and asked his assistant coach Freak. Well, Freak scratched his head again. Technically he shouldn't be able to tackle like that. What do you mean technically? Did you see that tackle? That level of proficiency and accuracy can only be achieved through extensive match experience. Right? Sergio nodded. Maybe the kid just got lucky. He had told him to commit a foul. Oh, perhaps Chun Liang accidentally pulled off a perfect tackle. 5 minutes later. This time Sarabia was on the ground, and Chun Liang was apologizing to him sheepishly. Sergio turned to look at Freak without saying a word. They exchanged glances, both sensing something was off. A few seconds later Sergio's expression became even more excited than if he had scored a goal. He truly felt he had unearthed a gem. His gaze returned to Chun Liang. After a few seconds of silence he murmured to himself, "Keep it up, let me see you can play in La Liga." At that moment fans in the live stream were sending comments frantically. Needless to say Chun Liang's 2 tackles after coming on had instantly energized the viewers, banishing any drowsiness. Meanwhile in the stadium's VIP box Karanka raised his wine glass excitedly and said to Chun Igua, "I told you your son has football talent. Let's celebrate." Beside the seat Chun Igua reached out his hand, picked up the glass, and clinked it with Karanka. His hand holding the glass trembled slightly, and his mind went completely blank. If it were a few years ago he would have shouted and embraced Karanka crying with joy. But now seeing his son who had weathered so many storms in his football career finally deliver such a praiseworthy performance, he couldn't muster the excitement. For a player with little natural football talent, how much blood, sweat, and effort must have been poured in to reach this point. Chun Igua's pupils were locked onto Chun Liang. This was one of the rare dreamlike moments in his life, and he vowed to etch every frame into his memory, forever unforgettable. Listening to the impromptu song the fans on the sideline had composed for him, Chun Liang forced himself to calm down and focus on the match. The game was far from over. As one of the 11 on the pitch, he had to maintain his concentration and preserve this scoreline until the final whistle. But Chun Liang quickly felt the intensity of the La Liga arena. The moment the ball reached his feet a defender would charge at him. Any hesitation would cost him possession. He had to make his decisions before receiving the ball, as everything happened at breakneck speed. In the 88th minute Chun Liang glanced at the substitution board held up by the 4th official on the sideline. As this was the La Liga season opener, the match was highly physical with the referee awarding numerous fouls. Including stoppage time, there were still 7 or 8 minutes left to play. 8 minutes, a final window for Getafe to redeem themselves. Inside the arena Chun Liang's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. In such a crucial moment no player wanted to be the one to squander the team's victory with a personal error. With time running out Getafe resorted to a more direct approach, launching long balls from the back to their forwards. This made their attack more straightforward though at the cost of efficiency. A high ball was headed back by Espanyol's centre-back Lelo. Canizares sprinting to the drop point latched onto it. Under pressure from 2 markers, he hastily passed the ball to Asensio who had dropped deep to the wing to provide an outlet. Asensio initially intended to turn and dribble, but a Getafe defender closed him down. After a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to Chun Liang in the center. "Watch out, man, on your back." Asensio shouted only after releasing the pass, spotting a Getafe defender sprinting up behind Chun Liang to snatch the ball. Chun Liang could feel the defensive pressure closing in from behind. Asensio was already marked, leaving him with seemingly few viable options. "Damn it, Asensio, you've set me up." At this critical juncture a solution to his predicament suddenly dawned on Chun Liang. The defender marking him seemed unaware of Chun Liang's capabilities, rapidly approaching from behind intent on poking the ball away. He assumed Chun Liang's passing options were all covered and that his best bet would be a hopeful punt upfield. "This is my chance." A thrill shot through Chun Liang. He planted his left foot on the ball and under the gaze of the entire stadium swiftly dragged it backward. Then pivoting his body 180 degrees on his left foot, he swept the ball away with his right. A Marseille turn. The fans had little expectation from Chun Liang at this point, but his audacious move left the Getafe defender lunging at thin air. "Oh!" Espanyol supporters leaped to their feet, unable to believe that Chun Liang could execute such an elegant piece of skill under such immense pressure. Zidane from the east. The wrong-footed Getafe defender was stunned, desperately twisting his body to recover while reaching out to grab Chun Liang. If this had been the Chun Liang from before the season started, such a grab might have thrown him off balance and cost him the ball. But now thanks to the system and extra sessions in the gym, Chun Liang had significantly improved his physical strength. He swung his arm, trying to break free from the defender's hold. "Get off me!" Chun Liang roared. On the sideline Sergio saw this. He turned to his assistant coach Freak and said, "Chun spent a lot of time in the gym before the season. This is the result of that training." Getafe's other midfielder once saw Chun Liang's escape. He abandoned his position and rushed over to cover, knowing that if Chun Liang turned and accelerated there would be acres of open space ahead of him. Chun Liang, still focused on shaking off the physical challenge, was caught off guard as one slid in from his blind side, poking the ball away before he could react. Oh, if only he'd passed it a bit sooner. Caicedo was making a run in behind. On his debut, he might have even snagged an assist. Chun Liang has done exceptionally well. Anyone who dares criticize him will have to answer to me. Just as everyone was bemoaning the halt of the attack, they suddenly noticed the ball was still rolling towards Getafe's half. It sped through the almost vacant midfield and slipped past the Getafe defenders. Finally, it reached the feet of forward Caicedo. Oh, could one's tackle inadvertently become a perfect assist? Caicedo was initially surprised by the ball's arrival. He had made a speculative run forward after seeing Chun Liang's escape, hoping the ball might come his way. But he never expected it to arrive in this fashion. Caicedo smoothly controlled the ball, and seeing the panicked goalkeeper rush out, he slotted it calmly into the net without a second thought. Goal! Goal! It wasn't Chun Liang's assist, but he played a huge part in this goal. Jean Jun exclaimed passionately into his microphone. Amidst the despairing gazes of the Getafe players, Caicedo spread his arms wide in elation. Scoring in the first match of the new season. How could he not be ecstatic? Some Getafe fans clutched their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom their team conceding in such a manner. Many more Getafe supporters sat in stunned silence, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and disappointment. On the other side, the Espanyol fans erupted in a deafening roar of celebration. This goal all but secured the victory for their team. 3-1. Espanyol were on the verge of tasting victory. The sudden release of tension after such a long, nerve-wracking period was intoxicating for every Espanyol supporter. Awesome. Chun Liang is amazing. No, you are my god. Caicedo is awesome. No, Chun Liang is awesome. The broadcast cut to Caicedo, who still had his arms spread wide celebrating. He immediately turned and sprinted towards his teammates. His target was Chun Liang. Chun, for this goal I thank God, but I also have to thank you. Caicedo wrapped his arms around Chun Liang and pressed his forehead against Chun Liang's, expressing his gratitude. Although the goal wasn't a direct assist from Chun Liang, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Caicedo's opportunity was largely created by Chun Liang's magnificent Marseille turn. In fact, Espanyol's current scoreline was also a testament to Chun Liang's multiple crucial interceptions in midfield. Inside the VIP box, Kalenka and Chun Aigua had been intently watching the match. When Chun Liang used a Marseille turn to shake off a defender, a ripple of emotion stirred within Chun Aigua's heart. When the ball inexplicably found its way to Caicedo's feet and was driven into the net, Chun Aigua's heart surged violently. BUSS, did you see that? That goal was largely thanks to your son. Even if it wasn't his assist. I saw it. I saw everything. Chun Aigua could no longer contain his excitement. He sprang to his feet and embraced Kalenka in a Chinese-style hug. This is truly incredible. Am I dreaming? Chun Aigua shook his head, and before he knew it, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Ever since Chun Liang had declared his love for football, Chun Aigua had supported his son's passion wholeheartedly. Through the over a decade of rigorous training Chun Liang endured, Chun Aigua knew exactly how much hardship his son had faced. The unwavering persistence and relentless honing of those years found their ultimate release in the moment of that goal. From the B team to the first team to his La Liga debut to this brilliant piece of skill and this stunning goal, everything had happened so fast that even a composed businessman like Chun Aigua found it hard to maintain his usual boardroom composure. I believe Mr. Sergio will give him more opportunities, Kalenka said with a smile, patting Chun Aigua on the shoulder. On the pitch, Chun Liang, who had just witnessed his team snatch a last-gasp winner, was still trying to process it all. He swallowed hard, standing rooted to the spot in a daze. Moments ago, under pressure from the defender, his body had instinctively executed the Marseille turn before his mind could even catch up. The move was so fluid, as if it were etched into every muscle fiber of his being. It wasn't until he saw Caicedo's face contorted with sheer excitement that Chun Liang snapped back to reality. A surge of euphoria rushed from the top of his head down to his very core. He turned to look at the Getafe players slumping to the ground in frustration. From the stands, a faint chorus of song began to rise. A sound that felt remarkably familiar, like something he had heard on television before. The sound was so vivid, a constant reminder that this was professional football. Unconsciously, Chun Liang realized that the nervousness within him had evaporated, replaced by nothing but anticipation for the future. He sprinted excitedly towards the Espanyol fans section. Professional football, here I come. As he neared the stands, he could see the expression on every fan's face. The thrill, the joy, the look of recognition, and the hands waving fervently in his direction. All of it stirred a profound sense of happiness deep within Chun Liang's heart. It was a sight he had never experienced nor ever dared to imagine before. Now he finally possessed something far more precious than the long string of digits in his bank account. Waving enthusiastically to the fans, Chun Liang made his way back onto the pitch. Meanwhile, in the Zhaoling Sports Live studio, Jean Jun adjusted his glasses. His voice trembled slightly. Clearly he was just as thrilled as the fans watching at home. He was genuinely moved by Chun Liang's achievement. A faint sense of resurgence began to take shape in his mind. Espanyol scores the goal that seals the victory. After mechanically delivering the commentary, Jean Jun began to offer his own perspective, a signature of his broadcasting style. I believe that the fans watching right now are undoubtedly overjoyed. Like you, my heart is filled with pride and excitement. This feeling is a first for many Chinese fans because this time the player on the European stage is one of our own. After finishing his commentary, Zhang Jun glanced at the barrage of comments. Many fans were typing the words, tears in eyes in the chat. Words often fail to capture one's emotions, but sometimes just two simple characters are enough to paint a vivid picture of the Chinese fans on the other side of the screen at that very moment. On the pitch, the referee's final whistle signaled the end of the match. The Espanyol fans could now celebrate the victory without restraint. This was their team's first win of the season. After wave of cheers, the Espanyol supporters rose to applaud the players as they came around to thank them. Based on this performance, the Espanyol faithful had every right to look forward to the rest of the season. At the very least, they had witnessed something different. Like Chun Liang's Marseille turn. On the pitch, the Espanyol players were sharing the joy of victory with beaming smiles as they thanked the fans. They had won by 3 goals. Asensio walked over to Chun Liang and patted him on the shoulder. Honestly, mate, that move of yours was one of the best I've ever seen. Keep it up. Looking forward to playing alongside you in the future. Chun Liang nodded and shared a brief hug with Asensio. Shortly after, Caicedo strolled over with a broad smile, seemingly in high spirits. I've got to say it again, I owe that goal to you. After their lap of honor, the Espanyol players returned to the bench area. They exchanged high-fives with the substitutes and coaching staff in celebration, greeting their manager Sergio. After Sergio had high-fived each player, his gaze fell upon Chun Liang. A flicker of emotion and contemplation crossed his eyes. Then with a gentle smile, he gave Chun Liang a light embrace and said, a truly impressive performance. Look at the fans applauding you. I will definitely consider you more seriously before the next match. Looking at Sergio's smile, Chun Liang felt enveloped in happiness once again. Sergio's words meant that Chun Liang would be given more chances to play. Perhaps he might even notch his first career goal or assist. Every week, he could participate in the world's most popular sport as a player, hearing the applause of the fans. At that thought, Chun Liang was deeply moved. The future that was once buried in dust had in just over a month become dazzlingly bright. As he envisioned that hopeful future, the song, Danza Kuduro, automatically started playing in his mind. At that moment, his feelings mirrored those of the crew at the end of Fast Five, watching money endlessly spill from a safe. At the post-match press conference, Sergio cleared his throat, settled into his chair, and waited for the journalist's questions. Mr. Sergio, we couldn't find any information about Chun Liang before his appearance today. Could you give us a brief introduction? A reporter asked, raising his hand. Hearing the question, Sergio couldn't help but smile. He chuckled. Chun Liang. He's a player our first-team coaching staff scouted from the B team. However, he didn't get much playing time in the B team either, so it's not surprising you couldn't find much info on him. That's impossible. The reporter wore an incredulous expression, while the other journalists fell into a stunned silence. Barely played for the B team. You're telling me a player who couldn't get a game for the B team can perform like this in La Liga? A wave of disbelief washed over the journalists in the press room. At the first-team cafeteria following his performance in the last match, Chun Liang had fully integrated into the team's atmosphere. Caicedo walked over with his tray, sat down next to Chun Liang, and looked across at Asensio. What are you two talking about? Asensio shifted slightly to make room for Caicedo. Nothing much, just chatting about yesterday's game. Mentioning the game immediately sparked Caicedo's interest. Chun, you were fantastic yesterday. I didn't expect you to be so solid defensively, not just in attack. Being praised so highly by his first-team teammate made Chun Liang a bit bashful. Keep it up, Chun, Caicedo said, patting him on the shoulder. I think you're a very talented player. You're still young, and making it into the first team is proof of your talent. Keep working hard in training. Absolutely, even if it's for the fans back home, Asensio added with a grin, pointing at his phone screen. Chun Liang leaned over to look. News of his performance yesterday had already spread across China. Chinese youngster's La Liga debut almost assist off the bench. Due to the time difference, many Chinese fans woke up bleary-eyed the next morning and saw this headline while scrolling through short videos. Initially, they dismissed it as clickbait, but instinctively they tapped on it. When they saw the highlights reel of Chun Liang's performance, everyone was stunned. They quickly scrolled past the article and started typing in the comments section. Who is this guy? I've never seen him play in the CSL. You wouldn't get it, mate. He started his career in Europe. If he'd spent a few years in the CSL, he'd have been wasted. Help, where can I watch his games? You can catch them on Xiaoling Sports. With the comments section buzzing, Chinese football fans almost in unison opened their app stores. Before long, in the Xiaoling Sports live studio. Xiaoling Sports, not usually a major player in football news, suddenly saw a massive surge in downloads. The entire project team was so busy updating GIFs of Chun Liang's performance from the previous day that they didn't even have time for breakfast. While scrambling to work, the staff also found time to discuss the subject of the news. Chun Liang. I heard it's true. It's been a long time since we had a Chinese player in the top 5 leagues, hasn't it? Shally, that's a great idea. Let's write a retrospective piece on that. Damn, he's actually got some real skill. Soon a thought seemed to strike one of the employees. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, if he's this popular, won't more people watch the La Liga matches we paid a fortune for? His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The staff quickly turned to their computers. Holy crap, it's going up. Our paid subscribers have increased by over 500,000 overnight. Oh my god, this is huge. The staff were ecstatic. One of them projected the data onto the big screen so everyone could see it clearly. 2 months of intense marketing had done less than the 20 or 30 minutes Chun Liang spent on the pitch. There was no time for idle chatter. Several team leaders immediately grabbed their phones to report the news to their superiors. Zhaoling Sports' investment, seemingly ignited by Chun Liang's appearance, was becoming a pivotal point in the resurgence of Chinese football. As the first round of La Liga matches concluded one after another, nearly all 20 teams in the league had played their season openers. After each match, there were winners and losers, but the most eye-catching result was Barcelona's shocking 1-1 draw against relegation-threatened Alaves, a result that captured the attention of many La Liga fans. Having proven himself last season, Barcelona's head coach Luis Enrique clearly shouldered more pressure after this match. As the manager of a La Liga powerhouse with a dream squad at his disposal, producing such a result inevitably invited greater public scrutiny. That is the downside of joining a giant club. The entire world's gaze is fixed upon you, and with the slightest misstep, everyone will criticize you. Fortunately, this was only the first match, and Enrique still had time to adjust. Aside from the news of Barcelona being held to a draw by a relegation candidate, few people paid attention to the news of Espanyol's victory, the team Chun Liang played for. Espanyol 3-1. Getafe, Catalonia's other team, secures first win of the season. La Liga Round 2, Espanyol to face Yellow Submarine Villarreal away after their clean sheet. Apart from Espanyol fans in Catalonia, the only ones following Espanyol's news were their next opponents, Villarreal. Villarreal had performed admirably in their previous round, dismantling Athletic Bilbao 3-0 with ease. Judging solely from that match, Marcelino's side seemed even more promising this season. At that moment, at the José Manuel Lainez training ground, the home of Villarreal's first team, where head coach Marcelino also had his office. Having secured such a smooth victory in the first round, Marcelino had set his sights on a more ambitious season. Facing a supposedly weaker Espanyol side, he was confident his team would extend their winning streak. However, the necessary preparations still had to be made. Marcelino's office featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the lush green training pitches. In front of the window stood a 70-inch television, which Marcelino used exclusively for watching and analyzing match footage. He preferred to dissect opponents through video analysis, as it gave him greater confidence and assurance. The assistant coach had already loaded Espanyol's first-round match footage onto the television. He switched it on and remarked, "There's one player worth paying attention to in that match. Though he came on as a substitute, his performances in both attack and defense merit attention. I've already compiled his highlights." Oh, the assistant's comment piqued Marcelino's interest. He immediately said, "Cut together his match footage from last season as well." He was with the B team last season, the assistant coach said apologetically. "Find the B team footage will do." Well, he had very limited appearances for the B team, so we couldn't find any valuable footage. Upon hearing this explanation, Marcelino breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought some prodigious talent had emerged out of nowhere. Turns out he's just a lucky lad who had one good game. Let's set his video aside for now. I want to see Espanyol's most potent attacking player." Marcelino brushed it off hastily. The assistant coach wanted to voice a further reminder, but he opened his mouth and ultimately said nothing, for he felt that his boss had committed a cardinal sin for a football coach, placing excessive faith in his own instincts while overlooking crucial details. From the conclusion of the opening round to the preparations for the second, roughly a week had passed. During this time, Chun Liang had been training continuously with the first team. Ever since Chun Liang showcased his exceptional tackling skills in the previous round, head coach Sergio had been pairing him against the first team attackers in one-on-one defensive drills on the training ground. Standing before Chun Liang was Asensio on loan from Real Madrid. Chun Liang took a deep breath. Before him stood a quintessential Real Madrid youth product, one of the finest ball controllers in Espanyol's first team. Although he had some experience defending against La Liga players in the last match, it was only a handful of occasions. Chun Liang was still unsure just how effective his tackling truly was. And Asensio, standing opposite him, presented a perfect opportunity to test his defensive abilities. Chun Liang's expression gradually turned serious. Seeing the gravity on Chun Liang's face, Asensio also shed his condescending attitude, preparing to take this opponent seriously. Although he acknowledged some of Chun Liang's tackles from the last match were decent, he didn't believe Chun Liang could stop him. After all, he was a product of Real Madrid, and even Ancelotti had said he had a bright future. "Ready? I'm coming," Asensio said, placing his foot on the ball. Chun Liang nodded. "Here it comes." Asensio pushed the ball forward rapidly, closing the distance between them. Chun Liang swiftly lowered his center of gravity and moved in. He knew he couldn't afford to give Asensio too much space to dribble, or he'd be beaten in an instant. When Asensio was about 3 meters away, Chun Liang halted his advance and began retreating step by step, mirroring Asensio's movements. He couldn't afford to be too far away, as that would exert no pressure on Asensio, but he also couldn't get too close lest Asensio burst past him with sheer pace. Chun Liang was cautious. He didn't lunge in recklessly, but patiently bided his time for the right moment to strike, leaving Asensio unable to find a suitable opening. Yet Asensio was, after all, a Spanish player handpicked by Real Madrid, and possessing sublime technical skill was a hallmark of every Spanish player. He began attempting feints and body swerves, trying to deceive Chun Liang's balance. But Chun Liang's eyes remained locked onto the ball, completely unbothered by Asensio's deceptions. Quite composed, Asensio thought to himself, He then suddenly shifted the ball to his right, preparing to accelerate past his man. The watching teammates on the sidelines suddenly focused their attention. The critical moment had arrived. Thud. Asensio stumbled forward a few steps before barely regaining his balance. When he turned around, Chun Liang, who had thrown himself to the ground, had already swept the ball away. His own speed had been swift, yet this kid had still read him. Asensio asked, somewhat puzzled, "How did you guess I was going that way?" Chun Liang replied with a grin, "I guessed." Still unconvinced, Asensio retrieved another ball from the bag and said again. Asensio attempted his second breakthrough, no longer resorting to simple feints to deceive Chun Liang. Instead, he directly initiated physical contact. Asensio's unorthodox move put Chun Liang on high alert. He immediately lowered his center of gravity, pressing his hands against Asensio's waist to prevent him from turning. Now it was Chun Liang's turn to be puzzled. He pushed with all his might, yet the Asensio before him remained utterly immovable. At that moment, Asensio used his right foot to drag the ball, preparing for a spin move to get past Chun Liang. A jolt of surprise shot through Chun Liang's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and executed a sliding tackle. Thud. The ball was once again cleanly sent flying by Chun Liang's precise tackle. Asensio stood still, his face no longer showing shock, but a deep contemplative solemnity. Chun Liang had managed to dispossess the ball with pinpoint accuracy at the very instant of the turn, and with such cleanliness. In all his years playing football in Castillo, Asensio had never witnessed such a tackle. It was as if Chun Liang had anticipated Asensio's every next move. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Liang looked at his own hands, his expression equally grave. He had been training since the start of the season for such a long time, and yet he couldn't push Asensio back. Asensio wasn't even the strongest player on the team. He was a typical Spanish technical player. This was a considerable blow to Chun Liang as well. If he couldn't even hold his ground against Asensio's physique, how would he cope with the strong athletic players in La Liga? It seemed he needed to spend more time in the gym. Now both Chun Liang and Asensio stared at each other with grim determination. Again. Let's go. A week later at the Estadio de la Ceramica, the stage was set for the second round of the La Liga season. Villarreal, clad in their yellow home kit, were poised to host Espanyol, who arrived in their blue and white away strip. Countless Villarreal fans in the stands dressed in yellow belted out the team's anthem. Having won their opening match convincingly, everyone from the Yellow Submarine faithful to their coach was anticipating another resounding victory. However, not long after the match began, the fiery atmosphere in the stands began to cool imperceptibly. From the fans to the coaching staff of the Yellow Submarine, they realized that Espanyol was far from being the pushover that a typical relegation battling team might be. At times, Espanyol threatened Villarreal's goal with long balls from the back, a fact not lost on the spectators. Espanyol moved as a cohesive unit, their off-the-ball movement exceptionally well coordinated. Although Villarreal dominated possession, they created fewer clear-cut chances than the visitors managed on the counter. Thus time ticked by intense gripping fashion. On a nearby stand, an elderly Asian man in an expensive-looking gray trench coat stood out, drawing curious glances from the fans around him. His face betrayed a sense of anticipation. Given his attire, one would have expected him to be in a private box savoring a vintage wine while watching the game, rather than squeezed into the stands occasionally splattered by stray beer. This man was Chun Liang's father, Chinagua. He had deliberately chosen to sit among the away fans instead of a box, hoping to get a genuine feel for the club and gauge the fans' reactions to his son. Ever since Chun Liang's La Liga debut, Chinagua had developed a keen interest in his son's football matches. Today he had specifically skipped his routine financial report meeting to be here with one sole purpose: to witness his son's performance up close. On the substitutes bench, Chun Liang sat once again awaiting Sergio's call. Despite his decent performance in the last match, he hadn't fully earned Sergio's trust. Altering the team's starting lineup is not a decision made based on a single game. Canas, who had also come on as a substitute last game, patted Chun Liang on the shoulder and asked, "I think we'll get on in the second half." "It doesn't matter if I don't get on. Watching from here is quite comfortable too," Chun Liang said, leaning back in his seat with his hands clasped behind his head. "I wish I had your mindset." Canas clicked his tongue, about to say more, but Chun Liang nudged him, signaling to look at the pitch. Under pressure from Villarreal, Espanyol's midfielder Sanchez attempted to pass the ball back to his goalkeeper, but his nerves got the better of him and his pass was underhit. Villarreal's number 10, O Baptisto, seized the opportunity and nipped in to claim the ball. A cold sweat broke out on Sanchez's back. Aware of his grave mistake, he hurried towards Baptisto. But under immense pressure, he made a second error in his haste to win the ball back. He clumsily tripped Baptisto. The referee's whistle pierced the air, immediately pointing decisively to the penalty spot. Yeah, as Baptisto slotted home the penalty, the home fans erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Watching Baptisto sprint to the sideline with arms outstretched, followed by his teammates in celebration, Chun Liang clicked his tongue and remarked, "How can a seasoned player like Sanchez make such mistakes and twice in a row?" On the touchline, Marcelino was ecstatic, embracing his assistant coach. They had taken the lead in such an unexpected fashion. 1-0. Inside the box, Espanyol's goalkeeper Lopez exchanged a helpless look with Sanchez. Sanchez shook his head in self-reproach. If not for his blunder, the team wouldn't have conceded such a needless goal. Espanyol, playing away from home, now found themselves in a truly dire predicament. Sergio's face on the sideline darkened, clearly displeased with the goal conceded. After a few moments he clapped his hands and shouted, "It's okay, stay focused." Then turning to the substitutes he said, "Canis, you'll replace Sanchez for the second half. He's not having a good day." His gaze swept over Chun Liang as he added, "Shouldn't you start warming up at halftime too? When you get on, I don't want them to have an easy time keeping the ball. We'll concede the midfield, but I need you to disrupt and harass their midfielders to throw their rhythm into chaos." "Understood." Canis and Chun Liang immediately stood up to begin their warm-up, as if they couldn't wait for the halftime whistle to get their bodies ready and enter the fray. Inside the Zhaoling Sports Studio, through his round-rimmed glasses, Zhang Jun spotted Chun Liang warming up on the sidelines, and his interest was immediately piqued. Like countless fans, he had been eagerly awaiting this very moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see Chun Liang warming up on the touchline. The question on everyone's mind is whether head coach Sergio will bring him on for the second half. This marks only his second appearance in La Liga, a truly thrilling prospect. Let's hope Chun Liang can replicate the brilliance he displayed in the previous match. Furthermore, we also see Canis warming up on the sidelines. This could very well signal the end of Sanchez's night following his catastrophic blunder. As Zhang Jun provided his commentary, the second half commenced, and the renewed contest between the two sides was on the verge of igniting. Espanyol, far from content with their one-goal deficit, launched an immediate offensive against Villarreal from the opening whistle of the second half. As Chun Liang high-fived his teammates and sprinted onto the pitch, a murmur of discussion rippled through the Espanyol supporters in the stands. "I've been saying it all along. Sanchez should have been taken off. He's clearly not fit. He belongs on the bench, not in the starting 11. And what about that Asian player? I heard his father owns the club. But that's irrelevant as long as he can perform like he did last time." The fans in the stands continued to voice their opinions on the unfolding drama when suddenly a somewhat unexpected voice chimed in from behind them. His name is Chun Liang. Chinaigua found himself unwittingly drawn into the fans' conversation. He didn't reveal his identity, simply offering a brief introduction of his son. In the terraces of a European football stadium, one must leave all class distinctions behind. Here there is only one identity, that of a fan, a devoted supporter of the team. Haha, we know. He was great last match. If he scores today, I'll head to the club shop and buy his jersey. His father must be so proud right now. If I had a son playing in La Liga, I'd be the happiest man alive, haha. The Espanyol supporters showed no malice towards Chun Liang for being the owner's son, and they readily welcomed Chinaigua into their fold. "Here, give this gentleman a Catalan beer on me." A euro note was extended from the crowd, and a frothing glass of beer was promptly passed to Chinaigua. Sitting among the fans, Chinaigua was overcome with emotion. He took a long draught of the beer, his gaze fixed on the pitch. This feeling, it was absolutely exhilarating. On the pitch, the moment Chun Liang's foot touched the grass, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "You have proven your ability to compete in La Liga. Now it is time to score a golden goal and earn the adulation of the fans. Mission: score a goal. Reward Luka Modric's trademark outside of the boot passing technique." Context: during the 2018 World Cup semi-final between Croatia and England, Modric delivered a stunning outside of the boot long pass from midfield, finding Ivan Perisic in the box. Perisic's control and finish created a golden opportunity for Croatia. Stepping onto the pitch, Chun Liang fixed his gaze on the Villarreal goal. This task was undeniably more challenging than his previous ones, largely due to Villarreal's standout centre-back Eric Bailly, who was having an exceptional season. With his impressive athleticism and aggressive defending, Eric Bailly had repeatedly thwarted Espanyol's attacks. However, that was a concern for later. Having just entered the game, Chun Liang found few clear opportunities. He moved with the team's shape, occasionally spraying a pass, but mostly engaging in the unglamorous work of running and positioning. Having acclimatized somewhat to the pace of La Liga since his last appearance, Chun Liang could now execute accurate passes, even under pressure. This was also a testament to his steadily growing confidence. Sergio's decision to bring him on was twofold: to utilize Chun Liang's midfield interception abilities to disrupt Villarreal's passing rhythm, and to unleash his Marseille turn to create scoring opportunities. In the 72nd minute of the second half, Chun Liang finally got a promising chance. Villarreal's midfielder Trigueros saw Chun Liang receive the ball and lunged forward without hesitation. Just then, an assistant coach on the Villarreal bench leapt to his feet, shouting towards the pitch, "Don't commit. He'll do the Marseille turn." This assistant coach was the same man who had warned Marcelino in his office to be wary of Chun Liang. His previous warning had been ignored. Now, seeing Trigueros about to be deceived, he could no longer contain himself and yelled out the caution. But his warning came a fraction of a second too late. In the blink of an eye, Chun Liang dragged the ball back and spun past the bewildered Trigueros, leaving him rooted to the spot. Having shed his marker, Chun Liang wasted no time, immediately shifting the ball out wide to Asensio. Instead of remaining stationary after the pass, Chun Liang surged towards the box. He had a premonition that a golden opportunity was about to unfold. Asensio did not disappoint the Espanyol faithful. He cut inside, took a few touches, and then decisively unleashed a curling shot. The ball traced a wicked arc, threading its way through a maze of Villarreal defenders. Arreola, the Villarreal goalkeeper whose view was obstructed, could only react late, flinging himself through the air. Miraculously, his fingertips grazed the ball, deflecting it away. But before Villarreal fans could exhale, a blue and white figure appeared at the ball's landing point. Chun Liang. With no defender in sight, he faced the descending ball, raised his right leg, and with Areola sprawled on the ground, a look of despair on his face, Chun Liang struck the ball, with the laces of his boot connecting perfectly. Thwack! This time his shot was completely unhindered. From point-blank range the ball rocketed towards the goal with unstoppable force, leaving goalkeeper Areola with absolutely no time to react. Goal! Chun Liang scored his first professional career goal. Espanyol had equalized. Yes. Inside the stadium, thousands of traveling Spanish fans erupted into cathartic roars. The moment Asensio saw the ball hit the net, he sprinted towards Chun Liang and embraced him tightly. Great strike, Chun. What a shot. A perfect goal. Congratulations on your professional debut goal, Chun. Chun, I'm so proud of you. In the stands, the Espanyol fans near Chun Igua blew excited whistles to express their elation. Before Chun Liang stepped onto the pitch, Espanyol had been pinned back by Villarreal. For the fans, the match had hardly been thrilling, with long stretches of dull defensive play. But all of that changed the moment Chun Liang came on. He first executed a Marseille turn to elude his marker, then slotted home the rebound. This morale-boosting goal instantly ignited the passion of the away fans. Surrounded by his teammates, Chun Liang stood frozen in place until the referee's whistle blew and he pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal was valid, before the realization finally sank in. Even the Chinese fans, who had immense faith in Chun Liang, could hardly have imagined his first La Liga goal would come so swiftly. He scored in just his second appearance for Espanyol. Had anyone suggested such an outcome before the match, Chinese fans would have thought them deranged. Yet now this dreamlike moment was unfolding right before their eyes. My God, could there be hope for us? A Chinese fan in front of a screen clutched his head in disbelief, staring at the monitor with a groan. Goal! The young Chinese talent Chun Liang has leveled the score. Zhang Jun was momentarily stunned before shouting into the broadcast. After that initial cry, Zhang Jun took a deep breath and, mustering every ounce of his being, roared once more for Chun Liang goal. The Chinese fans, familiar with Zhang Jun's commentary style, were taken aback. Known for his passionate delivery, he had nonetheless shattered his own decibel limits for Chun Liang today. Gazing at the word goal flashing on the big screen, Chun Liang couldn't stop smiling, utterly enveloped by the sheer joy of scoring. This time, as the stadium announcer read out his name, Chun Liang heard another resounding cheer, with many Espanyol fans attempting his name in broken Mandarin. Chun Liang raised his arm high, his hand clenched into a fist, and pumped it a few times in salute to the fans in the away end. After Chun Liang's goal, Sergi, on the Espanyol bench, joined in the celebration. As the first-team manager, he had shouldered immense pressure by fielding a player who barely featured for the B team in 2 consecutive matches. Now Chun Liang had repaid his trust with every performance. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Well done, Chinese lad. You truly are a player I value. Sergi clapped his hands, muttering to himself. Beside him, assistant coach Freak embraced the other coaches. Though initially skeptical of Chun Liang's technical abilities, a goal was a goal, and that was always a good thing. After the goal celebration, Chun Liang trotted back to the center circle, waiting for the referee's whistle to restart the game, while the cheers from the away fans continued to ring in his ears. This feeling is incredible. This is what I love. This is the path I strive for. As the match resumed, Chun Liang's goal had undeniably boosted the morale of the Espanyol players. They were noticeably more aggressive in their challenges. Time ticked on to the 89th minute. The fourth official was already holding up the board for stoppage time. The ball found its way back to Chun Liang's feet, still on his own half. Everyone anticipated him driving forward with it. That was his initial intention, but he quickly realized his dribbling was too weak. The Villarreal player behind him was closing in fast. A few more steps, and he would surely be dispossessed. Chun Liang glanced up, then decisively struck the ball. All the fans watched with bated breath. Villarreal's goalkeeper Areola stood on his line. Was Chun Liang attempting a chip? Even if a chip were on target, the keeper would easily collect it. With a thud, the ball didn't arc high into the air. Instead, it skimmed rapidly across the turf. And outside of the boot pass. All eyes followed the ball as it rolled past Villarreal's midfield line, then slipped through the defensive line mere inches from their outstretched legs. And finally, Caicedo. Caicedo gasped, never expecting Chun Liang to actually deliver the ball to his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a few quick touches, then faced the charging Areola and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. His signature finish, one he would not miss even 100 times over. As Caicedo's shot arrowed towards the goal line, every Espanyol fan held their breath. It's in. It's in. An assist from Chun Liang. Espanyol snatches a last-gasp winner. Caught off guard by the late goal, Villarreal is left with a bitter pill to swallow. They've thrown on 2 strikers simultaneously. They're clearly going for broke. Zhang Jun was spot on. Villarreal was indeed in agony. They had dominated Espanyol for the entire match, utilizing every combination of wing play and central attacks, only to be undone by a brilliant outside-of-the-boot pass from Chun Liang that set up the winner. They were desperate to claw their way back. Sergi, watching from the sideline, saw exactly what Villarreal were planning. He decisively used his final substitution, shifting Espanyol into a 5-man defense, a 5-4-1 formation. The referee's whistle finally sounded for full time. Espanyol, the away side, had held on to their hard-fought victory, securing all 3 points with a 2-1 scoreline. Despite facing heavy doubts at the start of the season, they had clinched their second consecutive La Liga win. After exchanging pleasantries, the players headed back to the dressing room, while Sergi and Freak chatted on the touchline. Let's give the players the day off tomorrow. It'll do them good to relax. No problem, you're the boss. I'm with you. Sergi nodded, zipped up his training jacket, and hummed a Catalan tune as he walked into the tunnel amidst the home fans' jeers. Undoubtedly for the Espanyol players, this was a night of pure bliss. In the live stream, whose viewership had surged past the million-mark, comments scrolled by so fast they were impossible to read. Holy shit. In just 2 appearances he has a goal and an assist. Could it be that Chinese football actually has hope? Chun Liang is a beast. If you've got the guts, do it again. I'm buying his jersey right now. Meanwhile, on Villarreal's bench, the assistant coach, who had been shouting instructions moments ago, now leaned back in his seat, a look of helpless resignation on his face. Marcelino lowered his head, his heart heavy with regret. Had he only paid more attention to that Asian kid before the match, perhaps they wouldn't have been dealt such a crushing last-minute defeat. As the head coach, this was his responsibility. But when he subconsciously deemed it an unnecessary task, he was already teetering on the brink of failure. Today served as a stark warning. He let out a sigh and turned his gaze back to the pitch. Equalizing now seemed nearly impossible. Espanyol had retreated into a full defensive shell. If they could just hold on for these final minutes, the victory would be theirs. A club like Villarreal, when facing a relegation battling side like Espanyol, absolutely had to secure all 3 points. Otherwise, the media would unleash a torrent of criticism, thrusting Marcelino into the eye of the storm. Tweet, tweet, tweet. The referee finally blew the full-time whistle. The visiting Espanyol side had managed to cling to their hard-earned victory, securing all 3 points with a 2-1 scoreline. Despite facing immense skepticism at the start of the season, they had now clinched 2 consecutive La Liga victories. After exchanging pleasantries, the players headed to the locker room, while Sergio and Freck lingered on the touchline chatting. Let's give the players a day off tomorrow. They deserve a break. No problem, you're the manager. I support that. Sergio nodded, zipped up his training jacket, and hummed a Catalan tune as he walked into the tunnel amidst the jeers of the home fans. Undoubtedly tonight was a blissful one for the Espanyol players. For Marcelino, however, the night was far less pleasant. As the final whistle echoed, he saw the disappointment etched on the faces of countless Villarreal supporters. Gazing at their crestfallen expressions, he felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Such is the rule of the footballing world. Even if you performed brilliantly last match, failing to win a game you were expected to win breeds disappointment among the fans. Lose a couple more and another shock defeat could send you hurtling toward the abyss of dismissal. In a daze, Marcelino's thoughts drifted back to Chun Liang on the pitch. This player, seemingly unremarkable and barely on any scouting report, had altered the entire course of the match with just a few touches after coming off the bench. The pain and torment he was enduring were all because of Chun Liang. I've got my eye on you. See you next match. In his mind, the image of Chun Liang grew sharper. Marcelino had already begun plotting his revenge for their second encounter of the season. Back in the locker room, Sergio's gaze immediately locked onto Chun Liang as he entered. His mood was buoyant. Having won both of the first 2 games, he felt that the pressure of avoiding relegation might dissipate entirely in the first half of the season. Fernando, oh Fernando, you had such a gem in your B team and couldn't even spot it. No wonder you're stuck coaching the reserves. Sergio looked at Chun Liang, unable to conceal the admiration in his eyes any longer. Perhaps it was time to give Chun Liang more opportunities. Following the match, as per protocol, the visiting Espanyol players made their way over to the away section to thank the traveling supporters. This time, team captain Javi Lopez pushed the match winner to the front. As Chun Liang emerged, he was met with the most thunderous reception. Chun, we need you. Give me your jersey. Chun, I need your autograph. The fans shouted at Chun Liang. Chun was stood among the crowd, his identity unknown to those around him. He seemed to deliberately position himself at the back. Watching his son being so adored by the club's supporters, his eyes involuntarily welled up. Watching Chun Liang continuously take jerseys from fans to sign, Chun suddenly broke into a smile. That was his feeling at this moment, a mix of pride, excitement, and a touch of deep emotion. Chun Liang had no idea that his father Chun was a mere 100 meters away. But as he took the jerseys thrown by the fans, he silently hoped his father could see this moment. For both Chun Liang and Chun this moment had been a long time coming. Espanyol's victory over Villarreal didn't exactly send shockwaves through the turbulent waters of European football. Although 6 points from 2 games briefly propelled them into the Champions League spots outside of Espanyol's own fanbase, most people merely offered a passing comment before moving on. No one believed they could sustain a position in the Champions League zone, not even Espanyol's own supporters. Bookmakers had set odds of 1-0 for Espanyol to qualify for the Champions League next season. The very fact they dared to offer such odds was a testament to how improbable they deemed it. These betting companies employ the world's top actuaries, masters of numbers, who ensure the bookmakers rarely end up on the losing side. Yet after Espanyol's strong start, the bookmakers disclosed the total amount wagered on this particular market to the media. Few fans had placed bets on Espanyol making the Champions League. The total stake was a mere few tens of thousands of euros. This indicated that apart from a few Espanyol fans placing casual 5 or 10 euro bets, virtually no one was willing to put their money on this team. People had far more faith in another Catalan giant, Barcelona. In the world of football betting, where stakes often reach hundreds of millions, a few tens of thousands of euros barely caused a ripple. Only a handful of individuals acting on a whim had purchased a ticket for the fun of it. Beyond the media and fans, Spanish journalists even managed to track down a die-hard fan who had bet on Espanyol to reach the Champions League, eager to ask what had possessed him to make such a wager. Diario Sport is one of the most pro-Barcelona media outlets in Catalonia. The newspaper primarily focuses on Barcelona news, covering match results, player movements, and various club activities. Its reporting on the club is comprehensive and in-depth, often presented from a positive or favorable perspective, earning it a reputation as one of Barcelona's mouthpieces. The moment the betting data was released, they found an Espanyol fan who had wagered €300 is seemingly intent on using him to mock their neighbors. Toni Costa was one of tens of thousands of dock workers in Catalonia. As Spain's largest port, Barcelona port employed thousands of workers who toiled day and night. When Diario Sport first approached Toni at the port, he was genuinely astonished to be interviewed by the media. It was only when he stepped into the broadcaster's studio that he reluctantly accepted the reality of the situation. This live interview was specially arranged by Diario Sport. Through the broadcast, hundreds of thousands, even millions, could witness the event. The sole purpose was to dampen the morale of the RCD Espanyol team. Given the special affiliation of Diario Sport, it naturally attracted the largest gathering of Barcelona fans. Seizing the opportunity to mock their local rivals, no one was willing to miss out. I think this gentleman should think carefully about how to spend such a large sum of money after winning. Perhaps the stench of fish at the port has addled his brain. Instead of worrying about how to spend it, maybe he should go to the hospital to have his head checked first. A stream of mocking comments scrolled by, their meaning unmistakable. In truth, Toni Costa also regretted it. The €200 bet was merely a drunken wager with friends. In a moment of bravado, he had gambled away a week's wages, which led to a fierce argument with his wife. Staring at the camera in the studio, he felt a pang of remorse. He asked the host if he could cancel the lottery ticket. The answer was of course no, a prospect even less likely than Espanyol reaching the Champions League. The brief interview soon concluded. Toni Costa collected a fee backstage, which was precisely why he had come. Meanwhile, in the live stream, comments continued to mock Toni Costa relentlessly. Yet more than ridiculing him, they were aimed at sneering at the Espanyol team. Everyone believed that this was not where Espanyol belonged. After 2 consecutive victories, aside from a few astonished fans, the prevailing sentiment was mockery and laughter. Everyone hoped that after a few more rounds, Espanyol would quickly drop back down so they could raise a glass with friends and say, "See, I told you it was just luck." They might not even stay in La Liga this season. There was another reason for this consensus. Espanyol's next opponent was the Galaxy of Stars in La Liga, Real Madrid. On the afternoon of September 10, 2015, Sergio announced the 18-man squad directly after the pre-match press conference. Aside from those almost certain to be included, such as Asensio and Javi Lopez, the media were particularly interested in whether Chen Liang, who had recently earned playing time in the league, would make the squad. Among them were some Chinese media who had traveled a long distance. To be fair, Chen Liang's popularity in China was immense. As fans put it, it had been years since they had seen a Chinese player in the top 5 European leagues. As a Chinese fan, seeing a Chinese player take the field in a top-tier league and even have the chance to compete against giants like Barcelona and Real Madrid, it was hard not to be curious and intrigued. Even though Espanyol's official social media had already released Chen Liang's profile, Chinese fans were still unsatisfied. They yearned to see more from this somewhat unconventional talent. Thus, the media tried their best at the pre-match press conference to ask Sergio various questions about Chen Liang. Perhaps buoyed by the 2 consecutive wins, Sergio was in an exceptionally good mood. He spoke at length during the press conference. When asked about Chen Liang, he smiled faintly and deflected with only, "Let's see what happens." He fobbed off the reporters with such vague remarks. In fact, it was Chen Liang's own wish to avoid excessive media exposure. He had no desire to engage with the press prematurely, nor did he need marketing to earn more money. He had no need for additional wealth. What he truly craved was the pure joy of football itself. No matter how reporters probed, trying to extract information about Chen Liang's situation within the team, Sergio skillfully sidestepped the topics or offered ambiguous answers. Through systematic enhancement and your own efforts, you have finally gained a foothold in La Liga. Now strive for a starting position. New mission: enter the team's starting lineup. Reward: 30 training boost. Training attribute improvements will be doubled. The next day, during the routine pre-match pitch inspection, Sergio finally placed Chen Liang in the starting lineup group. Everyone understood what that meant. Chen Liang was about to make his first start. After the session, Sergio indeed held a thin sheet of paper. He scanned the players and said, "Here are the starters for tomorrow's match against Real Madrid." Hearing this, Chen Liang unconsciously clenched his fists. This was a decisive moment for him, a new beginning on his football journey. Sergio noticed the intense longing in Chen Liang's eyes. He made no attempt to hide his desire for a starting spot. Lowering his head, Sergio began reading the list of starters. Number 1, Pau Lopez, center backs number 22, Gonzalez, and number 15, Xiai. Number 29, Chen Liang. Upon hearing his name, Chen Liang showed no dramatic reaction. He merely tightened his already clenched fists a little more. Finally, in the starting lineup, forward Caicedo stepped over and patted Chen Liang on the shoulder. "Congratulations, bro. You deserve it. But don't get too excited. Tomorrow's match against Madrid is much tougher than training." Chen Liang had a favorable impression of the Ecuadorian striker and expressed his gratitude to Caicedo. Captain Javi Lopez also came over and patted Chun Liang. I'm sure your passing and tackling are still strong, huh? On the night of September 12th, at Espanyol's home ground, the Power 8 Stadium opened on August 2, 2009, with a cost of approximately €60 million and a capacity of 40,000 spectators, making it the 10th largest in Spain and the 3rd largest in Catalonia. The venue was packed to the brim. For Espanyol fans, this was a rare football festival of the year. At that moment, the Power 8 Stadium was overflowing with people. For Espanyol supporters, it was an unparalleled football celebration in the year. After warming up, both teams jogged back to the tunnel amid the cheers of the entire stadium, preparing for the final arrangements before kickoff. Chun Liang's unexpected inclusion in the starting lineup sent Chinese fans into a frenzy of joy. However, Spanish media still believed that Sergio's decision was overly risky. Although Chun Liang had performed admirably in the previous 2 rounds and appeared to be a player with considerable flair. But the opponent was Real Madrid. Was it too reckless to field a young player with almost no experience in top-tier matches as a midfielder in the starting lineup? Conventional wisdom dictated that Chun Liang should first be benched, given 20 to 30 minutes per match to acclimate to the rhythm of La Liga. Only after he grew familiar with the pace and pressure of the league would his performance be evaluated and a final decision made on his starting status. This is the customary developmental approach favored by most head coaches in world football for young players they hold in high regard. Prodigies like Wayne Rooney, who started in his Champions League debut and silenced all doubters with a stunning hat-trick, remain a rare breed in European football. Chun Liang's current performances appear promising and his development trajectory shows potential. Yet compared to a talent of Rooney's caliber, he still has a considerable gap to bridge. In contrast to the Spanish media, however, Espanyol fans were far more accepting of Chun Liang's starting role, especially when compared to their captain Javi Lopez, whose defensive commitment was waning along with his physical condition, and the erratic Victor Sanchez. Chun Liang was currently the standout performer among the midfielders. As for the media's doubts regarding his experience and ability to handle pressure, the Espanyol faithful, who had watched his 2 matches, could not care less. Their sole duty was to steadfastly support the players of their club. Whether he had enough experience was a concern for head coach Sergio to ponder. Amidst the thunderous roar erupting from the stadium, the Espanyol and Real Madrid players followed the officiating crew onto the pitch. Chun Liang, trailing behind his captain Javi Lopez, was captured in the broadcast for only a fleeting second or two. Ladies and gentlemen, I am certain your emotions mirror ours. A blend of tension and anticipation. You are watching the 3rd round of La Liga as Espanyol host Real Madrid at their home ground. Beyond the star-studded lineup of Real Madrid, this match holds another highlight. The name Chun Liang appears on Espanyol's starting list. Real Madrid's starting 11 sees little alteration. Keylor Navas continues in goal, with Sergio Ramos partnering Pepe at center-back and Marcelo and Dani Carvajal occupying the full-back positions. The midfield trio consists of Luka Modric, Isco, and Casemiro, while the front 3 is the familiar BBC combination: Gareth Bale, Karim Benzema, and Cristiano Ronaldo. In the Jean Lang Sports Live studio, Jean Jun's voice resonated once more, introducing the lineups to the viewers gathered before their screens. A flurry of bullet comments scrolled rapidly across the screen, a clear testament to the immense viewership this marquee clash had attracted. Real Madrid, the Galacticos, one of the most supported clubs in world football. Their formidable strength needed no introduction. Witnessing Chun Liang take the field against such a powerhouse was for Chinese fans the realization of a cherished dream. Here we go. Damn, he's starting. Liang is a beast. After his last performance, I can't think of anyone else who deserves this spot. Liang, can you deliver another goal and assist? If you do, I'll call you daddy. Just competing against a team of this caliber is already impressive. Let's go easy on him if he doesn't perform, folks. Within the live stream, the viewer count surged past 5 million and continued to climb. For China, often dubbed a football wasteland, this was an unequivocal feast of football. Back on the pitch, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Chun Liang was utterly focused, acutely aware that every passing minute was destined to become an unforgettable memory. Real Madrid's midfield circulation was exceptionally swift. They dictated a frenetic tempo, attempting to tear open Espanyol's defensive lines with rapid, incisive passing combinations. This was the first time Chun Liang had faced such an intense contest. The Galacticos lived up to their storied reputation. Every single player was a radiant jewel on the world football stage. Under this relentless pressure, Espanyol could only retreat deep into their own half, defending for dear life. Real Madrid, meanwhile, continuously probed for gaps and delivered threatening balls. Cristiano Ronaldo, then still considered one of the world's top 2 players, was particularly animated this day. Perhaps still stung by Barcelona's La Liga title triumph the previous season, this unyielding Portuguese star was determined to seize every available point from the very beginning of the campaign. In previous matches, Ronaldo rarely exerted himself with such frantic running from the outset, but today, he was electric. Bang! Isco delivered a piercing through ball to find Ronaldo's surging run. The latter executed a series of stepovers before cutting inside sharply into the penalty area, exuding immense confidence against the Espanyol defender. Once inside the box, Ronaldo abandoned the stepovers. Instead, he utilized a sudden change of pace to blow past Espanyol's fullback Alvaro and unleashed a powerful fluid strike. The entire sequence executed with seamless precision. Espanyol's goalkeeper Pau Lopez threw himself with every ounce of effort, yet he could not keep the ball out of the net. As the roar of the Madrid fans erupted, the scoreboard reflected 1-0. Real Madrid had taken the lead just as anticipated. Espanyol's entire defensive line appeared utterly helpless against the BBC front line, especially Ronaldo. He sprinted to the corner flag, unleashing his iconic celebration. Espanyol's forwards Gerard Moreno and Caicedo dejectedly placed the ball back at the center spot to restart play. Yet Real Madrid continued to dominate, using their overwhelming control to keep Espanyol's formation pinned back. Having adapted to the frantic pace, Espanyol attempted to launch a few counterattacks, but these resulted in little more than a handful of shots that posed no real threat to the Real Madrid goal. Unbeknownst to all, the match ticked past the 30-minute mark. The two sides were locked in a white-hot battle in the midfield, and the game began to open up, swinging from end to end. Gazing at the relentless waves of attacks from their opponents, the Espanyol players in their blue and white striped jerseys knew deep down they had to do something. We need to lift ourselves. We can't let them keep pushing us back. Captain Javi Lopez clapped his hands, trying to galvanize his teammates. Espanyol subsequently mounted a tentative foray towards the Real Madrid box. However, under the vigilant watch of Sergio Ramos, they found no clear-cut opportunities. When Caicedo received the ball in the area, Ramos shielded him off and poked the ball out for a corner kick. The referee pointed decisively to the corner flag. While a goal from a corner seemed unlikely for Espanyol, every supporter held their breath in nervous anticipation. Boom. Lopez swung in the corner, the ball rocketing towards the near post of Real Madrid's penalty area. However, it was swiftly cleared away by Sergio Ramos, who won the aerial duel. Witnessing this, Chun Liang sighed inwardly. Ramos was simply too formidable. The impact of a defender of his caliber on the pitch was undeniable. No matter how you delivered the ball into the box, he could always break it up. Letting out another sigh, Chun Liang pressed forward, his eyes tracking the ball as it tumbled through the air. On the pitch, Espanyol's Victor Sanchez dashed to the spot and brought the ball under his control. Inside the box, all the Espanyol players bided their time, waiting for a second phase opportunity, while Real Madrid stood firm, vigilant against another ball being sent into their area. Sanchez, take a shot. Pass it to me, Sanchez. A cacophony of voices flooded Sanchez's ears, muddling his thoughts. Just then he looked up and spotted Chun Liang, who had pressed up to the corner of the penalty area. Without a moment's hesitation, he offloaded the ball to Chun Liang. It was the safest option, as no Real Madrid player was marking him at that instant. Chun Liang received the ball, his peripheral vision scanning the central area. He nudged the ball forward, feigning a cross. Mark your man. Inside the box, Ramos roared instructions to his teammates, pointing at Chun Liang. Close him down, Carvajal. Carvajal didn't need a second thought. He charged towards Chun Liang, intent on blocking the pass. Before the match, Benitez had warned everyone that Chun Liang possessed a dangerous trivola pass, and they absolutely could not allow him to unleash it. He had to be stopped. That was the only thought running through Carvajal's mind. However, to the surprise of many Real Madrid players, Chun Liang had no intention of passing. He swiftly dragged the ball away, evading Carvajal's challenge. This move left the defenders in the box bewildered, and even Benitez, watching intently from the sidelines, was caught off guard. Images of Chun Liang's powerful strikes from the match footage flooded Benitez's mind. He immediately barked orders, quick, send another man. Don't let him shoot. Inside the area, Real Madrid's defensive anchor Ramos sensed the danger. He abandoned his marking assignment and sprinted towards Chun Liang. Chun Liang now stood at the edge of the D. Ramos knew with certainty that if he didn't intervene now, a shot was inevitable. At that very moment, Chun Liang lined up his sights on the Madrid goal, glancing at Keylor Navas before raising his right leg. Boom. His laces connected with the outside of the ball, sending it soaring from the turf, curling with spin and arcing viciously towards the Real Madrid goal. In truth, the power behind Chun Liang's strike wasn't overwhelmingly ferocious. Compared to his earlier thunderous finishes, a prime Navas would likely have saved it. But too many bodies stood in his way, not just Espanyol attackers, but also his own defenders. By the time he glimpsed the ball through the chaos, it was already too late to make the save. A crisp sound of the net rippling echoed through the stadium. The Real Madrid faithful fell into a stunned silence, a quiet that was quickly shattered by the eruption of joy from the Espanyol supporters. Yeah. Amidst the deafening roar, Chun Liang sprinted towards the touchline, with arms wide open. At that moment in the stands, Chun Igua could no longer contain his excitement. His face flushed with emotion, he shouted with unrestrained passion alongside the Espanyol fans around him. Chun, what a goal! Chun, I love you. Excited Espanyol supporters reached out, desperate to touch their hero. Before Chun Liang could react, he was swarmed by his overjoyed teammates, pulled back into the fray and engulfed in a group celebration of the goal. On the sideline, Sergio cast a glance at Benitez, whose expression had soured. He wondered what the newly appointed Real Madrid boss was thinking as he watched his Galacticos being pegged back by a team fighting for survival. A worldie. If Chun Liang's previous goal was a tap-in, this one is an undisputed screamer. Jean Jun was also buzzing with excitement, continuing his passionate commentary. Facing a rampant Real Madrid, Chun Liang unleashes a stunning trivola strike. Who can possibly handle that? The score is now 1-1. Espanyol have pulled one back. Despite being a relegation battling side, they've shown incredible resilience against the mighty Galacticos. In the live stream chat, a barrage of letters filled the screen as countless Chinese fans witnessed this magnificent goal in real time. Holy damn, that's not Leon Go, that's my god. Absolutely insane. This is off the charts. Damn, I dreamed Leon Go played last night, and today he not only plays, but scores. On the pitch, the Real Madrid players stood frozen, staring at the celebrating Chun Liang in the distance, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. All the Madrid players looked at the name on the back of Chun Liang's shirt, and a single unanimous question echoed in their minds. Who the hell is this guy? Having their goal breached by an unknown, even away from home, left a bitter taste in the mouths of many Real Madrid players. They were part of the Galacticos, a name that carried pride and prestige on the field. But in that moment, it all felt diminished by Chun Liang's goal. Cristiano Ronaldo raised his hands in frustration, looking to voice his discontent to a teammate. But the words died in his throat, and he simply shook his head and walked back towards the center circle. After all, the goal wasn't really anyone's fault. All right, let's snap out of it. We're going to win this match. Navas clapped his hands, trying to rally his teammates. On the touchline, Benitez, having witnessed the goal, jotted something down in his small notebook. He paced along the sideline for a few steps before returning to his seat on the bench. A truly beautiful goal, but the game is still on, isn't it? Benitez remarked with a wry smile to his assistant coach. Having just arrived at the Bernabeu, Benitez had immense faith in his dream squad. So what if Espanyol had equalized? Ronaldo, Bale, or any other player on the pitch would surely find a way to restore the lead. After all, that was the unwavering confidence that came with being the manager of Real Madrid. Victor Sanchez, Javier Lopez, and Chun Liang. Benitez stood on the sideline, his gaze fixed intently on Espanyol's midfield trio. This combination of three players had left the entire Real Madrid trio profoundly impressed. For some inexplicable reason, Sanchez in this match no longer made careless errors as he had before, while Javier Lopez calmly orchestrated play from the back. Particularly notable was the Asian player. He had the fewest opportunities to shine, yet he was the one who could seal the deal with a single strike. A truly remarkable trio. Benitez stroked his chin. Real Madrid lacked precisely such a simple, yet match-deciding midfielder this season. If he could integrate him into training for a few months, the team's attacking flow in midfield and up front would undoubtedly become smoother. Watching Chun Liang's relentless running on the pitch, Benitez felt he had discovered the key to continuing his rivalry with Barcelona. If he could secure Chun Liang's transfer, he would need just 2 seasons, no 1 season. In a single season, once Chun Liang was fully integrated, he could restore La Liga and Europe to the era of Real Madrid's dominance. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Chun Liang was completely unaware of the high expectations the opposing Real Madrid manager held for him. Had he possessed the power of mind reading, he would probably be bouncing with excitement on the field right now. After all, it was Real Madrid. How many players in the world could refuse such an offer? Unless, of course, you were a Barcelona player. On the contrary, Chun Liang's current goal was remarkably pragmatic: to perform well in this match and secure a regular starting spot for Espanyol. As for joining Real Madrid, such thoughts were far beyond his wildest dreams. A victory for Espanyol would be the best possible outcome for him. Even a draw would satisfy him greatly. Even though Chun Liang's expectations for this match were exceedingly low, and even the entire Espanyol team would be content with a single point, Real Madrid could not fathom such a scenario. After all, Barcelona had stolen the spotlight last season. In other words, if Real Madrid couldn't even defeat a relegation-threatened team, then not only would the fans be furious, but the club's own stars would find it hard to forgive their performance. Therefore, as a player for a relegation-threatened team, Chun Liang felt no pressure whatsoever. He had no reason to be anxious about the result, since losing would not be a disgrace for him. Meanwhile, his captain Javier Lopez, positioned deeper on the field, provided immense support to Chun Liang. He was well aware that Chun Liang's ball control might not impress Real Madrid's players, so he rarely passed the ball to him. Instead, he first called Sanchez back to provide additional passing options from the back, and secondly, he instructed Chun Liang to drop deeper and assist with defensive duties after scoring. It must be said Javier Lopez's experience was considerably richer than that of a La Liga rookie like Chun Liang. Sergio watched Chun Liang's figure on the pitch. His performance remained steady after the goal. Aside from that strike, there was nothing else particularly outstanding, but also no low-level errors born of nervousness. Sergio was quite satisfied with this state. His trust in Chun Liang was not blind. The Spanish media had suggested Chun Liang would be nervous in a match against Real Madrid, a scenario Sergio had certainly considered. His backup plan was simple: if Chun Liang performed terribly, he would have him drop back, forming a trio of defensive midfielders to solidify the defense. After all, Chun Liang had shown flashes of brilliance in tackling and interceptions. And if his performance continued to deteriorate, then substitutes like Canizares and others on the bench would start warming up. As it stood, however, the substitution plan was entirely overthinking it. Chun Liang's performance was flawless, and everyone was thoroughly pleased with him. As the match progressed, Javier Lopez gradually had Chun Liang drop deeper. He began dedicating more energy to orchestrating passes from the midfield and backline while launching attacks with long balls. With his wealth of experience, Javier Lopez knew that Chun Liang's goal had contained an element of luck. Keeping Chun Liang up front would not only deprive him of possession, but also risk exposing the team to counterattacks through risky passes. Rather than that, it was wiser to have him drop back and solidify the defense. While long ball attacks had a lower success rate, they at least maintained the defensive shape and avoided creating gaps through intricate passing. After a brief adjustment following the conceded goal, Real Madrid regained control of the match's tempo. Their players began launching attacks with effortless composure, sending wave after wave of offense crashing towards Espanyol's penalty area. Boom. Modric split Espanyol's defense with a diagonal long pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, lurking in the box, overpowered two defenders as he leaped high and headed the ball into the side of the net. Espanyol's goalkeeper Pau Lopez barely caught a glimpse of the ball before watching Ronaldo dash to the corner flag and unleash his iconic celebration. The cheers of the Real Madrid fans erupted once more, rising and falling in tandem with the Espanyol supporters. 2-1. Real Madrid had regained the lead and carried that advantage into halftime. The Espanyol players, however, felt a profound helplessness in the face of such goals. It wasn't that they had lost all morale, but rather they keenly sensed the chasm that separated them from a top-tier team. This tactical and technical disparity was not something 1 or 2 goals could bridge. When the second half commenced, Real Madrid continued to dominate Espanyol with their superior skill. Ronaldo even completed a hat-trick in the 72nd minute of the second half, and Benzema added a tap-in from the edge of the 6-yard box, turning the match into a rout. Despite the team trailing by a significant margin, Sergio on the sidelines didn't appear overly dejected. He was fully cognizant of the chasm-like gap between the two sides. Witnessing the fragile defense, a new idea began to germinate in his mind. Confronted with Real Madrid's formidable attacking line, perhaps it was time to reconstruct the team's defense, which had already exposed major vulnerabilities. If left unaddressed, other coaches in the upcoming league matches would undoubtedly scrutinize the match footage, repeatedly exposing Espanyol's weaknesses. Can drop back a bit. 3 defensive midfielders focus more on defense. The outcome of this match was already beyond doubt. Having witnessed Chun Liang's attacking promise, Sergio was curious to see how he would fare defensively against the Galacticos' star-studded offense. Thus, Javier Lopez Sanchez and Chun Liang formed a formidable defensive wall in midfield. With Chun Liang dropping back, Sanchez, who possessed the stamina to cover the entire pitch, was fully unleashed. His ball carrying and passing were not top tier, but his physical endurance was extraordinary. He was truly omnipresent in midfield. While his passing might have been a bit rough, it didn't matter. The plan was to have the more technically gifted Asensio play further ahead next match. A workhorse midfielder wasn't needed to break down defenses. On the defensive end, Sanchez's sweeping coverage effectively slowed down Real Madrid's counterattacks, and that was more than sufficient. After Sanchez completed his sweeping coverage duties, any attacking players who slipped through would be dealt with by Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez. Sanchez acted as the first line of defense in Espanyol's midfield. It was ideal if he could intercept the opponent immediately, but it wasn't a disaster if he couldn't. Behind him, Chun Liang could use his robust tackles to cover for any gaps, while Xavi Lopez also possessed decent interception ability, though his recovery pace was a bit slow. However, in Sergio's tactical blueprint, Chun Liang could perfectly compensate for this weakness. After the adjustment, Espanyol indeed managed to prevent Modric or Isco from delivering many quality passes in midfield. Chun Liang in particular executed 2 consecutive tackles within 10 minutes, nearly breaking Modric's spirit. Being young and fearless, his defensive performance was bolstered by his tackling skill, making him incredibly resolute. Modric, however, was deeply wary. Chun Liang's no-nonsense tackling style nearly pushed him over the edge, and instinctively recoiling, he began to reduce the frequency of his forward passes. After all, Real Madrid was already leading by a significant margin, so scoring one more goal mattered little. There was no need to risk injury for the sake of an extra goal. It must be said Sanchez had earned his place as a starter in Espanyol's midfield. His stamina was remarkable. Throughout the second half, he was constantly interjecting and sweeping, showing no visible signs of fatigue. When Real Madrid's tridente midfield pushed the ball forward, they would inevitably find Sanchez clinging to them like a stubborn plaster, and their faces would immediately twist in annoyance. While he lacked Casemiro's tackling success rate, he was exceptionally adept at disrupting and harassing. No matter where you carried the ball, he would charge over to make his presence known, a tactic that would fray anyone's nerves. Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez, on the other hand, refrained from rashly pressing forward to challenge for the ball. Following Sergio's instructions, they stayed disciplined within their defensive zone 30 meters from goal, providing cover and protecting the flanks. Real Madrid's BBC front 3 passed the ball back and forth in front of Espanyol's penalty area, but struggled to find a way through. Even when Modric managed to evade Sanchez's interference, he would soon find Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez looming in front of him after advancing a few meters. As for stretching the play through the wings, although Espanyol's fullbacks couldn't contain the BBC, Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez provided crucial support to the side flanks. Despite trailing by 3 goals, Sergio was relatively satisfied with his team's defensive performance. Conversely, Benitez, who was leading by 3, was far from pleased. The tightness of Espanyol's midfield defense had far exceeded his expectations. While he had this match firmly in hand, he couldn't help but wonder if his next opponent would simply copy Espanyol's midfield defensive strategy. The sheer breadth of their coverage and vertical protection left Real Madrid's players momentarily bereft of ideas. Furthermore, with a 3-goal lead, they saw no reason to risk injury by exerting themselves excessively. Just as the Real Madrid players and their coach Benitez were momentarily distracted, Sanchez pounced, and dispossessed them of the ball. Sanchez won the ball by seizing the moment when Case Moreau was shaking off Chun Liang, stripping it from behind. Case Moreau let out a yell and tumbled to the ground, but the referee remained unmoved. A magnificent tackle. Sanchez delivers the ball to Xavi Lopez. Without even lifting his head, Xavi Lopez launched a long pass forward towards Moreno. However, Pepe was quicker, heading the ball clear. Just as the Espanyol fans thought the attack was over, Chun Liang suddenly appeared at the landing point. He initially intended to control the ball, but a peripheral glance revealed Modric closing in on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he volleyed the ball with the outside of his boot. It was a swift, precise, and perfectly executed outside of the foot pass. The pass instantly found Caicedo, who was surging forward in 3 meters of open space ahead of him. The weight of the pass was perfect, allowing Caicedo to sprint onto it at full tilt. Simultaneously, Caicedo's strike partner intelligently made a run, dragging a Real Madrid defender away and giving Caicedo more options. At that moment, Sanchez, who had just made the tackle in his own half, was also sprinting forward with incredible energy. His stamina was truly impressive, as he still had the lungs to charge 30 or 40 meters to support the attack. Espanyol launched a lightning-fast counterattack, sending a shiver down the spines of the home fans watching. Facing Ramos, Caicedo didn't hesitate, fully aware of Ramos's formidable one-on-one defensive prowess. He swept the ball towards the center with the laces of his boot. Moreno was eager to poke the ball into the net at the near post, but Pepe was quicker, sliding in to poke the ball away with the tip of his boot. The ball fell loose near the penalty spot, and with no one marking him, the arriving Sanchez was not about to miss this gift presented on a silver platter. He held his breath, steadied himself, and used the inside of his foot to guide a delicate shot towards the bottom corner. Despite Navas's desperate dive, the ball slipped agonizingly under his arm and rolled into the net. It was a flawless counterattack, there was no denying it. Benitez and his assistant stood frozen in disbelief, a stark contrast to the jubilant Espanyol bench nearby. One might have thought it was Espanyol who were leading. For the Espanyol faithful, scoring 2 goals against Real Madrid at home was already an acceptable outcome. Sanchez's goal ignited a flicker of hope in coach Sergio on the sidelines. He gestured to his players and shouted, "Keep playing like this. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter." Assistant coach Frick, celebrating on the touchline, also waved his arms, signaling the players to seize the final opportunity and give it their all. Sanchez, having scored, was well aware that the goal was largely thanks to Chun Liang's efforts. But with time running out, he simply exchanged a high five with Chun Liang before sprinting back towards the center circle with the ball. "Come on, let's give it everything we've got." Sanchez's goal had ignited Espanyol's fighting spirit. Captain Xavi Lopez gestured broadly, urging his teammates on. As the match entered the 87th minute, Espanyol, facing the Galacticos, had showcased an unyielding spirit, a fearless determination to take on any formidable opponent. Time continued to tick away, and Real Madrid's midfielders dared not be complacent any longer, their lead now reduced to just 2 goals. Xavi Lopez once again delivered a long pass to forward Moreno. This time, however, Moreno didn't receive it centrally. He had drifted wide, unable to find any advantage in his physical battles against Pepe and Ramos. So he decided to evade them entirely and try his luck out on the flank. And his gamble paid off. Controlling Xavi Lopez's diagonal long pass on the edge of the penalty area, he elegantly took the ball past the defensively vulnerable Marcelo in one fluid motion. Marcelo, having been beaten, panicked and recklessly lunged into a sliding tackle. But the moment he hit the ground, he regretted it, for he saw Moreno already stepping into the penalty area. A long whistle from the referee pierced the air as Moreno tumbled to the turf. Penalty. Espanyol had earned a spot kick. Real Madrid's fans were visibly rattled, many rising from their seats and raining down boos to pressure the referee. Such protests were futile, of course. In this footballing era before VAR, the referees, I was the ultimate law. Moreno, the man who won the penalty, naturally claimed the ball, tamping down the turf at the spot. Then at the referee's signal, he took his run up and calmly slotted the ball home. 4-3. Espanyol were piling the pressure on Real Madrid. Espanyol supporters erupted once more, some even shedding tears of pure joy. Facing the newly launched Galacticos of Real Madrid, fans of a relegation battling side could scarcely have dreamed of a better outcome. They witnessed a brand new Espanyol, a team brimming with promise. Moreno, foregoing any elaborate celebration, scooped up the ball and sprinted to the center circle, urging the Real Madrid players to restart the game quickly. At that moment, the Real Madrid players were at a loss, their minds clouded with bewilderment. They discovered that even they, the seemingly invincible, could feel fear. Fear of making mistakes, fear of conceding. This anxious tension was an emotion they typically reserved for the Champions League final. Yet now, against a relegation candidate, that fear had crept in. Espanyol's players, like soldiers with bloodshot eyes, charged at their Real Madrid counterparts the moment the ball was back in play. The football may not have been beautiful, and they were still behind on the scoreboard, but even the most critical Espanyol supporter could only feel hope and forgiveness for this vibrant, spirited team. When the referee's final whistle blew, the Espanyol faithful lavished their team with a thunderous ovation. Espanyol's players eyed the Madrid goal with a hint of regret, their defenders ruining the concession. Had they conceded one less, they might have snatched a point from the Giants. Across the pitch, the Madrid players breathed a collective sigh of relief, yet found no joy in the victory. This was not a Real Madrid way to win. Madrid were supposed to dismantle opponents with a flurry of goals, killing the contest long before the final whistle. Had Espanyol been given another 20 minutes, the outcome was too dreadful to contemplate. Still, they were in the end the victors. And there's the final whistle. We saw Real Madrid ultimately take all 3 points from Espanyol's home ground, but their victory was far from comfortable. I'm certain no Real Madrid player will be satisfied with their performance today. Congratulations to them on the win, and our congratulations also go to Espanyol, particularly the young Chinese talent Chen Liang, who once again treated us to a thrilling football spectacle with his goal. This is a resilient team, a band of warriors brimming with fighting spirit. Their start to this season has certainly surprised many, given that they were tipped as one of the favorites for relegation before the campaign began. Chen Liang has proven his worth with outstanding displays. Clearly, with the La Liga season just kicking off, there is so much more to come from him. Let's all look forward to his future performances. Well, dear viewers, that concludes our broadcast for today. Tune in next week to Xiaoling Sports Live for more of Chen Liang's exploits. Goodbye. Zhang Jun delivered his final sign-off. As the director signaled the end of the broadcast, he removed his headset and let out a long sigh. Having watched countless matches, he could clearly sense the extraordinary quality of this one. The contest had never lost its edge. Espanyol had kept the suspense alive until the very end. A flicker of excitement passed through Zhang Jun's eyes. Stripped of his commentator's role, he was just another Chinese fan secretly eager to see what Chen Liang would do next week. On the touchline, Sergio walked over and exchanged a brief handshake with Benitez. Congratulations, Sergio said politely, extending his hand. You played well too. Looking forward to our next encounter, Benitez replied, curtly, still shaken by the events of the match. Players gradually made their way towards the tunnel, with many Espanyol and Real Madrid players exchanging pleasantries along the way. Chen Liang felt exhausted, having played the full 90 minutes of such an intense fixture for the first time. As he prepared to head back for a well-deserved rest, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. Casemiro, one of the future pillars of Real Madrid's legendary midfield trio, approached him. That was a brilliant goal. I believe you're destined for bigger stages. How about we swap jerseys as a memento? Casemiro said with a smile, already pulling his own shirt over his head. No problem. Chen Liang nodded, then took off his jersey and handed it to Casemiro. I hope we get the chance to face each other again. Haha, I look forward to it too. See you next time. Casemiro took Chen Liang's shirt, waved, and parted ways. On the sidelines, the Espanyol supporters were still celebrating, jumping and dancing in the stands like victors. Some had even stripped off their shirts, waving them wildly in the air. For them, pushing Real Madrid to such a limit was beyond their wildest expectations. One could argue Espanyol lacked the individual quality, but every fan could see their players had given their absolute all for the cause. With such a result, such an effort, what more could they possibly ask for? In stark contrast to the home fans, the Real Madrid supporters were far from pleased. They were highly critical of manager Benitez, with some already pining for the return of Ancelotti. Benitez out. We want Ancelotti. Benitez, get out of the Bernabeu. With performances like this, you don't deserve the Real Madrid job. Stubborn Benitez, we never want to see you again. Indeed, despite the win, managing Real Madrid is a job fraught with immense pressure. No one can rest on their laurels, for you are expected not just to win, but to win with style and flair. And so the showdown with Real Madrid came to an end. Though Espanyol had lost their first match of the new season, Diario Deportivo no longer dared to mock their neighbors, for their performance was beyond reproach. For the players of Espanyol, this was also a trial they had to face. The team's strength was inherently meager, and securing 2 victories at the start of the season had already exceeded their expectations. No one could dare to hope for a string of consecutive wins. That was an impossibility, and no one had ever harbored such hopes. Nevertheless, head coach Sergio was quite satisfied with the spirit and tenacity his team had displayed. On the bus ride back, he looked at his slightly disappointed players, clapped his hands, and said, "All right, we did great. I want you all to remember this feeling of defeat and train hard when we get back. A single loss is no big deal. We must keep our focus on ourselves. I know some of you might have been affected by the media lately, but ask yourselves, did you give your absolute focus to the match? If you did, then there's nothing to regret. On the pitch, there is destined to be only one victor, but victory only defines the measure of one's strength. It doesn't define our failure. What's more exciting is the multitude of possibilities we've glimpsed for the future. Setting aside the defensive lapses, we truly demonstrated today that we can stand toe-to-toe with any team. What I mean to say is, even if the result wasn't what we hoped for, we let no one down, not even ourselves." With that, Sergio returned to his seat. The expressions on the players' faces shifted subtly, and the thoughts within each of them began to change. If the previous 2-match winning streak had brought them joy and delight, then this defeat brought them a deeper sense of reflection. The 4-3 scoreline told them that if they pulled together as one cohesive unit, they truly had a chance to contend with the Giants. A fierce fighting spirit began to blaze within many of the players as they looked forward to future clashes with their city rivals Barcelona and powerhouses like Atletico Madrid. The next day, reports on this match began to circulate across European football. This thrilling encounter between Espanyol and Real Madrid seemed to have captured even more attention. On one hand, Espanyol had indeed shown a courage that made Real Madrid hesitant. On the other hand, the media began to speculate about the impending crisis for Real Madrid's coach Benitez. Coach Sergio gave the players a day off, but Chen Liang did not rest. He postponed his break until the afternoon, spending the entire morning on the training pitch honing his shooting. The reason was simple: he wanted to become stronger. Undeniably, on the training ground, he once again felt the power of the system. With the training boost buff of 30, Chun Liang could clearly perceive the enhanced effectiveness of his practice sessions. For instance, after these scoring drills and extra shooting practice, his shooting attribute grew faster than before. In less than a month, it had skyrocketed from 53 to 61, a truly astonishing rate of progress. After training, Chun Liang went home and took a long, refreshing shower. The afternoon was his time to rest. Lying on his bed, he picked up his phone and began to browse the internet. He had a little-known account on social media devoid of any personal information named Liang Liang, his childhood nickname. Chun Liang was aware that he might be drawing considerable attention right now, but he wasn't ready to step into the spotlight just yet. On one hand, he needed more time to improve himself and had little time for media engagements. On the other, he cared little for commercial deals or self-promotion. He simply wasn't short on money. Initially, the comments he saw on social media were from Espanyol fans and domestic supporters back home, mostly celebrating the team's performance or praising his goals. But as he scrolled further, some less favorable remarks came into view. "I said it long ago, they're just a flash in the pan. See, I thought they might hold out for a few more rounds, but they're already losing. The score was close, but a loss is a loss. Those 2 extra goals were just Real Madrid going easy on them. Against a team like that, Espanyol never stood a chance. They're in 4th place now. Go check my earlier comments. I predicted they'd slide down the table. The relegation zone is where they belong." In truth, having some dissenting voices on the internet is quite normal. Many people probably hadn't even watched the match, merely skimming a highlight reel before posting their comments or simply reacting to the final score on social media. This was unavoidable. After all, many had told their friends before the season that they'd consider it a success if Espanyol just avoided relegation. They were reluctant to see Espanyol perform well, because it would mean they were short-sighted, that they didn't understand football. No fan wants to admit they don't understand football, so upon seeing Espanyol lose to Real Madrid, they breathed a sigh of relief and left such comments online. But Chun Liang couldn't accept it. He felt the hard-won nature of this score more than anyone. It was a scoreline forged by the sheer effort of him and his teammates. He clenched his phone tightly, then began to type a response on his account. "Didn't you see Espanyol's 3 goals? If Real Madrid were really going easy, how could Espanyol have scored 3? You don't believe in this team? That's fine, they'll prove you wrong with their performances." On social media, the ID, Liang Liang, quickly became active, engaging in heated debates with numerous netizens. "How, you're quite the loyal lapdog for Espanyol. It's not like you're one of their players. How would you know they'll prove me wrong? So what if they scored 3 goals? They still lost." Chun Liang looked at these replies, took a deep breath, and turned off his phone. He suddenly realized there was no point in debating these people. To silence them completely, all he needed to do was keep winning points in the upcoming matches. Prove everything with an unbroken string of victories. That is the true currency of competitive sports, and the most powerful form of retaliation. With that thought, Chun Liang tossed his phone aside and began to contemplate the next day's training plan. Ever since the system's enhancement, his training time had become incredibly precious. He had to utilize every second, refusing to let down those who believed in him. After the clash with Real Madrid, many Espanyol supporters were buzzing with excitement. Why were they so thrilled? The reason was quite simple. They had a vague sense that the Asian player donning the number 28 jersey bore a striking resemblance to their legendary former captain Hannock, especially his clean, decisive tackles in midfield and those mesmerizing outswinging passes. Thus, after the match concluded, as Chun Liang finished his break and walked towards the training ground with a backpack slung over his shoulder, a dozen or so Espanyol fans suddenly rushed out. They excitedly clutched their cameras, eager to get his autograph and a photo. The sudden swarm of people startled Chun Liang. Just then, a car pulled up at the base's entrance and honked twice. Seizing the moment while the fans were distracted, Chun Liang slipped directly into the vehicle. "What's going on? These fans are absolutely insane," Chun Liang said, still shaken, as he watched the fans continue to tap on the windows. Captain Javi Lopez, sitting in the driver's seat, burst into laughter. "Haha, Chun, you need to get used to this. You're already a household name in this city." Back in the locker room, Chun Liang looked at his teammates changing their kits. Caicedo spotted him and yelled, Well, who do we have here?" "Oh, it's the man who scored with that outrageous outside foot shot past Real Madrid's goal." Chun Liang rolled his eyes, finding Caicedo's theatrics rather exaggerated. Sanchez came over with a smile and patted Chun Liang on the shoulder. "Chun, the entire Spanish media is talking about you. I have to say your performance against Real Madrid was truly exceptional." Chun Liang shook his head. "And if I mess up one day, they'll tear me apart in print. That's the media for you, they write what people want to read." Sanchez winked. "Well, they're calling you Espanyol's shining news star." Chun Liang opened his locker, pulled out his training jersey, and said, "There are many rising stars in world football, but very few make it to the very top. So I don't put much stock in that." Having said that, he changed and headed straight for the door. "Hey bro, where are you off to?" "To warm up. Training hasn't started yet." "My training has already begun." Chun Liang's voice echoed down the corridor. Stepping onto the training pitch, Chun Liang jogged lightly to warm up his mind, drifting back to the match against Real Madrid. He knew he still had some minor issues in that game, even if they were masked by his goal. Regardless, they were problems that needed to be addressed. Take the last match, for instance. His deficiency in dribbling was exposed. Of course, his flashy outside foot shot had conveniently overshadowed that weakness. He could get away with it for a game or two, exploiting the element of surprise. But as the season progressed, more and more scouts would be analyzing his match footage. Eventually, his dribbling inadequacy would be laid bare. Dribbling for a footballer is far more than just carrying the ball forward. There are countless ways to do it. You can beat a man with a change of pace, or you can simply power past them with sheer speed. But what approach should Chen Liang take? His Marseille turn was currently top-notch thanks to the skill boost, but opponents would eventually figure it out. As he pondered this, the image of Ronaldo performing stepovers in the last match flashed in his mind. The stepover simple in motion, yet incredibly difficult to predict. It seemed like a decent move to add to his arsenal. Just then he looked up and saw Sanchez walking onto the training ground. "Come on, Sanchez, try and defend against me," Chen Liang said, pulling Sanchez over. Sanchez quickly understood what Chen Liang had in mind. He grabbed a ball from the bag and passed it to him, then said, "No problem. Defense is my specialty too. Let's give it a go." Chen Liang nodded, his eyes fixed on Sanchez, who had already lowered his center of gravity. He nudged the ball forward and charged at Sanchez, closing the distance between them rapidly. Thud! As Chen Liang approached with the ball, just as the gap narrowed to about a meter, Sanchez lunged in with his foot. Before Chen Liang could even attempt a step over, he poked the ball away. Chen Liang's foot clipped Sanchez, and he stumbled, nearly falling. "You're too close to execute the step over in time. Try from further out." Again, Sanchez pulled out another ball and passed it to Chen Liang. Chen Liang picked it up again, this time slowing his advance. He carefully managed the distance between them, then faced Sanchez and began his stepovers once more. Thud! Another successful tackle. "Your pace is too slow. I had all the time in the world to nick it." Again, thud. "That time your feet were quick, but your body weight wasn't following through." Again, thud. "That was better, but you didn't fool me with your body feint." Again, and so it went. Chen Liang was dispossessed time and time again by Sanchez's relentless defending. His stumbling figure was a somewhat sorry sight. "Your stepovers are too predictable, like they're pre-programmed. There's no variation. At this rate, even Sergio could take the ball off you." Again, Chen Liang nodded, beads of sweat now forming on his forehead. Then he charged at Sanchez with the ball once more. A week passed. Beyond regular training, Chen Liang frequently dragged Sanchez to the pitch for extra dribbling practice. Every day after training, they would work on his close control and beating a man. On September 20th, Espanyol faced Real Sociedad away. Compared to their previous opponents, Real Madrid facing La Real was generally a more relaxed affair for the Espanyol squad. Chen Liang's goal against Real Madrid had earned him the trust of coach Sergio. He once again placed Sanchez, Chen Liang, and Javi Lopez in the starting lineup, with the only change being Asensio replacing the striker Moreno. That was necessary, as Asensio had a clause preventing him from playing against his parent club Real Madrid in the previous match. Although Real Sociedad was a weaker opponent than Real Madrid, Chen Liang sensed something was off from the very beginning of the game. Real Sociedad's number 4 midfielder Illaramendi was sticking to him like glue. When Javi Lopez passed the ball to him, Chen Liang attempted his signature Marseille turn to shake off Illaramendi, only to find his opponent had anticipated it. As Chen Liang completed the turn, Illaramendi used his body to shield the ball, and possession was lost. Real Sociedad's coach Moyes had clearly done his homework. He had locked himself in the video room for an entire day midweek solely dedicated to analyzing Chen Liang's strengths and weaknesses. He quickly identified that Chen Liang had only one move to escape a defender, the Marseille turn. What did that indicate? It meant he only had that one trick in his bag. When Moyes realized the conclusion he had drawn from watching the footage, he could no longer suppress the faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Players who relied on a single trick were simply too easy to deal with. Thus today's arrangement was born, a sacrifice tactic. Illaramendi was tasked with marking Chen Liang, closely preventing him from even touching the ball during the match. This strategy would later be employed by Manchester United's Ander Herrera against Chelsea's core number 10 Eden Hazard. The seasoned Illaramendi was the perfect choice to neutralize the inexperienced Chen Liang. Moyes stood on the sidelines clutching his notebook, his eyes locked intently on Chen Liang. He intended to validate his theory with this very match. It seems Chen Liang is encountering some difficulties. 15 minutes have passed, yet he has had precious few opportunities to possess the ball. Inside the Zhalong Sports live broadcast room, Jean Jun stared unblinkingly at the screen, providing commentary. His observation was entirely accurate. Chen Liang was indeed facing trouble. He was being tightly marked by Real Sociedad's number 4, Illaramendi. Since breaking into the first team, Chen Liang had grown accustomed to playing without being shadowed one-on-one. In most situations, opponents rarely rushed to dispossess him immediately upon his receipt of the ball. He could effortlessly control the ball, survey the field, and decide whether to take a shot or make a pass. Even if a challenger did come close, he could always rely on a Marseille turn to evade them. But today's match was entirely different. The opposition had clearly prepared extensively for him, and the techniques he had always depended on proved largely ineffective against this man-marking strategy. Asensio, he's found space and received the ball. Jean Jun's voice rose, attempting to rouse the slumbering Chinese fans in the live stream. Most Chinese fans in the broadcast were there to witness Chen Liang's performance, but with his limited touches and the clock striking 3 in the morning, Jean Jun had to resort to this to keep their drowsy spirits alive. After Asensio moved into the open space, Chun Liang sprinted to his flank, gesturing for the pass. Asensio, without a moment's hesitation, delivered the ball to him. Chun Liang watched the ball roll towards him and stepped forward, preparing to receive it and turn. But just then he felt a sudden collision from the side, and an opposing player swooped in to intercept the ball. Seeing the conspicuous number 4, Chun Liang knew it was that tenacious Illaramendi. The impact cost him the timing of his reception, allowing Illaramendi to steal the ball away. Alas, this is already the 5th time Chun has failed to secure the ball in this match. An Espanyol fan in the stands lamented, shaking his head. Dear viewers, I believe Chun Liang has left an unforgettable impression over the past few matches with performances that have drawn widespread amazement. But now facing the experienced Illaramendi, the vast gap in practical experience is causing him considerable trouble. Damn it, can Illaramendi just back off? Come on, Chun Liang. Liang, you need to be quicker. Initially, they had assumed Real Sociedad would be easier to handle than Real Madrid. After his stellar display against Los Blancos, Chinese fans held exceptionally high hopes for him in this fixture. Little did they expect Moyes to devise such a meticulously targeted tactical plan against him. Chun Liang's frequent dispossessions began to destabilize Espanyol's midfield, while Real Sociedad's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Why keep passing to Chun when he's clearly being shut down? I know he had a great game last time, but it's obvious he's being targeted today. In the media section, many journalists noticed this too, their fingers flying across laptop keyboards. Raman, a reporter from Diario Sport, watched with particular glee. I've always said Chinese players can't truly excel at football. He just got lucky with a few good games. If I were Sergio, I would have substituted him off long ago. Raman was thoroughly excited, enthusiastically sharing his views with his colleagues, his words spraying with fervor. Illaramendi observed the panting Chun Liang from a short distance. For the past 15 minutes, Chun Liang had been constantly running to find space, but the experienced Illaramendi could easily predict his moments of reception and snuff them out. Illaramendi almost felt a pang of sympathy as Chun Liang's struggle was so profound that despite his utmost effort, he could barely get a single touch on the ball. Chun Liang wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and looked breathlessly towards the sidelines. Fortunately, the 4th official showed no signs of a substitution. Being pulled off just 15 minutes into a start would indeed be an immense embarrassment. The experienced Illaramendi, tasked with shadowing him, made it impossible for him to receive the ball, no matter how he moved. It seemed he was locked in a personal duel. But what could he do? Give up? Ask Sergio to take him off voluntarily? No. Chun Liang had fought tooth and nail to earn a place in the starting lineup. He would never yield so easily. The system was certainly useful, but it had only offered him so much so far. One skill for the outside of the boot strike and another for the Marseille turn. Yet both tricks had been analyzed by his opponents. Illaramendi stuck to him like glue, rendering his Marseille turn useless. Unable to shake off his marker, he naturally couldn't get a pass away. Since both his signature moves had been seen through, he would have to rely on his own wits from here on out. He contemplated, even if he hadn't been specifically targeted in this match, someone would have studied him in the next. This was an inevitable trial on his path in football. If he couldn't overcome it, he would gradually fade from the starting 11 and might even be cast out of the first team again. He had worked so hard to get here, just securing a starting spot, and now he was about to be pushed out before even making a name for himself. That absolutely couldn't happen. Chun Liang reasoned that if Moyes had focused so much attention on him, then surely other areas of the pitch would be weakened. After all, football is an 11 versus 11 game. If one player is deployed here, another is missing there. It was simple arithmetic, even a child could figure it out. With that thought, he decided to exploit this weakness. Chun Liang raised his hand again, signaling for the ball from his teammate. But despite his raised arm, the pass never came. He had lost possession far too many times. On several occasions, only desperate recovery runs from his teammates had prevented Real Sociedad from scoring. In the first team of Espanyol, Chun Liang had already earned the trust of his teammates, who acknowledged his right to be a first-team player. Yet a considerable gap remains between being a first-team player and a first-team core. Particularly in this match, as he had barely touched the ball, his teammates gradually lost the inclination to pass it to him. Time ticked by, and by the 21st minute, Chun Liang had not received the ball even once. It seems his teammates don't trust Chun Liang anymore. But they can hardly be blamed given his dismal performance in this match. An Espanyol fan commented from the stands. However, Chun Liang didn't seem upset by his teammates' reluctance to pass. He was striving for an idea brewing in his mind. Seizing a moment when the ball went out of bounds, he approached Asensio directly. Asensio, I'll give you a signal in a bit. When I do run into the open space. You know how to find the space, right? Asensio was nearly exasperated by the remark. Damn it, when I was playing in La Liga, you were probably still playing in the sand. What signal? Chun Liang blinked, making an exaggeratedly goofy face. Asensio was taken aback, never expecting Chun Liang could make such an ugly expression. What are you up to? Asensio asked, puzzled. Chun Liang was about to explain when he noticed a Real Sociedad player approaching them. So he shook his head and said, never mind, just watch for my signal. With that, he retreated to his position. In the 25th minute, Espanyol finally mounted a rare attack, moving the ball swiftly into the front court. Asensio was poised at the edge of the penalty area ready to receive when he suddenly saw Chun Liang make that same hideous face again. He knew it was Chun Liang's signal. After making the face, Chun Liang abruptly raised his hand to his teammates. Seeing this, the entire stadium sighed, believing Espanyol's attack would fizzle out. Upon seeing Chun Liang's expression, Asensio didn't have time to ponder its meaning. Instinct drove him to dart laterally into the open space. Simultaneously, the ball rolled towards Chun Liang. Just as Illaramendi prepared to press forward and intercept, he noticed something odd about Chun Liang. His posture was nothing like that of a player about to receive the ball. While he was puzzled, Chun Liang suddenly spread his legs, and the ball passed right through them. Illaramendi, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled past him. When Jean-Jun, the reporters, and the Espanyol fans in the stadium saw Chun Liang deliberately let the ball slip through, they were all stunned into silence. Did Chun Liang just let the ball go? Was it a mistake, or was it intentional? As they pondered, they spotted Asensio sprinting into the open space ahead, receiving the ball. As he turned to face the goal with the ball, no defender was marking him. It was a deliberate dummy by Chun Liang. A perfect dummy that fooled every Real Sociedad player. Jean-Jun was the first to react, shouting. Chun Liang drew in the defense, and then simply let the ball roll through to Asensio, who received it unmarked. This is a golden opportunity for Espanyol. Meanwhile, on the Espanyol bench, assistant coach Frederick was dumbfounded by the dummy instinctively rising from his seat. Brilliant pass, Liang. A fan with Asian features in the stands waved his fist, cheering for Chun Liang. The rest of the Espanyol supporters were utterly speechless, too shocked to make a sound. Illaramendi, who was closest to Chun Liang, was the most astonished. He had been shadowing Chun Liang closely, so how did Chun Liang suddenly let the ball slip through? After receiving the ball, Asensio was still dazed by how it had reached him, utterly amazed by Chun Liang's cleverness. But his player instinct kicked in, and he controlled the ball, turning to face the goal. Despite his inner turmoil, he didn't forget his duty to fire the ball into the damn goal and end Espanyol's winless streak. Had actually worked. When Chun Liang turned and saw Asensio with the ball, he was overjoyed. You Real Sociedad players are so focused on marking me, then you'll neglect others. If I exploit that, I knew we could create a chance. Next, as the Real Sociedad defenders scrambled towards Asensio, he could just pass it back to me. Wouldn't that be another perfect 1-2 for a goal? A truly flawless plan. Feeling smug, Chun Liang ran into the box, turned to Asensio, and said, "You can pass it, BA." Before he could finish, he saw Asensio unleash a fierce volley that blasted the ball into the net. This was not like this. When Asensio's shot hit the back of the net, the first sounds from the Espanyol stands weren't cheers, but murmurs of disbelief. Did Chun have a god's eye view? What just happened? Have I had too much beer? Every Espanyol fan in the stands looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to believe what they had just seen. After a brief moment of chatter, the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Espanyol were in the lead. Asensio. The fans chanted the goalscorer's name. Amidst the roaring celebration, Sergio stood on the sideline, replaying Chun Liang's dummy in his mind countless times. In European football, a player's value isn't judged solely on physical attributes and technique. In the eyes of European coaches, game intelligence and football IQ are equally crucial, especially for a midfielder like Chun Liang. Asensio. A goal born from a sensational dummy by Chun Liang. It was a brilliant piece of skill, and Asensio's task was simple: run into the space, receive, turn, and slot the ball home. No one anticipated Chun Liang's ability to seize that fleeting moment. Absolutely perfect. Jean-Jun continued to eloquently break down the goal's brilliance for the live audience. In essence, it was simple. 80 to 90% of the credit for this goal belonged to Chun Liang. The director replayed Asensio's goal with a special slow-motion focus on Chun Liang's dummy. How did he spot that gap? Some fans were still puzzled by Chun Liang's deliberate miss. Though the result was a perfect combination, they wondered if it was his intentional play that led to the goal, or if he simply failed to control the ball and got lucky. If it was a fluke, then Chun Liang had certainly struck gold today. But if he had actively noticed that opening? A few Espanyol supporters felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, as many harbored the stereotype that Chinese players lacked football intelligence. This scene before them was humbling. After scoring, Asensio spread his arms wide, jogged a few steps around the fan section, then turned and charged toward Chun Liang. Though he had no idea how Chun Liang had conceived such a move, he knew full well that Chin's deliberate miss had played a crucial role in the goal. Brilliant dummy, Chun. You must have guessed that right. Tell me you guessed. Other teammates rushed over, and the group huddled together to celebrate. Yet Chun Liang remained somewhat unappreciative. He had intended to take the shot himself, only for Asensio to beat him to it. Asensio, you should have passed it back to me. The keeper had already come out. It was an open net. The others froze for a moment, then it clicked, so the kid really did guess. Many breathed a sigh of relief. If he had truly let the ball slip with godlike foresight, such terrifying football intelligence would make them question the very fabric of reality. After taking the lead, his teammates patted Chun Liang on the head, but Asensio thought otherwise. Chun had tipped him off earlier, telling him to run into space. This meant Chun had intentionally let the ball through, aiming to exploit that opening. He must have wanted the ball back for a slick 1-2. Regardless, this player from the footballing wilderness was certainly not guessing. Despite a largely unremarkable performance, he still managed to think with such composure. Considering he had only just joined the first team at the start of the season and begun his exposure to top-flight football. Watching Chun Liang being embraced by his teammates, a terrifying thought crossed Asensio's mind. This kid undeniably had talent, more than many of the young prospects Asensio had seen at Real Madrid. After their celebration, the Espanyol players returned to their own half at the referee's urging. The Real Sociedad players meanwhile were still dazed. They could not fathom how Chun Liang had suddenly let the ball slip past him. During the week leading up to the match, Real Sociedad's manager had convened a special meeting focused on neutralizing Chun Liang, who had impressed in recent rounds. Moyes had meticulously analyzed Chun's strengths and weaknesses and how to defend against him. The core strategy was to stick tight to Chun and deny him any chance to receive the ball. According to Moyes' coaching staff analysis, Chun Liang could deliver a few quality passes, but lacked ball control, particularly dribbling ability. For a player like that, as long as you stuck to him and never gave him a comfortable moment on the ball, he would be rendered irrelevant. So Illaramendi had shadowed Chun all match, never imagining the kid would exploit that very attention, deliberately letting the ball slip through to Asensio for the goal. The conceded goal left Real Sociedad's players feeling utterly frustrated. Chun's dummy was so sudden, so covert, and it was as if he had seen everything from a god's perspective. Every Real Sociedad player had the same thought racing through their mind. That kid must have guessed. He must have. Aside from chalking it up to sheer luck, they found no explanation that aligned with their understanding of football. Being undone by such an unconventional goal was unacceptable to Real Sociedad. When play resumed, Chun Liang suddenly noticed Real Sociedad committing more men to attack, launching a ferocious assault on Espanyol's goal in a desperate bid to level the score. Chun's dummy had thoroughly ignited their fighting spirit, but it had also stripped them of their rationality. And the loss of composure wasn't limited to the players on the pitch. It extended to their manager, David Moyes. His pre-match study of Chun Liang had been spot on, as evidenced in the opening 20 minutes. Chun couldn't get a touch, and Espanyol naturally struggled to produce anything meaningful. This had eased the pressure on Real Sociedad's goal considerably. With decades of coaching experience, David Moyes believed that devising a strategy against Chun Liang required no great mental exertion. Against a player like this, he could spot the weakness at a glance and deploy a mature, well-honed method to neutralize him. But what he never anticipated was that the kid would tear through Real Sociedad's carefully constructed defense with a blind luck dummy. He had even anticipated Chun attempting another outside foot shot and had his goalkeeper practice special positioning. Yet no one could have predicted the kid would be this fortunate. To let such a fluke goal prove his targeted tactics a joke was absolutely unacceptable to Moyes. In that moment, he lost all reason and clarity. He was determined to win this match and show Chun Liang that a single stroke of luck meant nothing. With that thought, the veins bulged on Moyes' forehead as he urged his players to push forward aggressively, completely forgetting about Chun Liang. Real Sociedad were stronger than relegation battling Espanyol, having tasted Champions League football on several occasions. Wave after wave of attacks quickly pinned Espanyol back into their own half. Their supporters responded with thunderous roars, urging their team onward. The performance gave them hope of an equalizer and fueled their vocal passion. In their eyes, it was only a matter of time before Real Sociedad drew level. But beneath the facade of overwhelming dominance lurked a hidden danger. The match reached the 37th minute. Several consecutive shots from Real Sociedad threatened Espanyol's goal, sending the visiting fans into a frenzy. The relentless chants reached Chun Liang's ears. The corner was quickly taken, and just as the Real Sociedad faithful watched the ball arc through the air, expecting it to nestle in the back of Espanyol's net, goalkeeper Pau López punched it clear of the box. As the ball's trajectory brought it ever closer to Chun Liang, David Moyes on the sideline finally snapped to attention. At that very moment, Illaramendi was still lost inside the penalty area, leaving Chun Liang completely unmarked. Damn it! This was precisely the moment that kid had been waiting for. Moyes rushed to the sideline, shouting at the Real Sociedad players on the pitch, "Get back on defense." The players on the field, seeing Chun Liang about to receive the ball, snapped into action. The moment Chun Liang got the ball, a Real Sociedad player immediately closed him down, preventing him from turning or passing with ease. Although intercepting the ball seemed unlikely, stopping the turn was mission enough. Meanwhile, the rest of the Real Sociedad squad sprinted at full throttle toward their own half. Caicedo, who had stayed forward during the corner, left a vast open space in the back. Wasn't that the perfect stage for them? Real Sociedad's players surged back in waves, yet they didn't swarm Chun Liang like a hive of bees. Instead, some pressed him while others tracked back. Chun Liang tried to release the ball under pressure, but it was a stretch. The moment he passed to Xavi López, Real Sociedad's players had already regained their defensive positions. Their retreat was nothing short of desperate. Every man pumped his legs as if a rabid dog were snapping at their heels. Seeing no chance for a swift counter, Xavi López opted not to rush the ball forward. He simply reorganized the attack, advancing inch by inch. After all possession was theirs, and Espanyol held the lead. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Chun Liang jogging toward him, asking for the ball. Whether that earlier dummy had been luck was debatable, but Xavi López was certainly more willing to pass to him now. With no defender behind, Chun Liang, Xavi López fed the ball back to him. Watching the ball roll toward him, Chun Liang didn't trap it dead. Instead, he turned with its momentum, completing the pivot in one fluid motion without a single stop. Once again, he faced Real Sociedad's goal. His gaze naturally fell on Illaramendi. He planted his foot on the ball and stared him down, a silent declaration of war. Chun. Xavi López saw the intent and instinctively moved to stop him. After all, football abhors recklessness. Chun Liang's move was gambling with the hard-earned lead. If it failed, Real Sociedad would seize possession and launch another attack. At that moment, three complete defensive lines stood before Chun Liang. Real Sociedad's manager David Moyes exhaled in relief and broke into a smile. Had it been any later, a threaded through ball from this kid might have widened the gap. Then he wouldn't be smiling. But now, with all three lines dropped back, David Moyes refused to believe Chun Liang could dribble past all 11 men. Chun Liang never intended to take on all 11, but he had to get past Illaramendi. This wasn't about pride. Illaramendi had clung to him like a fly in the first half, and now he wanted to beat him. No, that wasn't it at all. Chun Liang had no such thought. He spotted Asensio on the flank behind Illaramendi. If he could slip past Illaramendi and feed the ball to Asensio, Espanyol's attack would come alive. Asensio could unleash a long-range strike or set up the striker for a goal. Illaramendi was a bit complacent. He admitted that dummy had fooled him, but he was convinced it was pure luck. He didn't charge at Chun Liang recklessly. Instead, he held his ground cautiously, knowing that lunging in would expose a gaping hole behind him. David Moyes, watching from the touchline, nodded in approval at Illaramendi's defensive discipline. Before the match, he had analyzed that Chun Liang wasn't devoid of dribbling skills. He'd even dug up footage of the kid executing a Marseille turn to prove it. But that was his only trick in the bag. So as long as they kept their eyes on the ball and didn't fall for the feint, his advances would grind to a halt. He had nothing else. David Moyes was supremely confident in his analysis, trusting his players knew how to handle Chun Liang. He simply waited for the kid to charge and lose the ball and get caught on the counter. Seeing Illaramendi hold his ground, Chun Liang took the initiative and drove the ball straight at him. As the distance closed, Illaramendi, the defender, lowered his center of gravity, his eyes locked onto the ball, like a Roman soldier bracing for battle. A foul was a last resort. Illaramendi was ready for anything as Chun Liang approached. Here it comes. His heart tightened. He was braced for a Marseille turn. And so were the fans on the sidelines. After all, in previous matches, Chun Liang had only ever used the Marseille turn to beat opponents. Everyone assumed this time would be no different. A blur crossed Illaramendi's vision as Chun Liang's body feinted. His legs swept over the ball once, then his right shoulder dipped. More precisely, it was a feint of the upper body. A seasoned defender, Illaramendi knew exactly what that meant. When a dribbler shifts his body to one side, that's the direction he'll cut. It's a natural reflex, a matter of centripetal force. He instinctively moved toward the dropped shoulder, driven by his defensive instincts. But the next second, something felt off. Chun Liang didn't cut right as expected. Instead, his right leg swept over the ball again. No, it's a step over. The next moment, Illaramendi saw Chun Liang's left foot nudge the ball left, and he burst past him, ball at his feet, in the opposite direction of Illaramendi's momentum. It was too late for Illaramendi to turn. Carried by inertia, he could only twist his neck and watch helplessly as Chun Liang glided by. What just happened? Doesn't he only use the Marseille turn? Illaramendi's gaze followed Chun Liang, who after beating him casually passed the ball with the outside of his foot to Asensio, who was charging up in support. Asensio's intent was clear. Without trapping the ball, he flicked it with his heel to Caicedo, who volleyed it first time toward goal. If God were watching from the heavens, he would have seen a blue and white figure trace a perfect arc across the green pitch. Goal. It's in. Espanyol extends their lead, a threaded pass from Chun Liang. Unbelievable, this is an absolutely incredible goal, and now Real Sociedad's situation is becoming extremely difficult. Jean Jun nearly leaped to his feet in the broadcast booth, especially when he saw Chun Liang effortlessly beat Illaramendi with a step over. When had he ever used a step over? This seemed to be the first time. Although the step over is a common move on the football pitch, using such a simple skill to create immense devastation in an instant on the field is no small feat. On the sideline, Sergio was also watching the goal in stunned disbelief, especially at Chun Liang's dribbling just moments before. This kid. And the happiest person on the field was undoubtedly Sanchez, because the move Chun Liang had just executed was the result of their special training. He was the only one who knew Chun Liang had mastered this technique, though it had cost him tremendous effort. When he first started training Chun Liang in dribbling, he hadn't believed the young man could learn to use the step over within just 1 week. But with each passing day, Chun Liang's improvement was immense, so vast, it was almost unbelievable. However, the reason for Chun Liang's rapid progress was unknown to Sanchez. That secret belonged solely to Chun Liang. He had a training boost buff. The longer he trained, the greater the enhancement. This time, no one could question whether Chun Liang's move was a fluke. They were 100% certain that his step over was the product of relentless day-after-day practice. Chun Liang himself was overjoyed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Finally, he had successfully executed it. And it had only taken him a week. Although the step over is a simple move lacking the flashy flair of ball rolls or drags, executing it in a real match is an entirely different challenge. If it hadn't been for Sanchez accompanying him, continuously exploring the nuances of the move, relying on his own imagination and comprehension alone would have made it far too difficult. Sergio simply couldn't find a better adjective to describe Chun Liang. Every single time, this kid managed to surprise him. Perhaps only the word monster truly suited him. Since joining the first team at the start of the season, every appearance he made had undeniably proven that he was a monster, unlike any other. After scoring, Caicedo was ecstatic. He first pulled Asensio, who had provided the assist, into a hug, then flashed a wide grin and waved at Chen Liang. "Chen, come here." Chen Liang turned around. The person he most wanted to thank at that moment was Sanchez. "Hey Sanchez, you come too. Let's celebrate together." That dribbling move was the first time Chen Liang had used it in a match. To be honest, he couldn't even recall how he had pulled it off. It was purely instinctive. Yet wasn't that exactly the effect he had been striving for during his extra training sessions? "I did it." Chen Liang happily pulled Sanchez over and embraced Caicedo and the others. When Caicedo scored Espanyol's second goal, the match had truly lost all suspense. The opposing Real Sociedad side had completely lost their confidence. Even David Moyes was at his wit's end. What else could he do? Keep Illaramendi on Chen Liang. With the opposition 2 goals ahead, what was the point of continuing to mark him? Meanwhile, Espanyol had already dropped back to defend. David Moyes had no better strategy than to send his team forward in full force. At the same time, Chen Liang was substituted off, replaced by Canis. Head coach Sergio wanted Chen Liang to get some rest. After all, he was still young and had many more matches ahead. Besides, if a frustrated Real Sociedad player lashed out and injured him, it would be a terrible loss. Barring any surprises with tonight's performance, Chen Liang had all but secured his starting spot for the next match. As Chen Liang walked off the pitch, many Espanyol fans in the substitution area rose to their feet, giving him a standing ovation. This kind of reception was not only an affirmation of his performance, but also an apology for the doubts they had cast on him in the first half. In the early part of the match, some Espanyol fans in the stands had questioned Chen Liang. But now through his performance, he had changed their perception and earned their respect. That's football. If you play poorly, you get booed. If you play well, you earn applause. Chen Liang looked at the fans rising to applaud him and clapped back in gratitude. He had put in the effort and received his reward, even if that reward wasn't always a victory on the pitch. Among the crowd, Chen Igua also stood up. A thick scarf concealed his face, but he was applauding for Chen Liang as well. Around him, many others were doing the same. Seeing this, Chen Igua felt genuine pride for his son. The spontaneous standing ovation from the fans showed that Chen Liang, standing among the Espanyol supporters, had risen significantly. Freck, sitting near the coaching bench, was also drawn by the applause. He turned his head and smiled. "Looks like this kid has already won the hearts of quite a few fans." Sergio didn't say anything, but a faint, subtle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, despite initially not thinking highly of Chen Liang, having only decided to watch him because of that explosive shot, seeing his progress now filled him with genuine gratification. Sitting on the substitutes bench, Chen Liang couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for his own future. He was playing more and more in La Liga, meeting players he had only ever seen on television and now facing them head-to-head. He dreamed of one day playing in the Champions League, encountering even more exceptional players. He longed for a true showdown at that level. The throne of football champions is an infinite aspiration for every footballer, and Chen Liang was no different. This was the reason he had chosen football, and he could feel the distance between himself and that championship closing. Everything seemed to be drawing nearer. After the match, Chen Liang followed Sergio to the press conference. This was his first time sitting there as a starting player. Countless Chinese journalists in the audience had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and Chen Liang also found the scene novel and intriguing. Press conferences are a routine part of football, but this was Chen Liang's first time attending in this capacity. "Mr. Sergio, the team has 3 wins and 1 draw in the first 4 rounds. Did you envision this before the season started?" Sergio smiled faintly and replied to the reporter. "Honestly, this result is completely unexpected. But now is not the time to relax. We will continue to work hard until we achieve our goal of avoiding relegation." "Mr. Sergio, we've seen that after this match, Espanyol has temporarily climbed to second place in the standings, but outsiders are not optimistic about Espanyol's prospects. What is your take on this issue?" Sergio pondered for a moment, then said, "Of course, our investment at the start of the season was limited. Reaching this position is thanks to everyone's hard work. But this is a spot we haven't occupied in a long time. At least experiencing it briefly is quite pleasant." A hint of sincerity lingered in Sergio's expression. Having risen through Espanyol's youth system, Sergio harbored a unique affection for the club. He had joined Espanyol's B team from the youth squad back in 1995 and eventually retired in 2011. After retiring in 2011, Sergio took a brief respite before deciding to become a football coach. After obtaining his professional license, Espanyol offered him an opportunity, and he became the head coach of the B team. From 1985 to the present day of 2015, 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Espanyol club had occupied half of Sergio's lifetime. We saw Chen Liang for the first time today. "Mr. Sergio, what are your thoughts on his recent performances?" "Of course. Since I promoted Chen to the first team, his performances have been highly satisfactory to the coaching staff. Even they are eagerly anticipating his displays. Based on my past experience as a player, he will reap a great many rewards after this season." A reporter from Donquidi stood up and asked Chen Liang in Chinese. "Chen Liang, I'm a reporter from Donquidi. What expectations do you have for yourself?" Chen Liang looked at the familiar Asian face, hesitated for a moment, and then replied in Chinese as well. "My goal for the season is to achieve double-digit stats, whether in goals or assists." "Thank you." The reporter didn't take Chen Liang's aspiration of reaching double-digit stats too seriously. After all, it was a challenging target to reach. Even though Chun Liang had performed well at the start of the season, they still believed it to be an extremely difficult feat. The press conference didn't last long. After Sergio fielded a few more inconsequential questions, the event officially concluded. Chun Liang and Sergio walked towards the exit together, chatting occasionally. If you truly manage to achieve double-digit stats by the end of the season, I think your country will surely regard you as a role model. With that, Sergio patted Chun Liang on the shoulder. Keep it up. I hope we both achieve our goals by the end of the season. Chun Liang nodded, and then headed towards the parking lot. Both the team and he himself were now on the right track. After the match, Espanyol became the focus of increasing attention. Many people slowly began to notice this team, yet they still refused to believe the club would have any connection with the top four by season's end. But at least judging by the current record, Espanyol fans certainly have reason to celebrate for a while. Many also started paying attention to Espanyol's players, wondering if there were any notable talents worth watching. However, as the media delved deeper, the stories of Espanyol's players gradually came to light. As Barcelona's representative sports media Mundo Deportivo published an article about the Espanyol players. Compared to their city rivals Barcelona, Espanyol was indeed a more blue-collar team. Yet behind each of these ordinary players lay many inspiring stories. Take Sanchez, for instance. He was once the pride of La Masia Youth Academy, even making 7 appearances for the star-studded Barcelona during the 2008-2009 season. Unfortunately, he was later cast aside by the club. He then drifted for 2 years with small La Liga clubs Xerez and Getafe, spent a brief stint in Switzerland before finally arriving at Espanyol. When Sanchez first joined Espanyol, he wasn't even considered a regular rotation player. Fortunately, through sheer perseverance, he eventually secured a starting spot. Despite some errors this season, he has provided extensive protection for Espanyol's defense. Take forward Caicedo for another example. After emerging in Switzerland, he was spotted by Manchester City, but only managed to leave a record of 4 goals before being cast out. He then bounced around the UAE and the Russian Premier League, only returning to Europe's top 5 leagues last season by landing at Espanyol. And then there's Chun Liang, who came to Europe from a footballing backwater. Before this season, his appearances for the B team numbered fewer than 5. This season has been his true breakout. This is a team composed of players who were discarded by others, yet they've produced remarkable performances this year. Before this season, Espanyol was a favorite for relegation. But now they've at least stabilized their situation and secured a promising start. Because they are a group of warriors who refuse to yield to fate. Gradually, as the article spread, more and more Espanyol players began to attract attention, especially Chun Liang, whose foreign social media follower count rose every single day. Everyone was watching this player from the distant eastern nation, wondering just how far he could go this year. However, the reason Chun Liang attracted attention wasn't just his distant origins, but also because his recent performances were truly eye-catching. In the world of football, only by letting your play speak for itself can you earn recognition. On this green pitch, geniuses are never in short supply. Players who have endured more humiliation than him are countless. Many even begin their careers in disgrace, and end them the same way. They weren't as fortunate as Chun Liang. They had no Sergio to discover them, nor a phone notification asking if they wanted to enter the true world of football. They would forever remain unknown. Football can be brutally cruel at times. But regardless, Chun Liang has now found his footing and is progressing at an astonishing pace. If he can maintain his exceptional form, his name might not only become renowned in his own country. He will earn everything a star deserves in European football. Meanwhile, in the distant eastern nation, within the offices of Weibo Sports, everyone was celebrating the surging membership numbers. Just yesterday, Weibo Sports membership surpassed 5 million, a historic record. Behind this astonishing achievement lay a single reason: the outstanding performances of Chinese player Chun Liang. After returning to the training base following the match against Real Sociedad, Sanchez pulled Chun Liang aside and said, "Chun, we have a day off today. A decent bar just opened near the club. Want to come check it out together?" A bar? Chun Liang hesitated. As a professional footballer, alcohol was something to be avoided. "It's fine, we can just go and sit around. 2 girls messaged me on social media yesterday, but going alone would be too awkward. Come with me," Sanchez said with a grin. The bar street was not far from the Spanish team's training base. After changing in the locker room, the two headed there together. A rough count revealed over a dozen bars lining the street, many with Barcelona flags hanging by their entrances. A few bustling establishments even displayed posters of Barcelona star Neymar, complete with his personal signature. Chun Liang and Sanchez arrived at a bar. Spanning roughly 200 square meters, it stood apart from the others. While most displayed Barcelona crests, this one proudly bore the emblem of Espanyol, the sole such establishment on the entire street. Upon closer inspection, the owner appeared to be a devoted Espanyol fan. Some seats at the bar were even marked as the spot where Espanyol captain Hanek had once sat. After a moment, an elderly man with a graying beard emerged from the back, a warm smile spreading across his face as he extended his hand toward them. "Welcome." Sanchez and Chun Liang exchanged greetings with the owner before Sanchez went to find the 2 girls. He tried to invite Chun Liang along, but Chun Liang declined with a wave of his hand, his eyes fixed on the golden pints of beer lined up on the table. The owner looked at Chun Liang and chuckled. "You must be a player. I remember now. Your performance last match was impressive. Many fans here cheered for you that day." "I'm Hawk. This bar was passed down to me by my father." "Haha, it's got quite a history. Are you an Espanyol fan?" Chun Liang asked, curiously striking up a conversation. Of course, you could tell from the entrance alone. How about some German beer? Hawk said with a grin, pulling out a cask. Maybe not. Do you have any water? Alright, of course. Hawk grabbed a large mug and poured a generous glass of water. Sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. I rarely watch TV. My eyes aren't what they used to be, so I usually listen to the radio. Lately I keep hearing about a young player with Asian features who's been performing well, so the moment you walked in I figured it was you. Hawk sat down beside Chun Liang and continued, this bar has decades of history, but in the last couple of years customers have dwindled. After all, this city belongs to Barcelona. Several bars switched their crests and saw business pick up considerably. Then why haven't you switched? Chun Liang asked, puzzled. Me. Haha, Espanyol has been my lifelong faith. It was at an Espanyol match that I met the love of my life. I planned to retire this year, but unfortunately my wife passed away 2 years ago. Well, let's not dwell on that. A flicker of sorrow crossed Hawk's eyes as he mentioned his wife, but he quickly composed himself. After she passed, I abandoned my retirement plans. When you grow old, you fear loneliness. I'm not in it for the money. If I can, I'd still like to keep Espanyol fans together. People watch the game, share a drink. Isn't that joy enough? With those final words, Hawk leaned back and surveyed his bar. Chun Liang also glanced around the establishment. The interior was mostly solid, with the timber showing its age, yet he could sense the essence of time within it. Mr. Hawk, you should embrace modern promotional methods, Chun Liang said with a smile, pointing at the signed Neymar poster displayed outside the bar across the street. What, you want me to put up Barcelona players' posters? No, that's impossible. Hawk shook his head. Who said anything about Barcelona posters? Isn't there an Espanyol player sitting right in front of you? Chun Liang's smile widened. Hawk finally caught on. Thank you, but what kind of compensation do you need? Chun Liang raised his glass and said, you've already paid. For the rest of the afternoon, Chun Liang tirelessly signed autographs. Not far away, Sanchez seemed to be laughing and chatting merrily with two Spanish beauties. It was undeniably a perfect afternoon. On September 23rd, Espanyol hosted Valencia at their home ground. With only 3 days between matches, head coach Sergio opted for a degree of rotation in the lineup. Chun, you'll be on the bench for this one. This isn't a reflection of your recent performances. The coaching staff unanimously believes your body needs rest and recovery. Sergio explained, holding the starting lineup sheet. Chun Liang nodded. Since the coach had arranged it this way, he naturally had no objections, though deep down, a burning desire to step onto the pitch and battle still stirred within him. All right, everyone. There are over 20,000 fans waiting for you outside. Sergio clapped his hands and strode out of the locker room. Valencia boasted a well-balanced squad across all 3 lines. While they may not have many household names, their players were all seasoned veterans with extensive La Liga experience. Under the leadership of Nuno, who had already demonstrated his coaching acumen, the team held a respectable competitive edge in La Liga, currently sitting in 8th place. Though ranked below Espanyol, few would consider them the weaker side. Nuno, who had found success at Rio Avenue, either sought to play mind games or simply let success get to his head. At the press conference, he spoke boldly, even arrogantly. I don't see them as a troublesome opponent. Their previous victories can be chalked up to their opponent's lack of familiarity with them. I'm confident we'll walk away with a win after the match. Thank you. That's all I have to say. From the outset, Valencia did not display the ferocious attacking prowess Nuno had boasted about. Instead, their defensive organization was impeccable. Under his tutelage, the defenders maintained tight positioning and demonstrated keen awareness in coordinated coverage. As a result, Espanyol's attacks struggled to break through. In the 27th minute, Valencia launched a swift counterattack and Santi Mina rose to head the ball into the net. 5 minutes later, Brazilian winger Rodrigo, not the one from Real Madrid, sprinted down the flank and slotted the ball home, making it 2-0. On the touchline, Nuno was ignited by each goal, his eyes wide open, strikingly reminiscent of Lou Gishin from the classic tailwater margin. That's it. Push up, keep the pressure on. Just before halftime, Valencia's fullback Cancelo extended the lead further with a curling free kick. At the interval, Espanyol's players trudged back to the locker room in low spirits, trailing 0-3 against their opponents. Sergio walked into the locker room without a word. He scanned the players, and then said, Gonzalez Canas, and that fucking Rocco, did the 3 of you stay up drinking together until dawn last night? No one expected Sergio to ask such a question. They stared wide-eyed at the visibly furious Sergio. Answer me. Yes or no? Sergio suddenly raised his voice and roared. Everyone in the locker room was startled, and no one dared to speak loudly. Damn it, why can football rules only allow 3 substitutions per game? If I could change 11, I'd swap all of you out. Sergio waved his arms excitedly. Your performance is a pile of shit. No, it's 10 piles of fucking shit. He paused briefly, then observed the players' expressions, and continued, who do you think you're playing for? Let me tell you, no club would pay to watch a bunch of shit play football. Idiots, you're playing for yourselves? With that, Sergio walked to his locker and pulled out dozens of scarves. He couldn't help but examine the scarf in his hand carefully before saying, I came to this stadium with my father when I was 4 years old. I'd unfurl the scarf and learn to shout cheers like them, dreaming that one day I'd play for Espanyol. This scarf is older than me. When I was a kid, my dad would tell me stories always about the season Espanyol won the Copa del Rey in 2005 to 2006. I never got tired of it. Later, when I finally made it into Espanyol's youth academy, the team got relegated. In the second half, I don't need any shit on the pitch. Because you don't deserve to taint this team, nor to taint football. I need 11 warriors who'll give up everything for victory. Who's willing? Stand up. Nearly everyone in the locker room stood up. Very well, my soldiers. Shouldn't go warm up when the second half starts. As soon as the second half began, Espanyol had a good counterattack opportunity. Sanchez intercepted the ball that the opponent tried to switch to the wing, and the situation shifted in an instant. This was a golden counterattack for Espanyol. Up front, Asensio, Chunleong, and Moreno were sprinting forward in 3 different directions. Sanchez passed the ball to Asensio on the flank. Asensio didn't hold it, but immediately sent it to Moreno in the center. Moreno wanted to drive straight into the box, but the area was too crowded. After a few steps, the ball was poked away by the opponent. Just as everyone thought the attack was over, the deflected ball suddenly landed at Chunleong's feet. He received the ball and feigned a few shakes. When the Valencia defender thought Chunleong was about to dribble past him, Chunleong suddenly used the outside of his foot to deliver the ball to Asensio, who was sprinting down the flank. So his earlier feints were just to create space for the pass. The Valencia players watched in surprise as Asensio gained possession on the wing. Then they saw him accelerate down the flank and finally cut into the box. No, stop him. The Valencia defender, realizing the danger, attempted a sliding tackle to break up the attack, but he brought down Asensio instead. The referee's whistle blew. Penalty. The Valencia defenders immediately surrounded the referee, gesticulating frantically, trying to get him to change the call. But the referee shook his head. Clearly the penalty was a firm decision. Meanwhile, not far from the stadium on a bar street, a bar was closed tight. But if you approached, you could still hear a clear voice coming from inside. The referee has awarded a penalty. Asensio places the ball on the spot. He's running up, takes the shot, and it's in. The bar door burst open violently. A white-haired old man charged out, faced the bar across the street that displayed a Neymar autograph poster, raised his arms, and shouted goal. His momentum was reminiscent of a lion's roar. The fans wearing Barcelona jerseys across the street were clearly used to it. They waved at Hawk through the window and said, "Old pal, you're still 2 goals behind." Equally ecstatic were the over 20,000 Espanyol home fans in the stands, who erupted in a thunderous cheer goal. In Hawk's bar, the radio crackled intermittently with the commentator's voice. "We can see that Espanyol have undergone a remarkable transformation in the second half. I wonder what their head coach changed at halftime. I believe if they keep playing like this, they might even level the score." Hawk shouted into the room, "You bastards. We can turn the game around." After the goal, Espanyol's players hugged each other, their faces beaming with excitement. This goal relieved the pressure from the first half. Scoring early in the second half, Espanyol shifted the pressure onto Valencia. Their attacking players no longer dared to take risks, fearing they'd lose possession and concede another counterattack. But Espanyol were different. They were already behind. To get a satisfactory result by the end of the match, they had to give everything. Thus, Espanyol began to control the tempo of the game, igniting a wave of relentless attacks. In the 57th minute, Asensio once again found himself one-on-one on the wing. He tried a curling shot from the edge of the box, but the angle was too central, and the goalkeeper collected it. 3 minutes later, Chunleong attempted an outside-of-the-foot pass to find Moreno in the box. The latter received it without hesitation and turned to shoot. The ball bounced on the grass and grazed past Valencia's post, saving the helpless goalkeeper from certain disaster. These were 2 regrettable moments. If Espanyol had capitalized on either chance, they would have already equalized. In the 68th minute, opportunity came again. Just as Valencia's Rodrigo attempted a quick counter from the center circle, Sanchez poked the ball from behind. The ball again fell to Chunleong's feet. "Nice one, Sanchez." Chunleong, encouraged, then immediately used the outside of his foot to pass to Asensio on the wing. Asensio didn't hesitate. This time, he didn't dwell on the ball, but swept it directly into the center. Moreno, lurking among the defenders, arrived like a phantom, calmly slotting the ball into Valencia's net. Oich. As the Espanyol fans erupted in cheers, Moreno sprinted to the corner flag, waving his arms. Again. Let's get this damn scoreline." "Great pass, Chun." Asensio gave Chunleong a thumbs up. "It would have been even better if you'd shot and scored, then I'd have gotten an assist." Chunleong winked, smiling. "No way, I'm still aiming for the team's top scorer title. Shouldn't keep feeding me the ball," Moreno said. Ha ha ha. They burst into laughter in the corner area. The team's morale seemed unaffected by the deficit. "All right, lads, we're still behind. Let's go get them," Captain Javi Lopez reminded them. The players returned to the center circle, glaring at the Valencia players awaiting their kickoff. Meanwhile, Nuno sat on the coaching bench, rubbing his brow in a daze. If the first half had been blissful, the second half was undoubtedly agonizing. If a 3-goal lead could be equalized or even overturned, he as the head coach would inevitably face immense pressure. At that thought, Nuno cast a glance at Sergio on the opposing bench, wondering what kind of magic words he had fed his players at halftime, as they seemed like an entirely different team. All right, don't panic, everyone. Hold your positions, we're still leading." Nuno stood up, trying to encourage his players. Nuno's concerns were not unfounded. In the 77th minute, Chunleong received the ball on the flank once more. This time, instead of passing, he faced a rattled Cancelo and unleashed his signature Marseille turn again. Though Cancelo hadn't yet become the future star of Manchester City, he had already made a name for himself as a promising talent at Valencia. He had secured a starting spot at such a young age, largely due to his formidable attacking prowess. However, as a fullback, Cancelo's offensive game often overshadowed his defensive duties. If his defending were as strong as his attacking, his current market value would likely have an extra zero at the end. As Chun Liang effortlessly beat Cancelo with the Marseille, turned the Espanyol fans in the stadium let out another roar. Wow. Damn. Nuno, who had just picked up his water bottle to calm his nerves, slammed it to the ground. Damn it. I warned you before the match that he'd use that move. What were you thinking? Nuno shouted furiously at his players. But the Valencia players were too busy scrambling to deal with the attack to pay him any heed. Chun Liang initially thought about shooting, but a quick glance at the goal revealed the angle was too tight. So he locked his sights on Moreno instead. Moreno was positioned near the penalty spot, closely marked by two Valencia defenders. A direct pass would likely be intercepted and cleared. With Cancelo closing in from behind, the situation was urgent, leaving Chun Liang no time for deliberation. Pass or shoot? Chun, pass it over. Moreno seemed to sense Chun Liang's hesitation, stretching out his hand and shouting for the ball. Hearing the call, Chun Liang instinctively swept the ball towards the center with the outside of his boot. The ball spun towards Moreno. As the Valencia defender prepared to clear it, a blue and white figure suddenly darted in front of him. It was Moreno. He had sprinted ahead of the defender the moment Chun Liang made the pass, and with the inside of his foot, he swept the ball into the Valencia net. The Espanyol supporters section erupted once more, the wave of noise even louder than after the previous goal. Moreno sprinted towards the main stand where he was hailed by the fans. But he was quickly buried under a pile of his own teammates. This time Sergio on the sideline couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped for joy, then embraced his assistant coach Frederick tightly. Coming back from 0 to 3 to 3 to 3 was indeed a moment that defied calm. Chun, you're fucking brilliant, I love you. Moreno shouted emotionally amidst the scrum, completely won over by Chun Liang's assist. I fucking love you too. Chun Liang started, but then felt a bit weird about it. I love you all more than anyone. In the broadcast booth, Jean Jun watched the jubilant Espanyol fans and the players celebrating in a huddle, shaking his head repeatedly. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Truly an unbelievable second half. They had no fighting spirit in the first half, and now they've clawed their way back to level terms. Now stay tuned as we continue bringing you this La Liga match on Cine Sports. La Liga only on Cine Sports. Alright, I'm watching the clock. Get back to your positions, the referee said, pointing at his wristwatch, urging the celebrating Espanyol players. For the remaining 15 or so minutes of regular time, Valencia completely surrendered, retreating into their own half under a barrage of jeers. Clearly it was Nuno's orders. Securing a point was better than walking away with nothing. Besides, weren't the teams ahead of them also dropping points? Although the Espanyol players were eager to take the lead, they couldn't find a way through the parked bus that Valencia had become. 3 blasts of the referee's whistle. The Espanyol players embraced each other joyfully. Despite the slight disappointment of not securing all 3 points, coming back from a 3-goal deficit to earn a draw meant you couldn't ask for more from this team in that second half. Chun Liang in good spirits hugged and celebrated with his teammates. He was content, having bagged another assist, inching closer to his target of double-digit goal contributions. Under the setting sun, the sky above the pitch seemed to have a unique depth, adding a touch of artistry to the day's comeback. This season, Espanyol as underdogs had toppled many of La Liga's strong teams. If they could sustain this momentum, they might just spring a surprise come the end of the season. Not to mention the Champions League. At the very least, they should be able to secure a spot in next season's Europa League. In the bar district of Barcelona, inside Hawk's Bar, the bar was packed with Espanyol fans queuing in a long line outside. At the door, a beaming Hawk was handing out Chun Liang signed cards. For just €19.99, one could enjoy unlimited beer at Hawk's Bar for every Espanyol match day that month, along with a signed card of Chun Liang. First come, first served while supplies lasted. On the bar's television, a highlight reel of Chun Liang's last match was playing. Some fan had compiled his previous performance into a montage which old Hawk had discovered on YouTube. Hey Hawk, I'm a regular. Can you save me one? My son won't stop asking for chins. Hey Hawk, long time no see. Remember me? I used to be your neighbor as a kid. How's it going? Can you save me a chin card? Previously, no one was willing to buy a signed card of Chun Liang, thinking his signature lacked the special significance of Captain Harvey Lopez's. But in the last match, when fan morale was at its lowest, it was Chun Liang who linked up the attack in the front, securing a point for Espanyol. After the game, some felt Chin's signature was now worth it. An unheralded Espanyol player debuting with the club and providing emotional value to fans at every turn. How could such a player's signature not be valuable? If Chin becomes a big star someday, this card will be passed down for generations. A fan who had secured a card shouted, holding it aloft outside the bar. When my son starts playing football, I'll give him this card too, said another Espanyol fan who had also gotten one. A wave of envy rippled through the crowd, everyone coveting the fans who had snagged a card. Amidst the rush, old Hawk's drink package sold out, quickly forcing him to apologize profusely to the Espanyol fans at the door. Sorry folks, the cards are all gone. To make up for the disappointment, everyone queuing today can leave their phone number and get a free pint of German dark beer on the next match day. Old Hawk raised a glass of German dark beer and downed it in one go. Looking at the cheering fans, he felt a genuine, heartfelt joy. That lively feeling had been absent from his life since his wife passed away. This event had given him so much meaning. It wasn't just about the sales. More importantly, he had rediscovered the joy football once brought to his life. Back at the training base, Chen Liang was oblivious to the happenings at the bar street. He was diligently honing his skills. His passing attribute had increased by 2 points due to recent performances and training, rising from 63 to 65. But that wasn't the best part. The system had issued him a new quest. Having featured in a series of matches, the die-hard fans in the stands have grown familiar with you. Now increase your market value to 2 million euros. Reward the one-touch skill of Ballon d'Or winner Rivaldo. In the final round of the 2002-01 La Liga season against Valencia, Rivaldo scored a spectacular bicycle kick. In that move, his prior one-touch control set up the perfect angle for the final shot. Chen Liang was stunned. 2 million euros. He quickly pulled aside Asensio, who was practicing ball control nearby, and asked, "Asensio, do you know where to check your market value?" "Of course. Don't tell me you don't know how to check it." Asensio chuckled. "Well, tell me first, and I'll treat you to Chinese food later. You can find it on Transfermarkt. A player's value is assessed based on performance, age, awards, achievements, and more. Though Transfermarkt is about to update soon. If you want to boost your value, you need to perform well in matches." Asensio shrugged. "You don't have awards or achievements. Luckily you're young, so Transfermarkt will rate you higher. The only thing you can really influence is your performance. If you play well in the next match, your value might see a nice bump." After Asensio's explanation, it all clicked for Chen Liang. "Oh, I see." Thinking of the system's reward, he trained even harder. Watching from the sideline, Sergio was curious. What did Asensio say to him? "Chen looks like he's been injected with adrenaline." Assistant coach Freak shrugged. Probably bragging about his Real Madrid days. "Maybe Chen wants to join a giant club like that too." Sergio nodded, finding some sense in his assistant's words. These young players, after one taste of success, they dream of joining giants like Real Madrid or Barcelona. It's normal though. Who hasn't had a childhood dream of playing for Real Madrid or Barca? Then let's make sure he shines this season so we can sell him for a good price at the end of it. But, Freak pointed to the Espanyol crest behind them. Selling him would just be making money for his father anyway. This club belongs to his dad. True. Sergio stroked his chin. But it's still beneficial for us. The more he sells for, the bigger our transfer budget. Then we won't have to raid the B team for players next season. After a grueling day of training, Chen Liang returned home by car. The moment he tossed down his training bag, he spotted a large wooden crate in the living room. "Antley, what's this?" Chen Liang pointed at the crate, asking the housekeeper, who was polishing a delicate vase. "I don't know, mister. Chen bought it. He said you should open it yourself." Antley replied with a smile. "All right." Chen Liang curiously examined the wooden crate. After a moment, he marveled at the display case before him, 2 meters tall and 4 meters wide. "I wonder how much my dad spent on this. Though it feels expensive, though I don't know much about it." It was a trophy display case Chen Igua had given Chen Liang, handcrafted and exuding luxury from every angle. A note was placed at the top of the cabinet. "Congratulations on starting your new life. A place for your honors should be grand. Wishing you smooth sailing, son." As he gazed at the empty display case, the television nearby aired a Spanish sports news segment. Yesterday, the final round of La Liga concluded. Barcelona's Neymar has been awarded the league's player of the month. Could this honor push his market value to new heights? Let's all congratulate him. As the matches grew more frequent, Chen Liang felt time slipping by with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, late September arrived, and Espanyol faced their final opponent of the month, Sporting Gijón, a club entrenched in the relegation zone. They would host Sporting Gijón at home. A clash between two relegation battling sides seemed to offer little spectacle, especially as the same round featured the Spanish El Clásico. At 3 in the afternoon, fans from both camps took their seats. Before the match even began, they had already launched their own duel of vocal prowess. Wave after wave of sound erupted across the once quiet stadium. Amid the impassioned chants, all the supporters awaited the players' entrance. Gazing at the lights spilling from the tunnel and hearing the thunderous roars of the crowd, Chen Liang stepped out onto the pitch alongside his teammates. Vamos Espanyol! As the players took the field, the fans' volume surged higher, and the unique fervor of football began to spread across the verdant pitch. Espanyol's forward Moreno kicked off, and the Sporting Gijón players immediately charged forward, igniting a fierce battle for possession. Both Sporting Gijón and Espanyol were relegation contenders, their tactics straightforward, compensating for a lack of technical finesse with raw physicality. Consequently, they were a team of formidable toughness. In La Liga's relegation tier, such a style was commonplace. Their game revolved around long balls and crosses into the box. Goals came from brute force and sheer impact, reminiscent of Coach Yun's famed 4-4-2 battering ram tactics. While such opponents might intimidate technically gifted teams like Barcelona, did Espanyol fear them? Of course not. Those with nothing to lose fear no one. You're a relegation side. Aren't we one too? Oh wait, actually we're not anymore. We're sitting second in the standings. Thud. Tweet. 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 The relentless thuds of colliding bodies and the referee's constant whistle blasts underscored the match's ferocious intensity. Chen Liang had initially planned to conjure an assist with his trademark outside of the boot passing, or failing that, unleash a shot to find the back of the net. But he quickly realized his error. Sporting Gijón gave him no room to breathe. The moment he received the ball, 1 or 2 players would charge at him, howling with aggression. Every physical duel made Chen Liang grateful he had bolstered his physique before the season began. Otherwise, he would have been rattled apart by those bruisers long ago. Unable to settle on the ball, Chen Liang focused on shoring up the defense. If they wanted to play rough, he wouldn't shy away. Thud. Chen Liang collided with their number 10 midfielder Cases. Though his frame was slightly leaner, Cases merely staggered, retained control, and attempted to surge past him. Whoosh. Realizing he couldn't win the physical battle, Chen Liang slid across the turf, sweeping the ball out for a throw-in. It was his advantage, and he wasn't about to abandon it. In the 11th minute, Espanyol regained possession. Chen Liang flicked the ball wide with the outside of his boot, and Asensio executed a perfect nutmeg, bursting past the opposing defense. Just as he prepared to whip in a cross, he was barged off balance by the opposing fullback, sending the ball harmlessly over the end line. Bo. The traveling Sporting Gijón fans seized the opportunity, raining down jeers on Asensio in an attempt to unsettle him. But Asensio rose emotionless, dusted the grass clippings from his jersey, and calmly returned to his position. The match continued with Sporting Gijón relentlessly attacking down the flanks. Their approach was simplistic. Wingers Menendez and Johnny used their blistering pace to race down the wings, then fired in low crosses, hoping a teammate would get lucky in the box. Though frequent, this attacking pattern posed little threat to Espanyol. On the sideline, Cena Sports had secured a dedicated commentary booth, where Jean June, clad in a light gray suit, had taken his place. As Cena Sports' subscriber base swelled, the company had stepped up its coverage of Espanyol's matches. Even for a relegation six-pointer like this, they dispatched their star commentator, Jean June, to call the action. All we can see now that against a resurgent Espanyol, Sporting Gijón are sticking to their identity. They haven't abandoned their tactical traditions. Physicality has always been their hallmark. Now we'll see how Chen Liang and Espanyol cope. Mentioning Chen Liang, Jean June's distinctive voice brimmed with excitement. The camera returned to the action where Espanyol's captain Javi Lopez had just played a square pass to Chen Liang. "Come on, you yellow monkey. Try to get past me." Sporting Gijón's number 6, Alvarez taunted, shoving Chen Liang in the back while hurling racial slurs. Trash talk is commonplace on the pitch, a tactic to provoke and unsettle. If Chen Liang reacted by head-butting him, he would have fallen right into the trap. A red card would have eased the pressure on Sporting Gijón's defense considerably. "You'd better just play the game, or I'll report you to the referee." Chen Liang didn't turn around, instead passing the ball back to his captain before speaking over his shoulder. Captain Javi Lopez, seeing no option through Chen Liang, launched a long ball forward to Moreno. "Hey kid, you need to learn to dish it out, or they'll walk all over you," Javi advised sagely after making the pass. "He racially abused me," Chen Liang said, pointing at the opposing number 6 Alvarez. "The referee will probably dismiss your complaint. There's no recording device here to prove it. We can't exactly call in lip readers for a frame-by-frame analysis. Don't let it get to you. Just give it right back," Javi explained, glancing at the opposing number 6. Chen Liang nodded, then turned and retorted to Alvarez, "FCKU. When it came to trash talk, how could someone raised in China ever concede defeat?" Stunned by the insulting reply, Alvarez quickly waved his arms and protested to the referee, "Ref. He insulted me." Seeing the referee's gaze upon him, Chen Liang spread his hands innocently. "Ref, I was just telling him to watch his tackles. I didn't say anything." Tweet, tweet, tweet. The referee blew his whistle. "If you two don't want a card, just play the game properly." After issuing a stern warning to both, he blew the whistle again to resume play. The brief altercation between the two players did not cause Chen Liang to lose his composure, for he knew full well that on the football pitch everything was decided by the ball. If he could directly dribble past Alvarez, who had been hurling trash talk at him, the impact would be far greater than landing a punch. Chen Liang received the ball once more, his legs beginning a rapid series of feints around it, the step over he had employed in the previous match. Unlike the Marseille turn, this skill was not augmented by his system, so Chen Liang could only execute it within a certain range. Alvarez, close him down, don't let him carry the ball. His passing is lethal. A teammate cautioned from behind Alvarez. At that moment, Sporting Gijón's backline was compressed flat by the forward runs of Espanyol's attackers, and someone had to apply pressure on Chen Liang. Alvarez charged towards Chen Liang. "Go on then, try that Marseille turn on me if you dare." Alvarez had done his homework before the match. He was well versed in Chen Liang's signature move, the Marseille turn. But whether it was due to Chen Liang's earlier trash talk or some other reason, the moment Alvarez reached him and spat out his taunt, the tactical advice he had mentally noted just seconds before evaporated from his mind. Facing the aggressively charging opponent, Chen Liang hesitated for a split second, then planted his left foot on the ball, hooked it with his right, and spun his body rapidly around it as the pivot. A textbook Marseille turn. In one swift rotation, Chen Liang swept past Alvarez. Immediately, he struck the ball with the outside of his boot, sending it flying towards Sporting Gijón's defensive line, carrying all his pent-up frustration. Sporting Gijón's defenders initially aimed to step in front of the receiving player Moreno to clear the danger. However, as they closed in on the ball, they noticed it seemed to be bending. Thus, the ball curved past their outstretched legs, flying directly towards Moreno. Such a gift-wrapped opportunity was not one Moreno would squander. Unhesitatingly, he struck the ball first time from the gap in the defense. The Sporting Gijón goalkeeper, caught completely off guard by the sudden shot, could only watch helplessly as the ball flew past his outstretched hand. Swish! The sound of the ball rippling the net echoed in his ears. "Oh!" The home Espanyol fans erupted in ecstatic cheers as the ball hit the back of the net, and all the Espanyol players rushed towards Moreno in celebration. 1-0. The goal had materialized in an instant so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. This was undoubtedly a perfect scenario for Espanyol. After all their opponents, Sporting Gijón had come with the sole intention of grabbing a point. Chun Liang's outside of the boot assist allowed them to conserve energy and execute their defensive counter-attacking strategy with greater ease. Chun Liang also ran towards Moreno, waving his arms, his expression one of excitement. As he passed the dazed Alvarez, he shot him a glance and quipped, "Not so chatty now, are we?" He quickly embraced Moreno, feeling the surge of emotion release from his body. Another assist to his name. His mind flashed back to his days in the B team, standing excitedly on the sidelines in an oversized jersey, eagerly awaiting a few minutes of playtime at the end of a match. Back then he had fantasized about soaring to greatness through sheer effort and delivering a spectacular performance. Yet he never imagined that this moment would become so vividly real, unfolding right before his very eyes. Undoubtedly Chun Liang was fortunate. His system helped bridge the gap between him and other prodigies. With that thought, Chun Liang's gaze swept across the ecstatic fans in the stands. If he could, he genuinely wished to deliver a trophy to them, be it the league title or even just a cup. If that day were to arrive, he hoped to add a more vibrant chapter to Espanyol's history. After the celebration subsided, everyone returned to their positions, awaiting the restart of the match. The Sporting Gijón players, upon kicking off, immediately surged forward en masse, intent on launching an attack against Espanyol's defense. Teams fighting relegation often lack the strict tactical discipline of a side like Barcelona. They rely more on raw energy and momentum. Meanwhile, in the stadium's executive box, Espanyol's sporting director Caranca and the owner Chinagua sat watching the match with smiles on their faces. Every lead their team took brought smiles to their faces, and this season those moments had been plentiful. "Take a look at your son, how brilliant he is on the pitch. Should we offer him a new contract?" Caranca said, looking at Chinagua beside him with a smile. Chinagua watched the field. In all honesty, he had given Chun Liang no small amount of money growing up, so much so that Chun Liang was probably unaware of his exact salary at Espanyol. "I think it's a good idea. You handle the specifics of the contract. Make sure it's based on his performance. Once it's ready, no need to run it by me. You take care of it." Chinagua said thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on the pitch. Watching Chun Liang sprint tirelessly across the field, Chinagua began to feel a sense of anticipation. He had never interfered in his son's football career, and even when Chun Liang was in the B team, he had never used his influence to pave the way for him. But now he continued to witness his son's growth from a spectator's perspective, savoring the unique joy of nurturing that only a parent can feel. For him, it was a journey well worth anticipating. Was this performance the limit of his son's potential? Chinagua believed it was far from it. He always felt his son had more possibilities in store. "Chin, drop back a bit more. You're pushing too high." Asensio put some pressure on him. Go. Good ball, good ball. Keep it up." On the pitch, the leading Espanyol side began to play with greater composure and ease. Under Sergio's direction, the team's defensive line dropped deeper. Undoubtedly, they were settling into a focused defensive counterattacking mode. This tactic suited Sergio's team perfectly. Their impressive start to the season was built on challenging opponents from an underdog position. Consequently, against a team of similar caliber like Sporting Gijón, this counterattacking strategy proved even more effective. After falling behind, Sporting Gijón's players quickly realized that every time they pushed forward, danger loomed large at their own end. Espanyol's counterattacks were exerting immense pressure on them. In the 40th minute, Captain Javi Lopez launched another long pass from the back, finding Asensio on the wing with pinpoint accuracy. Asensio drove into the box and swept the ball low towards the center. Sporting Gijón's defenders had their attention fixed on striker Moreno, completely overlooking Chun Liang's late run into the box. Chun Liang calmly slotted the ball into the net and, brimming with confidence, sprinted towards the Espanyol supporters section. "Please take us to the Champions League. One more goal, let them lose all hope." On the stands, Espanyol fans shouted excitedly towards Chun Liang. The players celebrating on the sidelines suddenly felt the heavy weight of responsibility upon their shoulders. As players, they trained tirelessly throughout the week to bring a victory to the fans on the weekend. At least for now, they could truly send the fans home with joy. "We will bring you many more victories." Captain Xavi Lopez shouted towards the stands before leading Chun Liang, Asensio, and the others back onto the pitch to continue the battle. Espanyol headed into the halftime break with a 2-goal lead. Fans poured out of the stands using their cash to buy some beer and making a quick trip to the restroom, eagerly anticipating the second half. Some sharp-eyed supporters noticed that Espanyol's substitutes were already warming up on the pitch. It seemed Espanyol would be making rotations in the second half. As the second half commenced, the starting players emerging from the tunnel appeared noticeably more energized, a testament to whatever Sergio had told them during the break. "Chun, push forward." Shortly after the second half began, Asensio collected the ball on the flank and delivered a pass to the advancing Chun Liang. With minimal adjustment, Chun used the outside of his boot to find striker Gerard Moreno. Moreno was about to shoot when a defender made a desperate sliding tackle to clear the ball. No worries. There will be more chances." Chun Liang encouraged Moreno with a smile. Through round after round of league matches, the bond between Chun Liang and his teammates had subtly strengthened. It must be said, whether partnering with Asensio or Moreno, it was always a comfortable and enjoyable playing experience. Their trio's telepathic understanding allowed Chun Liang to rack up more assist goals and even increased his market value. About 10 more minutes into the match, the referee blew his whistle and pointed towards the sidelines. The fourth official held up the substitution board, and Chun Liang saw his number displayed. Instantly, a thunderous wave of applause erupted from the stands. Since the season began, Chun Liang's performances had captivated the hearts of the fans. Amidst the roaring cacophony, Chun Liang high-fived substitute Canis, completing the substitution process. The fans in the stands using a newly crafted chant sent their noise to Chun Liang, who had contributed a goal and an assist. Perhaps this relegation battler match would go unnoticed by most in Spain except for the fans of the two teams. But in the distant eastern land, millions of Chinese fans were watching this very match live. Many of them jokingly claimed to be 30-year Espanyol fans, but honestly most were only there to watch Chun Liang. Many knew nothing about Espanyol as a club, yet they unhesitatingly ordered jerseys in the live stream chat, all in a desperate attempt to support the faint flicker of hope that is Chinese football. Damn, with this momentum, reaching double-double stats isn't just a dream. Does anyone know when the Copa del Rey starts? Does Cena Sports have the broadcast rights? This match is secured, but I have an exam. Gotta go. Back on the bench, Chun Liang wiped his sweat with a towel, pondering how he had managed to score 1 goal and provide 1 assist. This stat line was beyond his expectations. He hadn't even thought about a goal celebration earlier. Now he considered whether he should craft a signature celebration of his own, much like Cristiano Ronaldo. Just as his mind wandered to possible celebrations, a sharp, urgent whistle blew from the pitch. Alvarez sat on the ground in frustration, throwing his hands up at the referee. "Did you not see that? He fouled me first." "No, I saw it." "No foul." The referee calmly shook his finger. At that moment, a chorus of loud boos emanated from the Espanyol stands. Boo. Alvarez, already unsettled after his team fell 2 goals behind, completely lost his composure. "Did they pay you off?" Alvarez sprang to his feet, complaining to the referee. The referee, not backing down, blew his whistle again and beckoned Alvarez over. A yellow card appeared in the referee's hand. "Keep your mouth shut and play football," the referee warned as he brandished the card at Alvarez. "Are you blind? Why do you always favor Espanyol? Does your grandmother have Catalan blood?" Alvarez vented loudly, showing no restraint as he hurled insults at the head referee. The referee was momentarily stunned, then reached into his pocket and produced a red card. Fine. Alvarez clapped sarcastically, a sneer on his face as he walked off the pitch. This moment was captured by the broadcast cameras, giving the Spanish Football Federation ammunition for a potential suspension. The Sporting Gijón manager shook his head on the sidelines, clearly disappointed by Alvarez's lack of composure. For him, the match was effectively over. His team was down 2 goals and had a man sent off. Xavi Lopez winked towards Chun Liang on the bench, clearly standing up for his young teammate. It was precisely the earlier confrontation between Captain Xavi Lopez and Alvarez that triggered the entire chain of events. Poor Alvarez. Against a young player like Chun Liang, he could just exchange trash talk. But facing a seasoned veteran like Xavi Lopez, he lost his head and ultimately played himself out of the game. Soon the match reached its conclusion, and the referee's final whistle signaled the official end of the game. Espanyol fans in the stands immediately erupted in celebration, while the players gathered in groups to applaud the supporters. It was a fantastic victory. With 3 points in the bag, Espanyol secured their spot in second place on the La Liga table for another week. This was a result that brought joy to everyone associated with the club. Meanwhile, down on the pub street at Hawks Bar, the joy of victory quickly spread there. Many fans clad in Espanyol colors were clinking glasses, with flushed faces, beer foam flying everywhere. Chun played brilliantly today, but you know I was pretty good in Espanyol's youth academy myself. If I hadn't gotten injured back, then you'd be watching me on TV instead. That's nothing. I have a friend who was truly incredible. Old Hawk was bustling happily between tables, topping up beers and lingering to chat with the patrons. Ever since meeting Chun Liang, Hawk felt his life had become filled with newfound anticipation. After the match against Sporting Gijón concluded, Sergio, as per usual, brought Chun Liang along to the post-match press conference. At the press conference, a transparent trophy conspicuously sat on the table before Chun Liang, its Spanish inscription reading, Player of the Month. This was the finest honor Chun Liang had received as a player. After the game in the locker room, the club's sporting director Karanka had presented him with this trophy. Asensio happened to witness this. He quietly pulled Chun Liang aside and said, "Hey Chun, I just heard the coach mention taking you to the post-match press conference. If you bring that trophy along, the media will surely write about it. It might just boost your market value." Chun Liang figured Asensio had a point, and so the trophy made its appearance at the press conference. "Mr. Sergio, we noticed Chun brought a trophy today. Could you share your thoughts on that?" Sergio glanced sidelong at the trophy in front of Chun Liang and replied, "Certainly. I believe Chun's performances over the past month have been worthy of the club's best player title. After thorough discussion among the team, we decided to bestow this honor upon him." As Sergio finished speaking, the reporters in attendance began furiously clattering away on their laptops, and soon the news of Chun Liang's Player of the Month award began to spread across various media outlets. "Chun, having earned the club's Best Player award, you must be quite satisfied with your performances. What would you say is your next goal, or perhaps your next challenge?" A reporter raised their hand and inquired with curiosity. "I am satisfied with my performances, but not entirely. My goal is to make it into the official La Liga team of the month in the coming month. Chen Liang glanced at the trophy before him, then gave his answer. La Liga selects a strongest lineup each month. The players who make the cut are undoubtedly the officially recognized top 11 in the league. However, these monthly best 11s are almost exclusively dominated by the three giants Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Yet this also illustrates that earning a spot in La Liga's monthly best 11 means you've entered the purview of those three powerhouse clubs. Back home, Chen Liang gazed at the expansive trophy shelf before him. Carefully, he placed his Player of the Month award upon it. He stood still for a moment staring at the trophy, lost in thought. From his debut with the first team to winning his first Player of the Month award, how many trophies might grace this shelf half a year from now? What about a year from now? A decade later? He began to vaguely anticipate that day's arrival. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. Chen Liang pulled it out and saw it was a call from his teammate Asensio. "Hey Asensio, what's up?" Chen Liang asked. "Chen, what are you doing?" "Check the Transfermarkt website right now. Your market value is out." Asensio's excited voice came through the phone. Without a second thought, Chen Liang's heart began to pound wildly, as if a small deer was thrashing about inside his chest. Filled with anticipation, Chen Liang opened the Transfermarkt page, searched for Espanyol, and then began scrolling through the roster to find his name. Finally, there it was under his entry. 3 numbers appeared after his name too. 15, followed by a unit of measurement, M. 2. 15M, which translates to a market value of 15 million euros. Before Chen Liang could even revel in his excitement, the system's mechanical voice sounded in his ear once more. "After a month of intense competition, you now have a market value. Now go prove to everyone that you have what it takes to conquer La Liga." Mission: make it into the La Liga team of the month. Reward: Rivaldo's one-touch volley skill. In the final round of the 2000-01 La Liga season against Valencia, Rivaldo scored a spectacular bicycle kick goal. In that attack, his previous one-touch control and setup created the perfect conditions for the finishing shot. After hearing the system's voice, Chen Liang was stunned once more. Before he could even fully digest the reward from his previous mission, the next one had already appeared. He immediately opened the official La Liga website. This month's La Liga Team of the Year has been announced. The Goalkeeper of the Month award goes to Diego Alves of the Bats Valencia. Despite conceding goals this month, Alves remains a crucial component of his team. Notably, in the match against Real Madrid, he made a series of spectacular saves, denying both Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale. He also saved a vital penalty in the match against Celta Vigo. In defense, Atletico Madrid's Juanfran, Valencia's Otamendi, and Barcelona's Jordi Alba and Gerard Piqué all made the cut. The two fullbacks Juanfran and Alba were instrumental in their team's attacking forays throughout the month, showcasing excellent defensive output. Meanwhile, the two center-backs served as reliable bulwarks for their respective teams. In midfield, Real Madrid's Isco, Valencia's Parejo, and Villarreal's Cheryshev were selected. All three delivered strong performances in key matches. Cheryshev even scored a goal against Barcelona. Isco, the sole Real Madrid representative, is steadily becoming the exceptional midfielder capable of dictating the team's matches. The forward line is spearheaded by Messi alongside Griezmann and Villarreal's Vieto. Messi has rediscovered his scintillating form over the past few games, scoring goals in abundance. Atletico's sharp attacker Griezmann is also in red-hot form. Villarreal's 21-year-old Argentine striker Vieto has found the net in his last 2 appearances. Looking at the list before him, Chen Liang silently resolved himself. To earn the reward, he would need to perform even better than the players listed. He looked at the La Liga schedule taped beside his computer desk. In the next round, Espanyol would yet again be playing at home, this time against Deportivo La Coruña, the team famous for the Super Deporera. In the 1999-2000 season, at the turn of the century, Deportivo La Coruña had remarkably risen to prominence, clinching the league title ahead of powerhouses like Barcelona and Real Madrid. They qualified for the Champions League for 5 consecutive seasons starting from 2000-01, reaching the quarterfinals twice and the semifinals once. They even defeated Manchester United home and away, beat Juventus and Bayern Munich, and overcame a peak Arsenal, demonstrating formidable strength. Clearly this was a club with a glorious past, but their peak period did not last long. After being relegated to the second division in 2010-11, a Deportivo returned to La Liga for the 2011-12 season, only to suffer relegation again in 2012-13. On January 10, 2013, the club filed for bankruptcy protection due to debts amounting to a staggering €156 million. In the bar district inside Old Huacu's tavern, he had hired a few young lads who were now placing posters of Chen Liang at the entrance. Chen Liang had brought good fortune to Huacu, altering his fate, and in return Huacu spared no effort in promoting him. Ever since learning at the pre-match press conference that Chen Liang would once again be in the starting lineup for this week's league match, Old Huacu had begun leveraging his bar to build momentum for Chen Liang. In truth, not many fans in Europe followed Chen Liang, the majority were from China. Yet Huacu's bar did indeed contribute to increasing his influence. The €19.99 did not bring Old Huacu a fortune, but it certainly breathed life into his once desolate tavern, thus transforming his livelihood. The bar quickly became packed with everyone holding a number card placed on the tables. Most of these fans had either failed to secure tickets or simply came to drink. In addition to the die-hard Espanyol supporters, Old Huaco's bar also attracted many casual bystanders this time. Some were tourists visiting Spain looking for a place to have a drink. Strolling through the bar district, they noticed Huaco's bar holding an event and naturally wandered in. Seeing the unfamiliar faces, Huaco's spirits lifted. He cheerfully directed the staff to attend to the guests while personally promoting Chun Liang to many tourists. Chun Liang had done him a great service, and although Huaco could only do so much, he used his own efforts to give something back. Amidst the lively atmosphere, match day drew nearer. Standing in the player tunnel, Chun Liang occasionally cast his gaze at the Deportivo La Coruña players across from him. The fan songs echoing from outside the tunnel grew louder, igniting a blazing fire of battle within him. As the team's results improved, tickets became increasingly scarce. Many fans from China traveled thousands of miles just to support Chun Liang, who shared the same Chinese blood. At that moment, Chun Liang felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Those fans sat in the stands cheering boisterously for a match, sharing with him the same hopes for the future. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle amid the countdown chants from the stands. Chun Liang quickly moved, sprinting into an open space and shouting for his teammates to pass him the ball. Chun Liang knew that he was gradually gaining influence. Although Spanish media coverage of him was sparse and his followers were not numerous beyond Espanyol fans, he still aspired to carve out his own place in Europe. In other words, he had to conquer the fans who had not yet noticed him with brilliant performances. The ball soon reached Chun Liang's feet. Before receiving it, he deliberately scanned his surroundings for any defenders. Finding none, he directed the ball forward and charged toward the opponent's goal. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Liang, dribbling at high speed, was tripped by a Deportivo La Coruña defender. The referee quickly blew his whistle, signaling a foul. Deportivo La Coruña, like Sporting Gijón, was fighting to avoid relegation, and their tactical style mirrored that of their rivals. They continually disrupted Espanyol's players through physical confrontations. Like other managers, Deportivo La Coruña's coach Victor Sanchez had studied Chun Liang before the match. His predecessor Moyes had already proven that man-to-man marking couldn't stop the lad, so Victor opted for a fouling strategy to disrupt Chun Liang. This kid likes to use the Marseille turn to get past opponents, doesn't he? Then I'll simply bring him down. The fouls were not too severe, and the referee was reluctant to show a yellow card. As long as Chun Liang was disturbed, that was Victor's plan. But he forgot that Chun Liang had recently acquired a free kick skill. The free kick was taken and the match resumed. In the 17th minute, Deportivo La Coruña's midfielder FAI drove forward with the ball. Chun Liang executed a sliding tackle to dispossess him, then accelerated with the ball. The dispossessed midfielder FAI had no choice but to bring Chun Liang down just outside the penalty area. Espanyol earned a promising free kick opportunity. Usually set pieces were not taken by Chun Liang, most were handled by Asensio. But this time Chun Liang walked to the spot. He patted Asensio, who was placing the ball, and said, "Can I give it a try this time?" Asensio was taken aback by Chun Liang's request. He had never seen Chun Liang practice free kicks during training, so he naturally doubted his ability. However, seeing the firm determination in Chun Liang's eyes, Asensio hesitated. He turned to look at head coach Sergio, who said nothing. "All right, buddy, go for it." Asensio handed the ball to Chun Liang and stepped back. "I want a 5-man wall." 5. Deportivo La Coruña's goalkeeper Lux became the most nervous player on the pitch. He stared intently at the ball at Chun Liang's feet and anxiously arranged the wall. A bit more to the left, a little more. The angle of this free kick was favorable for a direct shot, and Chun Liang had a chance to score. Lux was extremely tense. In a match between two relegation-threatened teams, a single free kick opportunity could decide the outcome. When Deportivo La Coruña's coach Victor saw Chun Liang preparing to take the free kick, he was stunned. He turned to his assistant and asked, "Does the dossier mention that he can take free kicks?" The assistant quickly tapped on his tablet, scrolling through the data, then nodded affirmatively. "No, this is his first time taking a free kick in an official match." Hearing his assistant's reply, Victor breathed a sigh of relief. "Then there's nothing to worry about." He waved his hand, uncapped a bottle of water, and prepared to sit back on the bench. Just then he heard a thunderous cheer behind him. When he turned around, the ball was already resting quietly in the net. Goal. It's a free kick from Chun Liang. Let's watch the replay. In the commentary booth, Jean Jun shouted excitedly into the microphone. Beside him, European commentators from various broadcasters covered their faces with both hands, wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Oh my God! Scoring from a free kick is undoubtedly one of the most visually stunning ways to score. In the replay, many fans once again witnessed the brilliance of Chun Liang's free kick. The ball spun rapidly from the ground, then, as it faced the wall just inches away, it seemed to grow eyes and curved, bypassing the Deportivo La Coruña wall. As the deadlock was broken, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the stands, countless fans waving their scarves in a cathartic release of emotion. It all happened so naturally. Espanyol naturally won a free kick, and Chun Liang naturally converted it. Victor pointed at the goal and asked his assistant coach beside him, "Didn't he say he couldn't take free kicks?" The assistant shrugged and replied, "But this is indeed his first free kick in an official match." Chun Liang scores from the free kick. He sprinted to the sideline again, turning his back to the stands to display his name and number to the fans. The fans in the stands enthusiastically chanted his name in unison, and the atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. At that very moment within the bar district, a sudden thunderous cheer erupted from the quiet street, drawing the curious gaze of every passerby. The sound came from Hawk's Bar, where patrons were celebrating the goal. They began to dance in a circle around the bar platform, singing songs of joy. Some visiting fans were swept up in the infectious joy and joined the chorus. Beer foam flew through the air as everyone cheered wildly for Chun Liang's goal. Both on television and in the stadium, Chun Liang's goal ignited a fiery passion in the fans and instilled a deeper hunger for victory in the Espanyol players. The match resumed, and Espanyol launched a relentless assault on Deportivo's goal, quickening the tempo of the game. Deportivo seemed to be caught off guard after conceding, their players appearing distracted on the pitch, making it seem as though Espanyol were completely dominating them. Amidst this dominance, in the 37th minute, the situation changed once more. Asensio delivered a diagonal pass from the edge of the box to Caicedo, who finally found the back of the net again. Espanyol seemed to have a firm grip on victory. Perhaps qualifying for the Champions League next season was not just a fanciful dream after all. Chun Liang excitedly embraced Caicedo. He was overjoyed not only because the goal solidified their lead, but also because he had mastered a formidable new weapon. With this new free kick skill, he could rely on it to score goals in the future rather than being solely dependent on open play opportunities. It was no exaggeration to say that since his power shot experience card had expired, his conversion rate on one-on-one chances was lower than his free kick scoring efficiency. This was definitely a skill that could boost his stats, and moreover it established Chun Liang as Espanyol's future scoring talisman. Great goal, buddy, congrats on getting on the scoresheet again. Chun Liang patted Caicedo on the neck, saying joyfully, "This is the talent bestowed upon me by God's favor." Caicedo flashed a wide grin of white teeth. All right. You don't know the meaning of modesty." Chun Liang laughed and scolded him. "What is modesty?" Caicedo asked, puzzled. Chun Liang found it difficult to explain the cultural nuance behind the word, so he simply said, "It means you shouldn't show too much excitement after achieving something, you should stay calm." "So should I wipe this smile off my face right now?" Caicedo immediately turned serious. "No need, buddy, stay happy." Chun Liang patted his shoulder once more before jogging back to his own half. The first half concluded without any further drama. Despite a full half remaining, every Espanyol fan was convinced they had the game firmly in their grasp. During the halftime break, Sergio praised Chun Liang's goal, declaring it one of the most perfect free kick strikes he had ever witnessed. "By the way, Chun, their players are very physical. Avoid unnecessary contact to prevent injury, understood?" Sergio asked with genuine concern. As his performances grew more prominent, Chun Liang's stature in Sergio's eyes had risen steadily. From initially being impressed to receiving a series of pleasant surprises, Sergio had gradually come to regard Chun Liang as one of the team's core players. "Everyone remember this, they are definitely going to push forward in the second half. We must exploit the space behind them. Forwards and attacking players, take note." Sergio's voice boomed with urgency. As the second half was about to begin, the Espanyol fans returned to their seats, their vocal support ringing out once more. Chun Liang stared at the opponent's goal, contemplating the possibility of scoring another. He was waiting for the opportunity Sergio had mentioned. Deportivo appeared restless from the start of the second half. It was evident they were eager to attack, but hesitant to commit too many men forward for fear of being caught on the counter, leading to indecisive forays. Chun Liang continuously made runs, searching for pockets of space to exploit. He played with a bit more caution in the second half as Deportivo's tackles were growing increasingly aggressive with the passage of time. He had to protect himself. Compared to the first half, the second half was rather dull and uneventful. Deportivo tried to attack, but were consistently repelled by Espanyol's midfield trio. Espanyol, content to defend their lead, showed little inclination to commit men forward. The remaining minutes ticked away, and with the final triple blast of the referee's whistle, Espanyol extended their winning streak once more. Their form this season had seemingly propelled them into the upper echelon of La Liga, competing with giants like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid for a Champions League spot. No one knew how far they could go, not even these underdog players themselves. From a previous perspective, it was all so unbelievable. A team that was once fighting for survival at the bottom of the table was now sitting comfortably in second place. While acknowledging the fans' applause after the match, Chun Liang felt a sense of wistfulness, wondering when this joyous winning streak would eventually come to an end. At that thought, he shook his head. No one in football could win forever. He simply wanted to lead this team as far as possible, relying on his own strength. Accompanied by the fans' jubilant songs, the Espanyol players returned to the locker room, bursting in with celebratory chants echoing their victory. Some of the African players' innate musicality came to the fore, drumming rhythmic beats on the ice bucket, while the others formed a circle, singing their hearts out. Chun Liang was pulled into the crowd by Caicedo, laughing as he joined the celebration. His goal tally had increased by 1 after this match, and a performance like this, if maintained until the end of the season, would undoubtedly attract the attention of scouts from many top clubs. After the match, Sergio granted the players another day off, knowing that as the season deepened, their bodies were growing weary. A day of rest was the perfect remedy to help them unwind. When the holiday ended, the team reconvened for training. The first day's session was light, and by all accounts the players should have enjoyed an easy day. Yet a palpable gloom hung over every face. Their next opponent was none other than Atletico Madrid, one of the three giants alongside Real Madrid and Barcelona. Sergio noticed that among all the players present, only Chen Liang wore a relatively relaxed expression. Chen, you're not nervous at all. The next match is against Atletico, Caicedo asked, eyeing Chen Liang with puzzlement. I know they're strong. I faced them while I was with the B team. Their second team is formidable, so the first team must be even more so. Ha ha, Chen, did they knock you around so much you couldn't find your way back? Moreno chimed in with a chuckle. Chen Liang shook his head, which piqued the curiosity of the striking duo. Oh, did you manage a draw then? Chen Liang shook his head again. Oh my god, don't tell me you led the B team to victory against them. Caicedo's eyes lit up as the words tumbled out. Not quite. I didn't play. I was on the bench watching my teammates get utterly dismantled by them. A dark cloud of exasperation seemed to pass over the heads of the two forwards. All right, everyone gather around for a moment. Sergio clapped his hands, beckoning the players to his side. This is Eric, who just earned his PhD in sports performance management from Loughborough University. Starting today, he's joining the first team coaching staff. As Sergio finished speaking, a rather short and stout man stepped forward. Even his training kit appeared baggy and ill-fitting on his frame. This? Are they sure he's not one of the chefs from the canteen? The players eyed Eric with skepticism. After all, as the saying goes, big head, thick neck, either a tycoon or a cook. Eric stood confidently beside Sergio, unbothered by the dubious stares. He introduced himself with a smile. Hello, everyone. You might be wondering about my physique. It's not from a love of fried chicken and fries, but due to a hormonal imbalance. However, rest assured, by the end of the season, I will elevate all of your physical conditioning to a higher level. Physical fitness, some might think it merely means lasting longer on the pitch or tiring less easily. But fitness is a broad concept generally encompassing strength, speed, coordination, agility, and so on. Under Eric's direction, the players first headed to the gym, where they underwent squat tests, upper body strength assessments, agility cross-step tests. Subsequently, they moved to the football pitch to perform the yo-yo test. After a series of tests, varying degrees of fatigue began to show among the players. They stood around in small groups, sipping electrolyte drinks and chatting while Eric busied himself with scribbling notes on his charts. After some calculations, Eric called the team together to give his assessment of their baseline conditions. Based on the data I've collected, I've roughly categorized you into 3 tiers. The first tier possesses excellent physical qualities and needs a certain volume and intensity of work to maintain their status. The second tier requires improvement. With 1 or 2 months of specialized training, there's potential for significant gains. The third tier's data is the most disappointing. Your metrics are far from my standards. While I'm tempted to start training you right now, I'm mindful of your match next week. So I've decided we'll begin during the international break. With that, a cold smirk crossed Eric's face. I believe it will be a truly memorable time. Eric posted the 3 lists on the wall outside the training ground entrance. Every player entering the facility would see them. On the very first day, Chen Liang spotted his name on the 3rd list. It wasn't entirely unexpected. Despite his extra sessions in the gym before the season, development is a gradual process, not an overnight transformation. Just as he was feeling anxious about Eric's promised memorable time, the club's sporting director Karanka suddenly informed him that a call-up notice from his home country had arrived via fax at the club that day. Hearing about the national team call-up, Chen Liang was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of pride at the prospect of representing his country. But the feeling was short-lived, as he soon realized the notice was for the East Asian Cup. As everyone knows, the East Asian Cup features 4 nations. The other 3 are North Korea, Japan, and South Korea. Japan and South Korea, who have the most overseas-based players, typically send domestic players to compete. The message was clear: it's a rather inconsequential tournament. Yet for this very inconsequential tournament, his country was asking Chen Liang to give up his hard-earned starting spot in a top 5 league to participate. Consequently, Chen Liang had the club send an inquiry asking if he could be excused from this edition of the East Asian Cup to focus his energy on more critical fixtures like the World Cup qualifiers or the Asian Cup. 2 days later, he received a sharply worded reply demanding his return for national team training as scheduled. It wasn't hard to figure out. Driven by the desire for results, those greedy higher-ups didn't care. They only saw an opportunity to use Chen Liang's hard-won future to add luster to their own careers. However, how could Chen Liang ever accept such a fate? That very evening, he registered a Weibo account. Within just 1 hour, his follower count skyrocketed past 1 million. Chen Liang then posted a message. Sometimes, even when confronted with utterly disgusting things, I try to add a faint glimmer of light to the bleak path of football. But the greed and shamelessness of some people fill me with profound sorrow. If the journey of Chinese football towards the world stage requires sacrifices, then I am willing to pay that price. I am announcing my indefinite withdrawal from the national team until the day it is no longer so shrouded in darkness. After posting 8 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to him. Unsurprisingly, the public opinion back home exploded. As the nation's great hope and the only player in a top 5 league, he had become a spiritual anchor for countless Chinese football fans. Many dreamed of him leading the national team to the coveted World Cup. But all those beautiful aspirations shattered like colorful bubbles that day. Subsequently, journalists began leaking stories showcasing the allure of journalism. Some claimed Chen Liang was planning to emigrate and didn't consider himself Chinese at all. Others whispered about a rift between Chen Liang and national team head coach Gao Jiabua. Amidst the swirling rumors, no one truly knew why Chen Liang had so resolutely chosen to quit the national team. Since his announcement of withdrawing from the national team, two opposing voices emerged online. Some labeled Chen Liang a traitor, arguing that with Chinese blood flowing through his veins he was duty-bound to serve his country. Another faction of fans believed that Chen Liang's mere presence in a top-5 European league was already a beacon of pride for Chinese football, and their sentiments toward him were filled with blessings. Regardless, the controversy surrounding his departure had genuinely wounded the hearts of some domestic fans. For Chen Liang himself, he had experienced hesitation and uncertainty. His sole desire was to play football, while yet returning to China made that aspiration an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Thus his choice to step away was imbued with a tragic hue from the very beginning. As he had stated, he was willing to bear the consequences and harbored no regrets. Having maintained their position as runners-up in the league for a considerable period, the supporters of Espanyol began to harbor newfound aspirations for their beloved club. With each successive victory, the fans grew increasingly ambitious. Outside the training ground, some supporters even unveiled banners proclaiming their quest for the Winter Champion title. While the Winter Champion designation isn't an official honor in the league for the fans, clinching it signifies that the team has been on the right track for half the season. Within the squad, although head coach Sergio never explicitly mentioned the Winter Champion goal, players like Chen Liang could discern a glimmer of longing in his eyes. After all, which coach doesn't yearn to etch their name into the annals of history? Not everyone gets the chance to manage giants like Barcelona or Real Madrid. Even a small club coach harbors dreams of a spectacular breakthrough. As the team bus slowly rolled into the Vicente Calderon Stadium, Chen Liang gazed out the window, marveling at the grandeur of the arena. A true hallmark of a powerhouse club. The mere thought of competing against such illustrious stars on this very pitch sent a surge of exhilaration through Chen Liang's veins. This was the childhood dream of every football-loving boy, and Chen Liang was no exception. "Don't be nervous, think about the fans behind us," a voice said. Captain Javi Lopez patted Chen Liang on the shoulder, offering encouragement to the young man. He himself had gone through the same ordeal in his youth, the anxiety of facing teams like Real Madrid or Barcelona, enough to make one's nerves fray. Yet Chen Liang wasn't actually nervous. On the contrary, upon seeing the Calderon, a powerful surge of ambition welled up within him. Just as Zlatan Ibrahimovic famously declared, "I came, I saw, I conquered," Chen Liang adopted the same mindset, staring intently at the passionate fans outside, waving their Atletico scarves and singing loudly. "No problem," Sergio affirmed in the locker room, meticulously adjusting his tactical board. Today he had positioned Chen Liang in a deep withdrawn role. This adjustment was a defensive necessity. Atletico's counterattacks were devastatingly potent, though under Simeone's guidance, they had grown increasingly fierce, even shattering the duopoly of Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga in recent years. While Atletico's midfield creativity lagged behind that of Barca or Real Madrid, their utilization of the flanks and their transitions between attack and defense were flawless, a persistent headache for opposing managers. Atletico could seize a lead from fleeting opportunities. By deploying Chen Liang in a deeper position, Sergio aimed to sever the connection between Atletico's midfield and their wingers. Although Chen Liang had played in more advanced roles in previous matches with several standout attacking displays, this particular task was one only he could execute. Sanchez covered a vast area, but he lacked the discipline for a deep-lying role. Javi Lopez had the experience, yet his primary function was to provide cover and rectify any defensive lapses. For now, the team's hopes rested on Chen Liang. The outcome of this match hinged on his ability to neutralize Atletico's multifaceted wing attacks. "Go out there and play with confidence, kid. I'll have your back," Javi Lopez said, patting Chen Liang on the shoulder in the locker room. Sanchez chimed in with a grin, "Don't worry, I'll put in the extra yards. Even if they find space, I'll be there to cover." With reassurances from his teammates, Chen Liang felt a sense of calm wash over him before the match. The Espanyol players gathered in a huddle in the locker room for their final motivational talk. Atletico de Madrid. As Chen Liang stepped out of the tunnel, the Atletico fans immediately exerted pressure from the stands with their thunderous support. With each name of an Espanyol player announced by the stadium DJ, a chorus of deafening boos rained down from the home supporters. Gazing at the countless flags and the sea of fans, Chen Liang was filled with profound awe. This atmosphere. No wonder Europe is the heart of football. No wonder Spain conquered the World Cup and the European Championship. Just this energy alone is incredibly imposing. Though some might question whether Atletico, with fewer titles compared to Real Madrid or Barcelona, truly qualified as a giant, the unwavering support of their fans was a testament to the club's rich heritage. As the match commenced, just as Sergio had emphasized, the opposition indeed funneled a significant portion of their offensive efforts down the flanks. Within the first 5 minutes, Saul bypassed Espanyol's midfield with a short pass, and Atletico winger Oliver shook off Sanchez with a burst of acceleration, sweeping his gaze towards the center. Watching his midfield get carved open so easily, Sergio instinctively wanted to hurl his water bottle onto the pitch, but restrained himself. He had to acknowledge the objective disparity in quality between the sides. Chen dropped deeper. Following Sergio's instruction, Chen Liang sprinted towards the edge of the box, aiming to provide cover for the second ball against a potential cross. However, Oliver was perhaps overly eager, attempting to dribble along the byline into the box. The ball was quickly poked out for a corner by an Espanyol defender. Atletico Madrid won a corner. Coke prepared to take it, exchanging a knowing glance with Griezmann, who instantly understood the signal. Griezmann darted towards the corner flag area. Although Javi Lopez followed him, Coke still played the ball to his teammate. Instead of controlling it, Griezmann immediately laid it back to Coke, executing a simple, yet highly effective 1-2. In that moment, Griezmann swiftly cut into the box, leaving Espanyol's midfield in disarray as Javi Lopez was easily bypassed. "Watch out!" Chun Liang yelled, sprinting towards the top of the arc. With the box crowded, they were certain to lay the ball off for a shot from distance. In the blink of an eye, Chun Liang saw Griezmann pass the ball to Thiago at the top of the arc, who struck it first time without controlling it. Espanyol defenders Rocco and Chun Liang both lunged into a sliding tackle to block the shot, but they were a fraction too late. Goalkeeper Pau Lopez dove swiftly to the ground. Though he was prepared, the crowded penalty area obscured his vision. By the time he reacted, the ball had already rolled along the ground into the net. This time it was Atletico Madrid's fans who erupted in cheers. They waved their scarves, the goal coming so quickly that even they could barely process it. FCK. Seeing his team concede so early, Sergio turned and sat back down on the bench. There was nothing he could do. His team was indeed outmatched. But conceding this early was too much. Watching the ecstatic Atletico fans celebrate on the sideline, Sergio felt he needed to do something. He decided to solidify the defense first. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouted to the pitch, "Drop deep. Move the defensive line back and compress their space." Atletico Madrid's wing play was indeed formidable. A simple 1-2 could easily slice through Espanyol's defense. Facing a team that utilized the pitch's width to the extreme, Sergio could only rely on a low block to stifle their attacks. With plenty of time left, pushing forward recklessly would only widen the deficit. It was better to shore up the defense, bide their time, and try to equalize from a set piece. Play resumed with Moreno taking the kickoff. The Atletico Madrid players, energized by their goal, looked even more fired up. The moment the ball was played from the center circle, Atletico's forwards surged past the halfway line. They were pressing high, immediately attempting to exploit Espanyol's unsettled mindset and grab another goal. The ball was passed back to the defense. As soon as center back Rocco received it, two Atletico players closed him down. Nervous, he looked to pass to his defensive partner, only to find him marked. Playing it safe, Rocco instinctively wound up to hoof the ball clear. Here. Just as he was about to strike, he spotted Chun Liang dropping deep to offer an outlet. Rocco didn't hesitate and slipped the ball to Chun Liang. At that moment, Atletico's Vieto rushed forward to press, prompting a shout from Rocco, "Watch out." In that split second, Chun Liang lowered his center of gravity. As Vieto closed in, he executed a reverse Marseille turn in his own half. The move left everyone on the pitch stunned. Wow. No one expected Chun Liang to complete such a flamboyant turn. As for the pressing Vieto, he was left in the dust, trailing behind Chun Liang after the maneuver. After turning, Chun Liang didn't dwell on the ball. Instead, he whipped a pass with the outside of his boot to Moreno, who was surging forward up front. The outside foot pass seemed to have eyes flying directly to Moreno's feet. Reacting almost instinctively, Moreno controlled it before he could even think. At this moment, Moreno faced immense pressure against Uruguayan international Godin. This was a golden opportunity for Espanyol, and Moreno didn't want to waste it. The traveling Espanyol fans chanted loudly, "Take him on. Take him on." But how many forwards could be confident against the experienced and composed Godin? He had no choice but to try. He had to go for it. Moreno surged forward with the ball, while Godin across from him lowered his stance, poised and ready. Like Moreno, Godin was under immense pressure. If Moreno got past him, the Atletico Madrid penalty area lay exposed behind. Meanwhile, Chun Liang had sprinted from the back to the front, quietly positioning himself behind Moreno. Chun, get back." Sergio shouted from the sideline, unsure if Moreno could beat Godin. If the ball was lost, Atletico's counterattack would be terrifying. In that scenario, they would need Chun Liang's defensive presence at the back. And here he was making a forward run. True to his reputation, Godin retreated step by step, biding his time before making a decisive tackle. He poked the ball away cleanly, sending Moreno tumbling to the ground from the momentum. Atletico Madrid's fans finally breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived as they gasped again. The ball had rolled right to Chun Liang's feet. Moreno, still on the ground, protested to the referee, "That's a foul. Definitely a foul." But he quickly fell silent, realizing the ball was still with his teammate. Chun Liang glanced at the goal, his leg already raised. Now it was Atletico's defenders' turn to panic, as they had seen his profile and knew about his stunning outside foot long-range strike. "Stop him. Quick. Don't let him shoot." Jimenez, who had been essentially mentored by Godin, finally couldn't hold back. He charged forward rapidly, closing the distance to Chun Liang. Seeing Chun Liang's leg raised, Jimenez instinctively stuck out a foot to block the shot. For some reason, he felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. But he couldn't worry about that now. To stop the shot, Jimenez extended his leg. Soon he noticed Chun Liang's swinging leg was slowing down. That wasn't the speed of a shot. He realized his mistake. He'd been fooled by Chun Liang's feint. He wasn't shooting at all. Chun Liang smiled as Jimenez took the bait, having successfully drawn out his opponent's center of gravity. A fake shot, then a cut inside. Chun Liang used the inside of his foot to nudge the ball past Jimenez, slipping away from his challenge. Jimenez had no choice but to commit a foul. He instinctively pulled Chun Liang down, just outside the box, earning a yellow card. and conceding a dangerous free-kick opportunity for Espanyol. A loud jeer erupted from the small, but vocal traveling Espanyol support. They were putting pressure on the referee, hoping to see the yellow card upgraded to a red. Espanyol had a free kick in a promising position. Godin patted Jimenez on the back, offering comfort to his fellow Uruguayan and younger teammate. Add more men to the wall. Oblak, though not intimately familiar with Chunliang, knew he had scored a free kick in the previous round. He dared not take him lightly. As Oblak organized the wall, Chunliang's gaze was fixed intently on the goal. Aware that Chunliang had scored with a curving free kick last time, Oblak had deliberately arranged a larger wall to block his shooting angles. With the wall spread wide and Oblak a world-class goalkeeper guarding the net, the Atletico Madrid fans didn't truly regard this as a significant threat. Oblak lowered his center of gravity, taking deep breaths as he awaited Chunliang's strike. At the referee's whistle, Chunliang began to step back, his eyes on the goal, before starting his run-up. The Atletico fans in the stands began to create a din, hoping to disrupt Chunliang's concentration. Watching the young Asian player with the resolute gaze, Oblak felt a sneer forming inside. For a goalkeeper, few things in a match are more satisfying than extinguishing the opponent's hope of scoring, witnessing their heads in their hands, and hearing the praise from the fans behind. Send it in like last time, kid. Captain Javi Lopez clenched his fist, eager for Chunliang's goal to boost the team's morale. The other Espanyol players were equally expectant, their eyes locked on the ball, hoping to see it nestly in the back of the net in the next moment. Thud. Chunliang struck the ball. Oblak anticipated a curving trajectory towards the goal, but he only heard a dull impact and saw nothing. Where's the ball? Just as Oblak was puzzled, the ball shot out from beneath the wall. A low drive. Chunliang had perfectly timed his strike, catching the six-man wall as they leaped high at the moment of his kick. The ball skimmed rapidly under the jumping player's feet, sending turf flying, a testament to the velocity of the low shot. Oblak was completely caught off guard. The moment he saw the ball, it was already past him and nestling into the net. He didn't even have time to shout. He didn't even have time to dive. Oblak lay helpless on the ground, the roar of the Espanyol fans erupting in the distance. He closed his eyes. He hadn't crushed their hopes. Instead, he had become the backdrop for Chunliang's brilliant low drive. What a strike. A low drive. It's in. Jean-Jun couldn't help but exclaim. He briefly considered commenting on Chunliang's recent withdrawal from the national team, but mindful of his role as commentator, he held back. At the moment the team needed a goal, most Chunliang delivered that golden strike. And in such a spectacular fashion. Beautiful. The Espanyol players sprinted towards Chunliang, while coach Sergio on the sidelines celebrated with fervent fist pumps. Despite conceding early, they had fought back. Stay calm. Stay focused. Sergio, amidst his excitement, reminded his players. On the other side, Simeone's expression remained unchanged. Though he acknowledged the brilliance of Chunliang's goal, the situation was still within his control. His gaze settled on Chunliang, a young man who had impressed this season and had come to his attention before. While there was a flicker of interest, he had no intention of bringing him to the Rojiblancos. With a solid and well-established squad built around the reliable trio of Coxal and Thiago, all with strong ties to the club, Simeone saw no need for adjustments. Following the goal, Espanyol retreated en masse, continuing their low-block strategy, allowing Atletico Madrid to dominate possession increasingly. Atletico controlled the tempo, managing 7 shots in the first half, 4 of which were on target. Espanyol, by contrast, had only 1 shot on goal, Chunliang's free kick. Just before halftime, Saul unleashed a powerful, precise through ball with his laces. It bypassed the Espanyol midfield and found the rapidly advancing Griezmann. Despite Pau Lopez's attempt to come out and intercept, Griezmann was quicker, using his instep to guide the ball into the net. Atletico Madrid had regained the lead with another simple, efficient attack, leaving Espanyol's defense looking utterly helpless. After this goal, Simeone finally allowed himself a brief celebration. The usually proud Argentine coach's joy wasn't just for the goal itself, but for the execution of the attack he admired. On the other sideline, Sergio's face was a mask of stoicism. This goal was simply a result of the disparity in individual quality, and there was little he could blame. It's alright. Let's keep going, okay? Chunliang constantly reassured his teammates. Such goals are demoralizing because there's simply nothing you can do. No worries, let's go. Forward Gerard Moreno exchanged a high-five with him before heading to the center circle for the restart. The home fan songs filled the stadium once more. The Atletico Madrid supporters were indeed a cohesive force, their voices adding palpable pressure on Espanyol. With the referee's whistle, the match reached halftime. In the Atletico Madrid dressing room, Simeone paced before the large club crest. That goal we conceded in the first half was foolish, but otherwise we played commendably. Jimenez sheepishly raised his hand. Sorry, boss. It wasn't intentional. If not for his foul, Chunliang wouldn't have had the chance to score that free kick. No problem. It's just a mistake. Learn from it. Simeone waved his hand dismissively. Apart from that free kick, they offered almost no threat to our goal. Let's continue like this in the second half, extend the lead, and kill the game off. Simeone exuded confidence in securing more goals after the break. Meanwhile, in the Espanyol dressing room, coach Sergio was still trying to lift his players' spirits. It's okay, we played decently. But we are a team. We win together, we lose together. Only through unity can we prevail. Sergio studied the tactics board. Trailing by just 1 goal, he was deliberating on his approach for the second half. As the second half commenced, Sergio made an attacking substitution, bringing on Asensio. The Atletico fans were taken aback. Their opponent's coach was certainly bold, seemingly believing a few wins entitled them to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Giants. Just as Sergio was preparing the substitution, the game suddenly shifted. Griezmann tore open a gap down Espanyol's flank. Griezmann decisively chose to deliver a low cross the ball, evading the interception of Espanyol's defenders, finding Vieto, who was surging forward through the middle. The latter met the ball and struck it first time, extending the lead to 3 goals. Atletico Madrid continued to dominate the match. The ball went in. Espanyol are in trouble now. I must say Sergio, who was preparing a substitution to bolster the attack on the sidelines, now carries a touch of tragedy. But that's football. Jean-June adjusted his glasses and continued, Atletico Madrid's intensity and tempo are exceptionally high. I think. Even if the result of this match is not ideal, the players of Espanyol have truly given their all. Sergio, ready to make a substitution on the sidelines, appeared dazed, staring blankly at Vieto celebrating the goal on the pitch. He had indeed envisioned his team conceding in the second half, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Chunliang was also watching the celebrating Atletico players. Despite scoring a goal himself, he could feel the gap between the two sides. This gap was not something 1 or 2 players could bridge, it was a comprehensive disparity. Beside him, Sanchez followed Chunliang's gaze and patted his shoulder, saying, "Just do your best." On the sidelines, Atletico Madrid's fans began to stir with excitement, their heavy drumbeats declaring who truly ruled this arena. With a 2-goal lead, Atletico Madrid showed no signs of easing the pressure on Espanyol. Their forwards relentlessly pressed Espanyol's backline, making it agonizingly difficult for them to play out from the back. This high-level, fast-paced match was taking a toll on Espanyol's players. Then the referee's whistle blew. The referee signaled the end of the match. Upon hearing the whistle, Simeone approached Sergio, his mood buoyant after the victory, his demeanor more gracious than ever. "Congratulations. You played well too." Sergio tasted his first defeat of the season, but given that it was his maiden loss, it was already a commendable achievement. Standing on the touchline, Chunliang watched the departing fans alongside his teammates as they acknowledged the crowd. This was his first taste of defeat. Honestly, losing felt terrible. Though no fan voiced complaints from the stands, seeing the disappointment in their eyes left a bitter taste in his heart. It was the first time Chunliang had not seen smiles on the faces of the fans. If he could, he wished they would always leave the stadium with smiles. After all, these traveling fans were the true devotees of the club. They had journeyed thousands of miles to Madrid over the weekend only to witness their team being dismantled. Reflecting on this, Chunliang realized he still had a long road ahead. At the post-match press conference, the media eyed the visibly weary Sergio with unusual excitement. This was the first loss of the season for the Dark Horse team, providing some solace to those who had doubted them. "Mr. Sergio, how would you assess the outcome of this match?" Sergio did not answer immediately, but adjusted his sitting posture. He then said, "Well, we certainly had a tough time out there, but the players gave their best. I am willing to take full responsibility for this defeat." The media buzzed with surprise at Sergio's response. He was shouldering all the blame for the loss, thereby alleviating the pressure on his players. "But just now in the dressing room I told them that this loss is not necessarily a bad thing, right?" A faint relaxed smile appeared at the corner of Sergio's mouth as he posed the rhetorical question. "We've shed the pressure and can now approach the upcoming matches with a lighter step. Everyone can continue to look forward to our performances. If I may ask, why did you choose to strengthen the attack in the second half?" A reporter from Diario Sport stood up, asking the question, with a sneer seemingly mocking Sergio's overestimation of his team's abilities. "Are you suggesting that my team should have just sat back and waited for defeat when trailing?" Sergio retorted. His response captured the attention of the journalists, who all turned to look at the two. "My team was behind, so I adopted an attacking tactic. I emphasized attacking to the players. That was my decision. But you conceded before you even had the chance to make the substitution." The Diario Sport reporter's smile widened, anticipating Sergio's embarrassment. "Indeed, and that is why I am willing to accept full responsibility. If you are interested in our upcoming matches, I would be happy to offer you a ticket personally." Sergio continued his counterattack. "Are you venting your frustration over the loss on me?" The Diario Sport reporter began to twist the narrative, attempting to provoke Sergio into a misstep. No. I reiterate that I accept all responsibility for the loss. But you, sir, with your constant mockery of a fellow city team, isn't that a disgrace to the media of the Barcelona region?" Sergio's counter-question left the reporter flustered. His face reddened as he tried to respond. "All right, time's up for questions. Thank you all for your inquiries." The press officer, sensing the escalating tension, decisively brought the interview to an end. In contrast, Simeone's post-match interview was far more succinct. He briefly praised Chunliang's free kick and expressed his satisfaction with the victory. As the Espanyol team bus slowly departed from the Calderon Stadium, Chunliang cast a final glance through the window at the venue, a structure steeped in historical grandeur and imposing might. The intense desire to conquer remained undiminished within him. At this moment, all he craved was to grow stronger. Perhaps if he were a bit more powerful, the outcome of the match would have been different. After the match, the players had anticipated Sergio's wrath, but the expected storm never came. Instead, Sergio simply told them they could now face the next opponent with ease, free from the burden of expectations. Additionally, he granted them an extra day off, extending the single rest day to 2, which brought a collective sigh of relief among the players. However, Chunliang's focus was not on relaxation like the others. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to intensify his training and improve. His gaze casually swept across the bus, but a figure caught his eye. The new fitness coach Eric would surely not refuse his request for extra training. He could utilize this time to significantly enhance his physical conditioning. Undoubtedly a splendid idea. As the bus sped along the Spanish highways, Chunliang, invigorated by a new objective, cast the pain of defeat aside. At this moment, the yearning for self-improvement once again dominated his thoughts. He wanted to win. On the training ground, Eric had already set up the relevant equipment. Holding his laptop, he turned to Chunliang and asked, "Are you ready?" Chunliang nodded, his gaze resolute. "Good. Start with a light jog to warm up, about 2 kilometers. I'll monitor your heart rate, adjust your intensity, and guide you through the earpiece." Eric adjusted the equipment with a blank expression. His fingers flew across the laptop keyboard, and moments later Chunliang's heart rate data appeared on the screen. As the season progressed and the temperature dropped, Chunliang wore a long-sleeved training jacket, beginning his warm-up jog on the field. "A bit faster, you're not at the optimal heart rate yet," Eric's voice came through the headset. "Yes, maintain this pace, don't slow down." Watching Chunliang warm up, Eric grabbed a stool, sat down, tore open a brown paper bag, pulled out a bottle, and took several gulps. "All right, warm-up is over. Now the real game begins," Eric said, looking at Chunliang, who had finished jogging. "What? That was just the warm-up." Chunliang stared at Eric in disbelief, his mind reeling. The man had kept pushing him to speed up, and now he called that just a warm-up. Already struggling," Eric remarked nonchalantly. Seeing Eric's raised eyebrow, Chunliang felt a surge of defiance. He shook his head and said, "Of course not. This is nothing." "Then let's stretch first, and we'll continue." Eric tried to demonstrate a stretch, but his physique made it impossible to bend at the waist. "I'll just watch the tablet and mimic the movements," Eric said, a bit embarrassed, handing Chunliang a tablet. Following the music-guided prompts, Chunliang stretched the muscles across his body. With each tremor, his limbs felt progressively looser and more agile. Stretching can improve your flexibility. Good flexibility allows you to do things on the field that seem impossible, Eric said while observing Chunliang. Take Zlatan Ibrahimovic, for instance. He might not be the highest-scoring striker, but he's certainly scored the most spectacular goals. Why? It's because of his superior coordination and flexibility compared to others. My mentor once told me that the human body is a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. After stretching, Eric led Chunliang to a nearby gym to train his muscle reaction time. The stretching was twofold: to prevent injury during training and to enhance your flexibility. Now we focus on building your explosive power. Eric positioned Chunliang in front of the squat rack. When you go down and come up, do it fast. Don't hesitate unless your knees complain. I'll manage the load. The cold bar rested on his shoulders, and under Eric's guidance, Chunliang performed set after set of squats. As the training intensified, a tightness spread through his thighs and glutes. Eric explained that this was normal, a result of lactic acid produced by anaerobic glycolysis in the muscles. After another grueling set, Eric handed Chunliang a towel. "Wipe off. Let's take a break." With that, he walked over to his computer to review the data. Chunliang also checked his own stats, though these were ones Eric couldn't see. Eric's training was undeniably effective. Boosted by his training buff, Chunliang's speed attribute rose from 53 to 55, and his stamina from 53 to 56. "Have you noticed your best performances always come in the first half?" Eric's voice came from behind, startling Chunliang as he reviewed his data. "Whoa, can you not sneak up on me like that?" Chunliang jumped, then continued. "Now that you mention it, I hadn't really noticed. I've studied your game footage. Before every goal or assist, you've been in a period of low-intensity activity. In some matches, you fade in the latter stages. That points to insufficient stamina. Also, while your dribbling is successful, you lack explosive power. You rely purely on technique. Against a physically dominant defender, even if you beat him, he'll catch up." Listening to Eric's assessment, Chunliang rubbed his chin in thought, realizing there was a lot of truth to his words. "All right." Chunliang nodded, then threw himself back into the training. Time flew by. As Eric watched Chunliang's heart rate curve climb on the screen, he took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "That's about it. Let's wrap up here. When you get home, follow the diet plan I gave you for replenishment. Don't eat what you shouldn't, or everything we did today will have been for nothing." Chunliang nodded. After the extra training session, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his limbs felt as heavy as lead. He was too exhausted to speak, only managing a nod in response. Back home, Chunliang sent the meal plan Eric had given him to the housekeeper before collapsing onto his bed, every ounce of his energy seemingly drained. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he was sprinting freely across the green pitch in his boots, his speed ever increasing, his heart filled with pure exhilaration. His body felt incredibly light. The scenery blurred past, a gentle breeze swirling around him, filling him with a profound sense of peace and joy. He didn't know how long he ran in the dream. He felt his former limits shatter, and a profound sense of accomplishment washed over him. Xiao Liang, a gentle voice roused him. He blinked, his eyes open to see Aunt Li. "Xiao Liang, you must be tired from training. I've cooked all the dishes from your list. Come and eat," Aunt Li said with a warm smile. On October 18th, as Espanyol hosted Rayo Vallecano head coach Sergio found himself on the front page of the newspapers following his heated exchange with a journalist from Diario Sport after the previous round. Despite the mockery from many reporters, Sergio remained laser-focused on his work, determined to give his all in every match. Thanks to a promising start to the season, even after a loss in the previous round, Espanyol still held the 4th spot in the standings, a commendable outcome for a squad that had been fighting relegation just last season. Even so, Sergio felt the season's beginning was like a dream. The team's form had skyrocketed and his players had performed admirably in crucial matches against fellow relegation candidates. From his office's floor-to-ceiling windows, sporting director Karanka could observe the team's daily training sessions. At this moment, he deeply understood Sergio's sentiments. Sergio had spent his playing days here enjoying several fine seasons with the club, but transitioning from player to coach had proven to be a challenging path. Take for instance the former Manchester United star Wayne Rooney, whose coaching career has been far less smooth than his illustrious playing days. In truth, Sergio carried immense psychological pressure when he took over this team. He dreaded disappointing the fans who had placed their hopes in him, and feared the club he had devoted himself to would be relegated. Coaching a relegation-threatened side offers little positive reinforcement from matches, and most of the time is spent enduring losses. Time moved on. On October 18th, Espanyol clinched a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Rayo Vallecano. The match was grueling, with the sole goal coming from Moreno, who headed in a cross from Asensio. On October 24th, the entire Espanyol squad traveled to Seville to face Real Betis away. As Chun Leong walked out of the tunnel, he spotted the young player Ceballos on the opposing side. At just 19, Ceballos was already donning the number 10 jersey and had become the linchpin of Real Betis. During the pre-match handshake, Ceballos suddenly smiled at Chun Leong and said, "I've watched your footage. Your games have inspired me a lot. Good luck today." Chun Leong blinked, then replied, "You too, good luck." Both were young that year, and little did Ceballos know that he would one day don the iconic white jersey of Real Madrid. At that moment, both Chun Leong and Ceballos were grinding through the ruthless league, each hoping for a chance to soar to greatness. Oh, danger for Espanyol. A long pass orchestrated by Ceballos and Real Betis quickly takes the lead. Espanyol must respond. Asensio surges forward with the ball. Oh, he's been tripped. Let's see if Chun Leong can continue his impressive free-kick form. Beautiful. It's a goal. His strike was so precise, the goalkeeper had no chance to guess his intention. Real Betis Joaquin cuts into the box. It's chaos. Another goal. What a thrilling match. 10 minutes remaining, and Espanyol needs a hero to step up. Caicedo. It's Caicedo. He's come through for Espanyol. His physical strength is immense. So close for Real Betis. They just needed to hold on a bit longer to secure the win. The ecstatic Caicedo leaped high in celebration, tearing off his shirt in a moment of pure passion, accepting a yellow card as the price for his exuberant joy. Click, click. Photographers on the sidelines captured the moment frantically. Real Betis prodigy Ceballos and Espanyol's rising star, Chun Leong, had each secured a point for their teams. Following this match, the team's defensive frailty became the most pressing issue on Sergio's agenda. His team was conceding too many goals. He had intended to propose strengthening the defense in the winter transfer window to the sporting director, but the board rejected his proposal after deliberation. On one hand, the winter window is typically for patching up gaps, and clubs often adopt a predatory stance in their dealings. On the other hand, given Espanyol's comfortable position in the standings, the management saw no justification for an unnecessary outlay. Fitness coach Eric, however, offered his own perspective. He believed the decline in defensive performance wasn't solely the team's fault, but also linked to player fatigue. After careful deliberation, Sergio decided to rest a portion of the squad, placing several defenders and midfielders on the rotation list. Chun Leong's name was on that list. Sergio didn't plan to field him in the next league match, which meant Eric could confidently push him through grueling training sessions. He watched the match against Granada from home. In that game, Sergio rotated 7 starters, giving the usual substitutes a chance to shine from the beginning. The substitutes performed admirably. Forward Silla, who had been benched behind Caicedo and Moreno all season, made his mark, proving that the squad's depth had its own value. For Sergio, it was an acceptable outcome. Although they conceded again, taking a point away with a rotated side was a decent result. After another week of fitness, coach Eric's relentless torture, Chun Leong's speed increased by 1 point from 55 to 56. Chun Leong's goal was to push it to around 60 before the winter window opened, granting him greater agility on the pitch. Simultaneously, his stamina was making rapid strides, jumping from 55 to 57, an even faster improvement than his speed. This would grant him superior endurance in matches. With the Granada match concluded, Espanyol's October fixtures were drawing to a close. After 2 league games in November, they would enjoy a brief respite. According to Eric, he planned to make this rest period utterly unforgettable for Chun Leong. As November began, Chun Leong received wonderful news. Head coach Sergio had finally recognized Melindo's performances in the B team and decided to call him up to the first team. "Hey Chun," Melindo called out excitedly at the entrance to the first team training ground, a large bag slung over his shoulder. "You're finally here." Chun Leong walked over with a broad smile and gave his former B team teammate a big hug. "I've improved a lot since last time. I won't let you get past me so easily again." Melindo patted Chun Leong on the back, chuckling. "Show me what you've got on the training ground then." Don't forget I'm improving too. Chen Liang gestured towards the training ground behind him. Munich, Germany. After the Champions League match, Monday was the day Pep Guardiola specifically set aside for a scouting meeting. His possession-based system demanded extremely high standards from players, so all players that Bayern Munich were interested in were those he deemed capable of adapting to his system. Since taking charge of Bayern Munich, Guardiola had yet to bring the coveted Champions League trophy, the big-eared cup, to the club, and that was his next goal. After all, as the dominant force in the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich was not content with merely winning the league title's Salad Bowl. They aspired to the Champions League, the pinnacle of European football. Guardiola was naturally aware of the club's ambitions, and for this reason, he spared no effort in scouring the world for players, all in an attempt to replicate the success of his legendary dream team at Barcelona. On both sides of the conference table sat the scouts who had just returned from all over the world for the scouting meeting, each responsible for covering different corners of global football, continuously supplying fresh talent to Bayern. Guardiola glanced around at the expressions on the scouts' faces. As a workaholic, he was not only strict with players on the pitch, but also with staff in other departments. For instance, the previous Bayern coach held scouting meetings every 2 weeks. Guardiola changed it to once a week. While they used to be able to hold video conferences, he switched to in-person meetings. How about some coffee? I know you've all been working hard recently, but I hope you understand. Guardiola looked at the weary scouts and began the meeting. The meeting lasted about 2.5 hours. Each regional scout supervisor evaluated the players under observation according to their assigned areas, then selected some suitable candidates to present at the meeting. This is a new discovery I made in Portugal last week. He has excellent one-touch passing ability, operates in the number 8 position, and has previous experience in the top 5 leagues. This is a defender I found in Germany last week. I've spoken with his agent, and he's very interested in joining Bayern. His average interceptions per game, which I find most intriguing, is 1.41. Each scout projected the players they had discovered in their regions onto the big screen for Guardiola's evaluation. Guardiola watched the player highlights on the screen with great seriousness, his expression intensely focused, as if unwilling to miss any detail. This one is good. Keep monitoring him, and send me his full report. This one, although his defensive ability is decent, his passing is too poor. We can pass on him. Guardiola intermittently gave his opinions while the scouts on both sides bowed their heads and took notes. This is a new discovery I made in Spain. After a thorough evaluation by our team, I think you should take a look. This player may not meet the overall requirements, but we believe he has great potential. He is a Chinese player. I believe this can help us open up the Chinese market. At the mention of Spain, Guardiola became interested. It was his homeland after all, and he knew everything about it. Let's have a look. Soon a roughly 15-minute edited video began playing on the big screen. At first, Guardiola kept shaking his head, seemingly losing patience. But as time passed, he became more and more absorbed, as if the entire video held a magical allure. His overall ability is not high, but he has some bright spots. It's clear he has potential. Let's continue monitoring him. He concluded, and then gestured for the next person to prepare. Wait, boss, I heard that Borussia Dortmund is also scouting this player. After hearing the scout's response, Guardiola stood up, thought seriously for a moment, and then said no. What we need now is immediate impact, not investment in the future. Just keep tracking this player. At that very moment, the lean-built Thomas Tuchel was also watching Chen Liang's match videos. Unlike Bayern Munich, who were eager to reach the pinnacle of Europe, Borussia Dortmund was known as a star factory, preferring to buy young prospects, develop them, and then sell them at a high price. He is indeed a player with many bright spots. Tuchel stroked his chin and continued to the scout beside him. But aside from these highlights, his handling of possession is still too raw. We need to keep a close eye on him. If the price is right, we can make a move. The assistant coach beside him nodded. But I suspect many clubs are watching him. The winter transfer window is approaching, so we'll have to act quickly if we want to make a move. Tuchel nodded, then handed the scouting report on Chen Liang from his desk to the assistant coach, saying, then let's show this report to Watzke first. At the training base in Spain, Melindo was playing a one-on-one game with Chen Liang. Why was it called a game? Because their one-on-one was not limited to football rules. Whenever Chen Liang realized he was about to be beaten by Melindo, he would grab Melindo to stop him from advancing. After enduring grueling physical training, Chen Liang could finally play such a game with Melindo to relax. I'm done, Chen. You always cheat. Chen Liang smiled, found a patch of grass nearby, and sat down. You have to adapt when you come to the first team. The players in La Liga are not exactly gentlemen. Melindo asked curiously, I heard some clubs are interested in you. Is that true? Chen Liang propped himself up with his hands leaned back, and said, maybe, but they haven't contacted me yet. I don't even have an agent right now, so it's probably hard for them to find me. So are you planning to leave here? Melindo asked the question he was most curious about. Maybe, but not now. I still want to leave something behind for Espanyol. Chen Liang shook his head and continued, thinking about it, it's really troublesome. Going to a new club means new challenges and having to learn a new language. But going to big clubs and winning titles is a dream everyone aspires to. Hey, you're always talking about me. Why don't you think about yourself? You just joined the first team. Have you figured out how to develop? Chen Liang retorted. Of course. If I can make 10 appearances this season, that would be a success. Melindo's eyes looked into the distance as if lost in thought. 10. No, that's not enough. We have a saying in China, Aim for the highest and you'll achieve the middle. You aim for the middle and you'll achieve the lowest. You should set your goal at 20 appearances. That way if you train like crazy you might just get 10 chances to play. Chen Liang said. Just like before when I was in the B team it was hard to get playing time. But later when I came to the first team I wanted to score goals and I got opportunities to play. Melindo listened to Chen Liang's theory once again. This time he felt that Chen Liang, just like when they were on the bench in the B team, made a lot of sense. Big clubs, also known as top-tier teams, hold an immense allure for young players. They typically boast the best players, coaches, and stages in Europe and the world. Thus this place exerts a great pull on young talents. But for Chen Liang at this moment, the most important thing was to play in the league every week. Chen, who would have thought time would change so much. I've already made it to the first team, and you by the end of the season your stats should reach double digits, said Melindo, picking up a ball and juggling it. This was a rare moment of heart-to-heart for the two. Chen had few friends in the B team before only Melindo, who had just arrived, valued him and was willing to hang out with him. The other B team teammates utterly disdained to talk to Chen Liang, even though he was the son of the club owner. The football pitch had little room for personal connections, let alone professional football. Here a person's worth was measured only by his football. Thus their friendship became all the more precious. Melindo, whether it's you or me, we may have made some progress, but it's far from enough. People will only remember who won the championship this season, not how many goals a player scored or which player made it to the first team. With that, Chen Liang picked up a ball and continued, "Are you tired? If not, come practice shooting with me." Although he had scored a few goals, his shooting still had deficiencies. His previous goals had been aided by free kicks or his outside foot technique. The two began to practice shooting at the goal, one kick after another from various distances and with different parts of the foot. Finally, before dusk, Chen Liang, having trained until he was dizzy, saw the shooting attribute on his stats panel increase from 61 to 63. On November 8th, Espanyol traveled to face Athletic Bilbao. For this match, Sergio fielded his strongest lineup, determined to secure a victory. The starting lineup, having had a rest, was also full of energy, and they were very active from the opening whistle. In the 11th minute, Chen Liang finally received the ball in the midfield area. As soon as he turned, he saw the figure of Garcia. "Get up and press him." Athletic Bilbao's coach Valverde shouted at Garcia. By now, probably no team in La Liga was unaware of Chen Liang's ability to deliver a cross with the outside of his foot. Valverde's choice was simple: use Garcia's harassment tactics to exhaust Chen Liang since his stamina was poor. Raul Garcia was experienced. He was no La Liga freshman like Chen Liang. He quickly followed Chen, limiting his passing space. Facing Garcia's harassment, Chen Liang did not panic. As if reading the opponent's intention, he used the outside of his foot to pass the ball to the wing, and the ball slipped past Garcia's feet. Garcia had done his homework on Chen Liang's outside foot skills before the match, but he never expected Chen's outside foot to be so accurate. This was truly master-level outside foot technique. The ball skimmed the ground quickly and accurately found Asensio, who was sprinting down the wing. Their coordination had become so seamless that they didn't even need to communicate. Athletic Bilbao's fullback DeMarcos reacted quickly, sticking close to Asensio and disrupting him, forcing the latter to take the ball out of bounds. Breathing heavily, DeMarcos pointed to his head and said to Garcia, "Hey, concentrate." Hearing his teammate, Garcia waved his hand. Those familiar with Athletic Bilbao knew that they only field players of Basque heritage, a tradition that had been upheld to this day. Because of this, many Athletic Bilbao players had completed their youth training in the Basque region, playing together since childhood, which naturally fostered considerable chemistry. This was why they could survive in the fiercely competitive La Liga with only a squad of Basque players. Time continued to flow and Espanyol's attacks kept coming. Chen Liang did not give up on attacking. As the season progressed, and with the addition of fitness coach Eric, his poor stamina had become an open secret. For this reason, Sergio specifically assigned Sanchez to cover for him behind, whose covering ability could compensate for Chen Liang's lack of mobility, covering areas Chen couldn't reach. In any other team, Chen Liang's performance would be seen as a lazy, entitled player, his teammates running hard while he strolled around the front like a boss. But within Espanyol there was no objection to this arrangement. The reason was, in the 27th minute, Chen Liang moved into an open space. When he received a pass from Captain Javi Lopez, Raul Garcia closed in on him once again. This time Raul Garcia deliberately blocked the angles for a ground pass, expecting Chen to only pass back. But no one expected that Chen Liang would again launch an attack with the outside of his foot. Only this time it wasn't a ground ball, but a lofted pass. Bang! He decisively struck the ball with the outside of his foot from the backfield. The ball soared over the heads of Athletic Bilbao's defenders. Although they kept retreating, they couldn't catch up with the ball's speed. The pass was too sudden. They hadn't expected Chen Liang's delivery to be so unexpected. What made the Athletic Bilbao defenders even more desperate was Moreno emerging like a ghost from behind them, controlling the pass, stopping and dribbling in one smooth motion. Moreno's one-on-one finishing was quite reliable. As the goalkeeper closed the distance, he didn't force a shot. Instead, he used his toe to chip the ball up. A driven shot might have allowed the goalkeeper to dive and gamble, but a chip shot is the goalkeeper's nightmare, as it completely bypasses his reach. The ball flew high, and under the goalkeeper's most despairing gaze it dropped like a falling leaf into Athletic Bilbao's net. Although the defenders threw themselves in a desperate attempt to clear it off the line, they were too late. Goal! Espanyol finally took the lead. Beautiful. Chen Liang has added another assist. The finish was great, but the pass was even better. Chen Liang, well done. Zhang Jun exclaimed excitedly into the microphone. A chip shot is indeed a very elegant way to score, like an ancient swordsman delivering a fatal blow. Moreno ran happily to Chen Liang, excitedly grabbing his shoulder. Great pass. Chen Liang grinned, then winked at Melindo on the bench, his expression as if to say, see that kid? Learn from it. In the stands, Chen Igua also saw Chen Liang's expression. He pointed at him and laughed. This kid. With this goal, Chen Liang's tally in La Liga reached 5, and his assists numbered 3 as well. 5 goals and 3 assists. A commendable record for a young player, earning him the reputation of a rising star. Back to the match against Athletic Bilbao, the intensity on the pitch was extraordinary. Chen Liang's goal ignited his teammates' fervor, accelerating the game's tempo. Physical duels erupted across every zone, and the ball frequently sailed out of bounds. Although Valverde had instructed Garcia to shadow Chen Liang and employ disruptive tactics, as Athletic Bilbao's midfield linchpin Garcia was equally being contained by Chen Liang. This was why Espanyol's defense had remained so solid before Chen Liang's goal. Sergio was also effectively restricting Athletic Bilbao's midfield. Time trickled away, and the first half concluded with the referee's sharp whistle. Both teams retreated to their dressing rooms for a brief respite. The second half commenced. Chen Liang received a back pass from striker Moreno in the midfield zone. Perhaps the memory of his first half outside foot strikes was so vivid that the moment he touched the ball, the opposition braced for battle. To the Athletic Bilbao players, Chen Liang's outside foot passing in the first half was on an entirely different level. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Athletic Bilbao, dormant for much of the game, finally orchestrated a splendid combination. Their number 25, Moreno, delivered a high-quality cross from the flank. Sanchez lunged but missed, and Chen Liang rushed over to cover. Garcia collected the ball. As Chen Liang moved to close him down, Garcia cleverly lofted it into Espanyol's penalty area. Athletic Bilbao's Williams is inside the box, his eyes fixed on the ball. A volley. Goal. The scorer was Athletic Bilbao's number 15 winger, Inaki Williams. A product of Athletic Bilbao's youth academy, his goal was as spectacular as Chen Liang's earlier chip. It was at this moment that Chen Liang began to truly acknowledge Garcia. Raul Garcia, newly arrived from Atletico Madrid, clearly possessed greater attacking momentum. His first half assignment to disrupt Chen Liang had to some extent stifled his offensive prowess. The Athletic Bilbao fans erupted in warm applause for the magnificent goal, a stark contrast to the anxious silence of the Espanyol supporters. With that goal, the scales of victory seemed to tilt in Athletic Bilbao's favor. Sergio grew restless on the sidelines. The Athletic Bilbao side in the second half was a different beast entirely, their form improving while his own defenders succumbed to their old failing of lapsed concentration. He needed to make a change. He initially considered substituting in another center-back to shore up the defense, but his gaze fell upon Chen Liang retreating from the front line. Assistant coach Fran Escriba timely offered a tablet connected to the chips in the players' training vests, providing real-time data on heart rates and other physical metrics for the coaching staff. The tablet also displayed each player's heat map, indicating zones of high activity on the pitch. Chen's position is too fixed. I think we can exploit this, Escriba explained, swiping through the data for Sergio. How about having him interchange positions with the forwards to test the waters, hey? Sergio proposed. I think it's worth a try, Escriba replied. Escriba set down the tablet and nodded in agreement. As Garcia fired the ball into the stands from the edge of the box, the game halted for a stoppage. Young Espanyol talent Melindo approached the sideline poised for a historic moment. Captain Javi Lopez was flagging, his heart rate spiked on the tablet. Following fitness coach Eric's prompt, Sergio decided to make the substitution. Melindo was brought on due to his consistent performances in training. Sergio had been eager to grant him an opportunity to prove his mettle. Now the chance had arrived. Melindo entered the pitch clutching a small note, whispered instructions to Chen Liang and Moreno, and handed the note to Chen Liang. Meanwhile, Athletic Bilbao also adjusted their tactics, pressing more decisively up front. Play resumed with an Espanyol goal kick. Goalkeeper Pau Lopez passed to center-back Rocco, who was immediately swarmed by 3 Athletic Bilbao players, cutting off his passing lanes. Rocco, unfazed, calmly played the ball out to Melindo under pressure. Melindo sprinted upon receiving the ball, using his burst of pace to bypass the pressing Benat, only to be met by San Jose's cover. San Jose was cunning. He refrained from lunging and instead shepherding Melindo towards the touchline. Just as Melindo seemed destined to be forced out, he spotted Chen Liang, who had interchanged with Moreno. Melindo didn't hesitate, sliding the ball through to Chen Liang, who was active behind the opposition's defensive line after his swap with Moreno. Chen Liang initially intended to take the ball in stride, but Athletic Bilbao's center-back Itzaida had already positioned himself behind him. Chen Liang was forced to receive with his back to goal. The defensive intensity in the back line was a world apart from the midfield. The moment Chen Liang received, Itzaida leaned heavily into his back, nearly knocking him off balance and causing him to lose possession. This is why some players thrive in deeper roles. Pirlo, for instance, transformed from a trequartista to a deep-lying playmaker, becoming Italy's maestro of long passes. The difference in defensive pressure across positions is stark. Itzaida stuck to Chen Liang like glue, attempting to push him forward. Yet mindful of Chen Liang's deadball prowess, he opted to hold his ground, preventing an easy turn. Although Chen Liang retained the ball, he couldn't turn. His best option was a simple pass back to a teammate, ensuring possession wasn't squandered. Saida anticipated a swift end to the attack, but to his astonishment, Chun Liang shoved back with immense force, creating separation. Even through the jersey, Saida could feel Chun Liang's pounding heart. Now it was his own heart that raced. How is this possible? Weighing over 70 kilograms, how could he be pushed aside by this young lad? 2 days earlier on the training ground of the Spanish club Haniku Sports City, fitness coach Eric looked at Chun Liang and said with a smile, "In physical duels between players, 2 parts of the body are crucial. With a strong posterior, you have a stable base allowing you to hold your ground and resist being pushed aside easily. The other part is your back. When you shield the ball with your rear, you use your back to create space for yourself. Your back is also your second pair of eyes. You must learn to sense the defender with it." Eric, who had a rather stout build, stood behind Chun Liang as he spoke. "I've been strengthening your lower body lately. Though the progress hasn't fully satisfied me, it should be adequate for now. Now push back with the power of your hips. If you apply the force correctly, you might even move someone heavier than you." With that, Eric pressed against Chun Liang's back, letting him feel the engagement of each muscle. Chun Liang, sticking his rear out, tried to control the ball and push backward. But with his back to Eric, he couldn't see his opponent's position, making it hard to maintain balance. He had to lean forward slightly to avoid falling flat on his back. As a result, he wriggled against Eric's bulky frame like a bear scratching its back on a tree. Despite his visible effort, Eric remained as solid as a rock. Suddenly, Eric shifted his weight forward and gave Chun Liang a shove with his hands. Chun Liang stumbled, nearly falling, looking a bit like Antony's infamous spinning shot. "How am I supposed to budge someone of your weight?" Chun Liang got up, a hint of frustration in his voice. "No, kid, you're wrong. My muscle tension isn't necessarily greater than yours. I just have the weight advantage. Your strength isn't bad either. Your problem is you haven't mastered your center of gravity and technique. Since the invention of football, the art of playing with your back to the goal has proven deceptively simple, yet remains one of the most advanced skills. It demands you to control the ball while facing away from the defender, unable to see what's behind you. This technique is paramount for strikers. I'm not a striker. Why do I need to learn such a difficult thing?" Chun Liang's reluctance was evident. Eric, as if he had anticipated this, replied calmly, "Do you think you'll never have to deal with opposition defenders? Many highly talented players fail to master the art of back-to-goal play, as it somewhat defies the natural mechanics of movement. This is why mastering it requires relentless practice. Adjust your center of gravity again. Yours is too far forward. It prevents you from generating power." Like a stern teacher, Eric instructed. Chun Liang didn't waste words. He quickly got up, brushed the grass clippings off his pants, and tried again. This time, Eric simply stepped back, and Chun Liang plopped down on the ground. "Hey, that's cheating. It's because you're foolish. I told you to push back, but you forgot everything else." Chun Liang got up, once more brushed himself off, and continued. This time he didn't rush to exert force. Instead, he leaned against Eric, searching for a better balance point. His legs were firmly planted on the turf, his entire body leaning back, yet not to the point of falling. This time he felt it was the moment. Chun Liang summoned all his strength, combining his body weight and the explosive power in his legs, and rhythmically pushed back against his opponent. Eric's footing wavered. He took a half step back, creating a slight gap. Overjoyed, Chun Liang swiftly dragged the ball back, pivoted, and accelerated past Eric. "All right, kid, that was somewhat interesting. But you only managed it because my physical condition isn't great. Against professional players, it won't be this easy. You should come to me often to practice this, understand?" Back to the match. When Ikeda felt Chun Liang create that slight gap, he quickly adjusted his center of gravity, moved laterally, and sealed off the space for Chun Liang to turn. His eyes were fixed on the ball at Chun Liang's feet, ready to lunge in and clear it. Why isn't this guy moving forward? Under the gaze of the entire stadium, Zhang Jun, who was commentating, unknowingly tightened his grip on the microphone. "Beautiful. Chun Liang. How elegant." In the camera frame, Chun Liang didn't try to accelerate past Ikeda in a half-turn stance. Instead, he dragged the ball back with his left foot. Ikeda was dumbfounded as he watched Chun Liang elegantly flick and drag the ball, instantly leaving him behind. A Marseille turn. How elegant. In that incredibly short span of time, Chun Liang had chosen the most difficult, yet most graceful option. This scene stunned not only Ikeda, but also the athletic Bilbao players who were rushing over to provide cover. The moment Chun Liang broke free, thunderous applause erupted from the stands. It was a flash of pure brilliance. So agile, so mesmerizing. It was as if Zidane himself had possessed him. Even the viewers at home couldn't help but slap their thighs in amazement. Holy crap. Awesome. The Football Association are a bunch of idiots. My bro Liang is this good, they should be kneeling and apologizing. 666. I've never seen a Chinese player make such an elegant move. He's an artist. In a corner of the stands, a scout from Bayern Munich turned with a helpless look and saw a scout from Borussia Dortmund wearing the same expression. How were they supposed to report this? This combination of power and finesse in beating a defender completely defied their expectations. The Dortmund scout was the first to move his pen, scribbling furiously. He crossed out the average overall ability rating he had given Chun Liang and replaced it with a new evaluation: possesses rich imagination and exceptional dribbling ability to beat opponents. On the sideline, Sergio and Freck were completely stunned. On the other side, Valverde, who had been so composed just moments before, could no longer sit still and was anxiously directing his defense line. After completing the spectacular escape, Chun Liang didn't dwell on it. He immediately looked towards the center of the pitch and spotted his teammate Moreno, who had swapped positions with him, making a surging run forward. Calculating quickly, Moreno had just reached the edge of the box. If he passed the ball into the penalty area now, it could be delivered perfectly to the penalty spot for Moreno to take a shot. Without hesitation, Chun Liang acted. He cocked his right foot using the outside of his boot and struck the ball with a sharp thwack. The ball, propelled by immense force, flew rapidly towards the Athletic Bilbao penalty area. Near the penalty spot, Moreno was there exactly in his most dangerous position. When Moreno saw Chun Liang pass the ball to him, he could hardly believe his eyes. The ball came flying over, and his muscles tensed instantly. He adjusted his center of gravity, and without stopping the ball, he struck it directly towards the goal. Thump! Moreno's instep clipped the side of the ball, sending it tracing a magnificent arc through the air before it nestled into the back of the net. Although the opposing goalkeeper Arizos threw himself with all his might to block the shot, he could only grasp at thin air. Moreno, brilliant. That's my bro Liang for you. No one else could have delivered a pass like that. This chance was entirely forged by Liang's effort. The live comments scrolled rapidly, and the commentators from various countries besides Jean Jun were all left momentarily speechless. They struggled to find the words to describe this goal and Chun Liang's breathtaking assist. Back on the pitch, Moreno excitedly pulled Chun Liang into a tight embrace, patting his back enthusiastically. He didn't claim the glory for himself, but instead tapped the team crest on his chest and pulled Chun Liang to the forefront. Then Moreno raised his hand, signaling the fans to give their applause to Chun Liang. On the sidelines in the technical area, Sergio and his assistant coach Frick exchanged incredulous looks before embracing each other in sheer excitement. Their tactical adjustment had indeed worked. The positional interchange between Chun Liang and Moreno on the front line had effectively torn open the opposing defense. Their brilliant combination effortlessly dismantled the carefully constructed defensive line. The match grew increasingly intense, and Chun Liang became the opposition's key marking target. Whenever he attempted to find space to receive the ball, he was met with their lumberjack tactics. Tweet, 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 tweet. The referee blew his whistle as Chun Liang lay on the ground, clutching his calf in pain. This was the third time he had been brought down. Even with his enhanced physical resilience, he couldn't withstand such relentless punishment. The referee had also seen enough. Although he had been lenient throughout the match, watching Chun Liang being fouled again prompted him to decisively blow his whistle. The whistle ignited the fury of the Espanyol fans, who erupted with the loudest jeers from the stands. The foul on Chun Liang sparked his teammates, and the fiery atmosphere engulfed both sides. Players from both teams crowded together, some engaging in face-offs, others exchanging heated words. Only Melindo, newly arrived in La Liga, looked somewhat bewildered. To the senior players, he was just a rookie, yet to find his footing in the team's dynamic. Although the coaching staffs and players managed to defuse this clash, the intensity of the match did not subside. The tension escalated, and the challenges grew more aggressive. Tweet, 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 tweet. The rhythm of the game was shattered by a series of fouls. The referee finally lost his patience, and after handing out yellow cards to 5 players from both teams, the fiery atmosphere gradually cooled. This is typically how explosive scenes unfold on the football pitch. Aggressive tackles escalate tensions, leading to increasingly fierce confrontations until it finally boils over. After the referee's warnings and the heated shouts from both managers on the touchline, the players finally regained their composure and refocused on the game. As the first half came to a close, the players retreated to the dressing room. Despite playing well and holding a lead, Sergio had some criticisms about their first half performance. Damn it, we played well in the first half, but can you guys control your emotions? We're here to play football, not UFC. He grumbled a few more words before turning his attention back to the tactical board. I observed the movement of their backline in the first half. Their defenders stick to a fixed zone. Every time they attack, one of their center backs pushes forward to join in. They're certainly bold, but if we can capitalize on the crucial moments of transition, we can firmly secure the victory. Their forward runs and interchanges are strong. We need to be cautious of their attacks down our flanks or in the half spaces. Time flew by as Sergio laid out the tactics. Before they knew it, the bell rang in the dressing room, signaling that the players needed to head back out. The players filed out of the dressing room one by one. The fans, re-energized after their 15-minute breather, had restored the stadium's vibrant and imposing atmosphere. Despite the tense scoreline, neither manager opted to make a change. Tweet. With the referee's whistle, the game resumed. Athletic Bilbao, brimming with pent-up energy, came out with great enthusiasm. Forward Adjuras passed the ball to number 10, Raul Garcia. Chun Liang immediately sprinted past the halfway line, charging straight towards Garcia. The two players faced off once again. Although Garcia wasn't physically imposing, he was an agile midfielder known for his two-way play. While Simeone demanded a lot from him offensively during his Atletico Madrid days, he was by no means a player who neglected his defensive duties. Watching Chun Liang charge towards him, Garcia made his decision in an instant. Dribble past him. The essence of dribbling lies in the constant battle for balance and positioning between two players. But Garcia soon regretted his choice. He first dropped his shoulder, attempting to deceive Chun Liang's weight shift. However, Chun Liang remained unmoved. The truth was, he wasn't fooled. He simply hadn't quite kept up with Garcia's sudden change in direction. Garcia then followed up with a step over. Seeing that Chun Liang wasn't taking the bait, Garcia grew anxious. He quickly pushed the ball with the outside of his right foot, trying to burst past Chun Liang's defense. Thump. The moment Garcia made his move, Chun Liang reacted. Perhaps it was the boost from his tackling skill, but Chun Liang's chances of a successful challenge had significantly increased. The ball was sent flying by the tackle. Garcia threw his hands up in despair. His feint might have worked on someone like Sanchez, but he hadn't anticipated that his dribble would fail, because Chun Liang simply hadn't followed his initial body feint. Had the plan worked, Garcia would have created space, beaten Chun Liang, and made the pass. Beautiful. Inside the stadium, Espanyol fans rose to their feet, applauding Chun Liang's defensive effort. The loose ball fell to Asensio's feet. The moment he received it, two athletic Bilbao players closed in on him. Asensio opted for a safe pass back, finding Chun Liang, who had just gotten up and moved into space. At that moment, Chun Liang was the nearest option and still safe from pressure. Chun Liang received the ball and glanced up. He couldn't pass to Moreno ahead, who was tightly marked by two athletic Bilbao center backs. Sending the ball his way would only be setting him up for a fall. Asensio was also closely guarded, making a pass back to him equally pointless. Watch out! Asensio shouted as a warning to Chun Liang. While Chun Liang hesitated, Garcia was sprinting back from behind, attempting to dispossess him. To create distance from Garcia, Chun Liang dribbled forward a few steps, but his pace wasn't explosive enough to separate himself from his marker the way Bale would have. He resorted to shielding the ball with his body. The entire sequence lasted only a second or two, yet in that brief moment Athletic Bilbao's players had already retreated into their defensive positions. The Athletic Bilbao players were clever. The instant Raul Garcia turned and pressed, several others moved to cut off Chun Liang's passing lanes. However, Chun Liang still maintained possession. Let's see what Chun Liang will do. Jean Jun's eyes lit up as he spoke with anticipation. Although Espanyol's players were forming attacking chains, desperately pulling the defense apart with their runs, Chun Liang decisively passed the ball back to his captain Xavi Lopez. A moment later, and Chun Liang would have been engulfed by the Athletic Bilbao press. The pass was perfectly timed. Even San Jose's outstretched boot missed the ball by a mere whisker. The pass found Xavi Lopez with time and space as Athletics players were either tracking back or closing down Chun Liang. The Espanyol captain didn't hesitate, striking a low-driven long pass with his laces. The delivery was precise, carrying a subtle curve that bent its path, finding Moreno, who was surging forward. Moreno was shadowed by two center backs. One attempted a desperate sliding challenge from behind to intercept, but was inches short, while the other closed him down quickly as he held the front line. They knew that if he controlled and turned, he would shoot. Moreno did receive the ball, trapping it at his feet. He used his body to barge into the defender, trying to carve out a yard of space. He adjusted his stance, then swung his leg and fired towards the goal. Thud. Perhaps rattled by the pressure, the shot was struck with too much power, sailing high over the crossbar. A chorus of jeers from the Athletic Bilbao fans immediately followed. Moreno raised his hand in apology to his captain Xavi Lopez. Xavi Lopez simply waved it off, then turned to Chun Liang with words of encouragement. Keep it simple, lad. Just like that. Chun Liang's seemingly simple pass back was crucial. It had drawn in the Athletic defense, creating the space for Xavi Lopez's long ball. Had Chun Liang rushed a hopeful pass forward under pressure, the odds of success would have been slim, and it could have easily led to a turnover and a counterattack. In a corner of the stands, several scouts were furiously scribbling notes. They crossed out their previous assessments of Chun Liang's average spatial awareness, replacing them with new praise. Impressive at creating space, could add tactical variety to the attack. The match resumed. Having accumulated several cards in the first half, both teams' tackles became notably less aggressive in the second. Athletic Bilbao quickly responded. After receiving a pass, San Jose initiated a rapid sequence of give-and-goes, their offense crisp and fast. Their first half goal had come from exploiting Espanyol's half spaces, and they sought to replicate that success. San Jose elegantly chipped the ball out wide to Williams. During this period, Williams was undoubtedly Athletic Club's talisman and primary threat, a role comparable to Wilfried Zaha's at Crystal Palace. However, unlike Zaha, who preferred to dribble at defenders, Williams favored making runs in behind the defense. Free from injury woes, Williams' explosiveness was on full display. He killed the ball dead with his first touch, which also took him past his man, leaving the covering defender Rocco in his wake with a burst of raw pace. Suddenly, panic swept through the Espanyol penalty area. Espanyol's fullback Fuentes, having tracked Williams' run all the way back, grew desperate after seeing Rocco beaten. He attempted a cynical trip from behind to halt the charge. But to everyone's surprise, Williams, though knocked off balance and stumbling, displayed incredible lower body strength, managing to keep his footing and stay upright. The referee, who had the whistle poised at his lips, instead threw his arms forward, signaling advantage. Meanwhile, Rocco was sprinting back with every ounce of energy he had left, arms pumping furiously. Williams didn't blindly cut inside. He surveyed the box, spotting Adjures, who had been drifting towards the edge of the area, seemingly planning a run to the penalty spot for a shot. But Adjures had a better idea. He suddenly darted towards the near post, dragging a defender with him and creating space for his teammates. His clever movement also opened up a pocket of space for Garcia. Garcia shot from the edge of the box. It was a decisive strike, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to channel his golden days at Atletico Madrid. The ball skimmed low and fast across the turf. Although Espanyol's keeper Pau Lopez reacted quickly and got down sharply, he was mere centimeters away from reaching it. The white net rippled. Athletic Bilbao had equalized again. A hush fell over the Espanyol supporters. On the touchline, Sergio shook his head in frustration. This pattern of conceding after taking the lead had plagued his team all season. While there were tactical flaws, the root cause was often the defense's lack of individual quality. Raul Garcia sprinted to the corner flag, pumping his fists in celebration as his teammates mobbed him. For Athletic Bilbao, this hard-fought goal was a massive boost to their morale. Espanyol's goalkeeper Pau Lopez kicked the water bottle in frustration, while Fuentes patted him on the shoulder, mouthing an apology. Chun Leong remained silent. He simply fished the ball out of the net and jogged back towards the center circle. The feeling of having the lead snatched away was bitter, but he knew the priority was to find a winning goal before the final whistle. A draw wasn't enough. He wanted all 3 points. The match continued with Athletic Bilbao's Valverde standing with his arms crossed, intently watching the game unfold on the pitch. For both Athletic Bilbao and Espanyol, this was a match where either side could claim all 3 points, fueling a fierce desire for victory in both camps. Driven by an intense, burning desire to win, a draw held no meaning. Every player fixed their gaze menacingly on the opposing goal. Only one thought dominated their minds: score. Win this damn match. Both teams launched into an open exchange of attacks, their passing becoming direct and straightforward. Athletic Bilbao hammered at Espanyol's flanks, while Espanyol immediately sought to exploit the space behind the defense. The contest reached its most thrilling phase. At this stage, if either side possessed a masterful midfield conductor in their own half, the balance of victory would tip accordingly. In the 73rd minute, Asensio surged down the wing, breezing past an Athletic Bilbao defender before decisively passing the ball to Moreno, who was stationed at the edge of the penalty area. Moreno, blessed with a keen eye for goal, initially contemplated a strike. But upon seeing 2 Athletic Bilbao center-backs closing in, he abandoned the idea and instead laid the ball off for the advancing Chun Leong. Chun Leong received the ball, nudged it with the outside of his foot, and then unleashed a powerful curling shot with the same boot. The Athletic Bilbao goalkeeper launched himself into the air in a near-gambit dive, managing to palm the ball away with a single hand. But the ball didn't go out of play. It rebounded into the Athletic Bilbao penalty area. A chaotic scramble ensued, with players from both sides battling fiercely, bodies colliding and tumbling in a desperate bid for possession. The ball continued to drop, and the entire stadium held its breath, awaiting the final moment. Amidst the melee, Asensio won the position, leaning back against his marker and stretched out his right leg to its limit to reach the ball. As he felt the distinctive touch against his toes, an inkling of a goal surged through him. His intuition was spot on. Though a toe poke lacked significant power, its advantage lay in its speed. No backswing, no run-up required, just a simple flick of the leg to get a shot away. The Athletic Bilbao goalkeeper, still on the ground from his previous save, was filled with despair, knowing he couldn't possibly recover in time for another stop. 3-2. Chun Leong heard the thunderous roar from the stands, a sound he knew belonged to the Espanyol supporters behind him. Undeniably, Asensio's goal elevated an already spectacular match to new heights. As the minutes ticked by, tension mounted on both coaching staffs. Though Espanyol intended to slow the tempo, Athletic Bilbao had descended into a frenzy, pressing forward relentlessly in a desperate hunt for a goal. Espanyol completely abandoned their attack, opting to park the bus to weather the final 10-odd minutes. The ball was repeatedly launched into their box, only to be cleared away time and again. Chun Leong, following Sergio's instructions, retreated deep into his own half, his focus unwavering on the ball. The ball found its way to Raul Garcia's feet. Amidst a cacophony of jeers and gasps, he seemed intent on replicating the previous goal, unleashing a powerful shot towards the net. Espanyol's goalkeeper Pau Lopez reacted, instantly dropping low. The crowded box made him initially want to punch the ball clear, but he feared it falling to an opponent for a second shot, especially given how Espanyol had scored their last goal. Fortunately, Garcia's shot was relatively central, and Pau Lopez managed to smother the ball into his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Though he longed to cling to the ball and waste precious seconds on the turf, he spotted Chun Leong not far away. Despite being marked by an Athletic Bilbao player, Asensio on the wing was completely unguarded. A bold idea sparked in the goalkeeper's mind. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, wound his arm back, and hurled the ball far downfield. Every fan in the stadium followed the ball's trajectory with their heads, their gaze ultimately fixing on Chun Leong near the center circle. This was the decisive moment. When Chun Leong saw the ball hurtling towards him, he was taken aback. He had assumed his teammate would run down the clock, but instead the ball was being launched his way. "Chun, over here," he heard Asensio shout from behind. Though Chun Leong didn't have eyes in the back of his head to pinpoint Asensio's exact location, he had a good sense of his general position. Without a moment's hesitation, he faced away from the Athletic Bilbao goal and flicked the ball backward with his heel. The ball sailed further into Athletic Bilbao's half. Given their relentless high press, the space behind their defense was vast, with defenders pushed far upfield. The instant Chun Leong flicked the ball, Asensio sprinted in tandem. Though the pass wasn't perfectly weighted, it had adequate pace, at least finding the open acres of Athletic Bilbao's half. Asensio and his marker started simultaneously, engaged in a frantic sprint towards the ball. Whoever reaches it first gains the advantage, whoever decides the game. The stadium held its breath once more. The jeers faded from Asensio's ears, replaced by the whooshing sound of the wind. He kept accelerating, striving to catch up with the self that was once full of promise. Run faster, chase down the version of himself draped in white. Against the onrushing goalkeeper, Asensio got there first, nudging the ball towards the goal. The ball sailed completely over the goalkeeper's outstretched arms, while the chasing defender desperately gave chase towards the line. It was a delicate chip. Despite the Athletic Bilbao defender's Herculean effort to reach the goal, he was a step behind the ball, which ultimately bounced into the back of the net. 4-2. Asensio's goal had effectively sealed the match. The referee glanced at his watch, ready to blow the final whistle at any moment. As the ball hit the net, many Espanyol fans momentarily forgot to cheer. They stared blankly at the goal, their minds replaying every nuance of this spectacular strike. What a goal! Who made the assist? It was Chun. Brilliant. Chun Liang. Another assist to his name. At this moment the outcome is all but decided. Jean Jun was visibly excited. He loosened his tie at the collar to allow himself to celebrate with unbridled enthusiasm. Though he yearned to shout, Chun Liang is unstoppable. Like the fans watching the live stream, his role as a commentator demanded a degree of objectivity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the pinnacle of Chinese football commentary. On the sidelines from the Athletic Bilbao bench, Valverde watched the proceedings with a helpless expression. Though fury burned within him, tempting him to hurl his water bottle to the ground, he knew such an outburst would only make him appear a sore loser in the eyes of his players. Valverde had never believed this was an unwinnable match, yet the scoreboard looming before him told an unmistakable tale. The numbers were clear, and his team had lost. Despite his deep disappointment over the 2 goals conceded, he rose to his feet to rally his players. After all, they had given their all today, twice falling behind and twice clawing their way back to level terms. The final 2 goals had been entirely unforeseen strikes. As this thought crossed his mind, Valverde's gaze locked onto Chun Liang. It seemed that nearly every goal for Espanyol today had been tied to him in some way. Without him, perhaps the outcome of today's match would have been entirely different. You played well today. After the match, let's swap jerseys as a memento. It was truly an unforgettable game. Garcia had walked over to Chun Liang and spoke in a hushed tone. He genuinely admired this player with Asian features, even catching glimpses of his former self in the young man's play. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, Chun Liang took the initiative to approach Garcia. You were outstanding today. It was an honor to compete against you. Chun Liang removed his jersey and handed it to Garcia. Having faced this Spanish midfielder up close, a player who had once reached the pinnacle of the sport, Chun Liang found himself enriched with new insights. If one day he could develop a long-range shooting ability like Garcia's, perhaps he could rack up a few more goals for himself. This thought reminded Chun Liang of the Ronaldo explosive shot experience card the system had granted him. If only he could permanently acquire that skill, that would be truly incredible. Back in the locker room, Asensio winked at Chun Liang, snapped 2 bananas from a bunch, and tossed one to him. Brilliant, Chun. How on earth did you pull off that final goal? Asensio was still buzzing with excitement at the memory of the strike. Chun Liang caught the banana, flashed a sheepish grin, and replied, I was just guessing. I knew you were behind me, but I couldn't pinpoint your exact position. I could only send the ball in a vague direction. I never expected it to craft such a spectacular goal. You're too modest. That's just how you Chinese are, Moreno chimed in with a laugh. He was one of the players Chun Liang had assisted today. On the football pitch, strength speaks louder than words. Only by showcasing true ability can one earn the complete respect of these Europeans who carry an unshakable confidence in their craft. At the post-match press conference, the media were abuzz with excitement over Sergio. With another 3 points secured, no one dared mock Sergio any longer. Some journalists began showering him with praise, hoping to build rapport for future exclusive interviews. The victory had instilled a newfound confidence in Sergio. He straightened his posture, his entire demeanor radiating a bold and commanding presence. Athletic Bilbao is a highly respectable opponent, but we too possess players capable of deciding matches. Chun, for instance. He's the surprise discovery we unearthed from the youth ranks this season. Setting aside my role as coach, I'm also his senior. I hope he can lead this team to even greater heights. Indeed, as you can all see, he has already become a decisive player in our matches. I believe Chun will always have a place in my system. Sergio swept his gaze across the assembled journalists and delivered the answers they most wanted to hear. With a triumphant victory, all the past doubts were cast aside. Chun Liang gathered his clothes from the locker room and ran into Chun Aigua right at the entrance. It was the first time he had ever met his father wearing his match jersey. Finally become a player who stands on his own. Though Chun Aigua was deeply moved, he desperately tried to suppress the joy gleaming in his eyes. The more he looked at his son, the more satisfied he became. As a successful businessman, Chun Aigua had never expected his son to follow in his footsteps and inherit his empire. His only wish for Chun Liang was that he live his life on his own terms. Now with Chun Liang sprinting full speed down the fast track of life, Chun Aigua felt nothing but pride and profound relief as a father. Many of my journalist friends back in China have told me you've become a banner for Chinese football. Chun Aigua said, this time not holding back his praise. Being a banner was never my goal. My goal is simple. Just play football well, Chun Liang murmured, gazing toward the player tunnel in the distance. Ha 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 ha. The sound of Chun Aigua's hearty laughter echoed through the air. You're nothing like me. You lack any trace of dominance. Recently, I went to Madrid on business and dropped by to see Cristiano Ronaldo. Now there's a man with true presence. Chen suddenly placed both hands on Chun Liang's shoulders and declared in a booming voice, "Hold your head high. Right now we are the best. At the very least we've proven we're no worse than those Europeans on the football pitch." Stirred by his father's pat, Chen Liang instinctively straightened his chest. He caught his reflection in the mirror hanging on the locker room door, and an image spontaneously surfaced in his mind. In that vision, he stood proudly on the green field, hands on his hips, one foot planted atop a football. A sovereign air of supremacy radiating from him, as if ready to trample the entire European continent beneath his feet. Opposite him stood a constellation of Europe's brightest football stars. The burning desire to conquer everything reignited within his chest. In 47 BC, Caesar quelled the rebellion of Pharnaces near Zela in Asia Minor in just 5 days. In his triumphant report to his friends in Rome, he declared, "Veni vidi vici," 3 words that succinctly and powerfully conveyed the swiftness and glory of his military campaign, radiating his confidence and valor. Those 3 words translate to "I came, I saw, I conquered." At this very moment, Chen Liang carried the same confident and heroic spirit. He yearned to conquer the green field beneath his feet, for no Chinese player had ever conquered this turf before. At best, they had merely left traces of their presence in European football, but Chen Liang was different. He harbored an intense desire to conquer this very pitch. To conquer European football, one must first conquer Spain, which meant proving himself in La Liga. This was Chen Liang's current goal, and he was working toward it with unwavering determination. In this era of 2 footballing titans, countless challengers had attempted to dethrone Messi and Ronaldo. Yet as time marched on, the only ones who had truly conquered European football remained those 2 mutual admirers. Having composed himself, Chen Liang boarded the team bus with fierce resolve. Gazing at the jubilant fans outside, his heart burned with nothing but the hunger to grow stronger. After the match against Athletic Bilbao, the media extensively covered Espanyol's remarkable run this season. Although the team's record against Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid this season has been poor, they have at least secured a commendable number of points against many mid-table and lower-tier sides. This is precisely why Espanyol remains within the La Liga Champions League places. They deserve this position. Considering that nearly 2 months have passed since the season began, and they have yet to drop out of the top 4, it is evident that their brilliance is no flash in the pan. Many fans who had dismissed Espanyol, recalling their own arrogant preseason remarks, now have to admit that the team is in excellent form this season. Yet a small faction still stubbornly defends themselves. They may be in a good position on the table, but they can't get points against strong teams. Just wait. Once the injury crisis hits in the second half of the season, they'll come crashing down. No need to wait for the second half. They might lose several players in the winter transfer window. Once their tactical system is figured out, the collapse will be instantaneous. These fans began to scramble for justifications, trying to mask their own anxiety. Espanyol had never been subjected to such heated debate, and even the players at the training ground had caught wind of some of it. Caicedo, while jogging slowly on the treadmill for recovery, scrolled through his phone, with one finger laughing heartily as he read out some less-than-friendly comments. "Asensio, they say you're only fit to play for a small club like this, because at Real Madrid no one would give you such an important tactical role." Moreno, hahaha, this one's even funnier. "They say you're just a poacher." Chen Liang, stretching on a yoga mat, chuckled and teased, "He really is just a poacher, that's true. A striker's job is to score goals." Moreno immediately retorted in his own defense. Fitness coach Eric, while glancing at the data on his tablet, said, "The season has reached this point and you're still in the Champions League zone. That proves every single one of you is outstanding." Captain Xavi Lopez clapped his hands to show agreement with Eric's point. "Exactly, we shouldn't be anxious about these negative comments. Just take it one game at a time." Sanchez also rose from his yoga mat and joined the discussion. "After all, we're just a relegation-threatened team, huh?" A smile spread across his face as he finished speaking. The others, upon hearing relegation-threatened team, showed a slight change in expression. A team fighting for survival. This phrase had persisted from the start of the season. Initially, when mocked as a relegation candidate, the players felt indignant. But now that they had stormed into the Champions League places, the label no longer stung. On the other side of the city, at the Ciutat Esportiva Joan Gamper, the massive Barcelona emblem hung on the wall of the training ground. Enrique stood in the meeting room at that moment, surrounded by his first-team coaching staff. Enrique, standing beside the pristine white projection screen, used a laser pointer to highlight key points while explaining to his coaching team, "They play very much as a unit, but we will surely find a way to break them down. The number 28, the Asian player, deserves our close attention. Along with Asensio and Moreno, their coordination in the front line often troubles the teams they've faced. Tomorrow's training session must emphasize the overall distance between the 3 lines to the players." His face was intensely focused. He was enjoying this phase of his career, radiating vitality. Last season, Enrique had been undeniably successful, leading Barcelona to a new peak. The MSN trio's attacking power was unmatched across Europe. It was an era belonging to him. Yet behind the glory, Enrique also faced immense pressure. Ordinarily, a team like Espanyol would not have warranted such serious preparation from him. He was approaching the next match with the same intensity as he would against a top-tier opponent. On one hand, Espanyol is the derby rival in Catalonia, and this match could not be lost. But more importantly, Espanyol this season had exceeded all expectations, causing many teams to stumble. Thus Enrique on the other side of the city was eager to win this game to prove to the fans that Barcelona was still on the right track. After the meeting adjourned, Enrique kept his most trusted assistant from the coaching staff, Roberto Moreno, in the conference room. He was the assistant Enrique trusted most within the Barcelona club. Later he would go on to independently lead Granada, but that was a story for another day. Should we try to neutralize their 3 attacking points? Roberto asked, a note of concern in his voice. Enrique shook his head. No, other teams might try that, but we don't need to. The MSN trio up front will make it difficult for them to even get the ball to those players. Our attack is the best defense. At this Enrique gave a wry smile, and continued, Moreno's finishing ability, Asensio's dribbling, and that one named Chun Liang. For a moment Enrique struggled to find a word to describe Chun Liang's characteristics. He paused, then, after a moment of silence, added, that unpredictable streak. Another training day ended. After dinner at home, Chun Liang strolled through the streets of Barcelona with his father. The November training had brought a modest improvement to his on-ball attributes. His shooting ability, for instance, had risen from 63 to 66. If he devoted even more effort, perhaps by the end of the season, it could reach 75. His passing ability had also increased from 65 to 67. Next up is the Catalonia Derby, Chun Igua remarked, observing some Barcelona fans on the streets. Yes, Chun Liang sighed with emotion. From the start of the season until now, it feels like everything happened just yesterday. No pressure, son. Your dad believes in you. Just give it your best shot, Chun Igua continued. Chun Liang smiled, but did not respond. He was not satisfied with merely performing well. He wanted to win. This season Espanyol had yet to win a single match against a strong opponent. Those games had shown Chun Liang the gap between Espanyol and the top-tier teams, but wasn't he eager to taste victory just once? Chun, it's you. Can I take a photo with you? An excited Espanyol fan recognized Chun Liang on the street and shouted loudly. Some Barcelona fans nearby turned their heads but quickly looked away. Just a relegation-threatened team after all. Just wait, we'll show you the difference between us. On November 29th, in the final round of November in the Spanish La Liga, the 13th matchday, Espanyol traveled to face their city rivals Barcelona. The significance of a derby was self-evident. Such matches invariably bring an extra layer of pressure to both sides. Espanyol's team bus slowly pulled into the Camp Nou. As a landmark of both Barcelona and Spain, playing here is a dream for many footballers. Although Chun Liang lived in Barcelona, this was his first time inside this magnificent stadium. Despite his stoic expression, he was deeply awestruck within. The colossal imposing stadium, adorned in red and blue, surrounded by countless fan shops and football-themed architecture. All of it was an unspoken testament to who ruled this city. As one of La Liga's premier clubs, they commanded the loyalty of the vast majority of its fans. Outside the stadium, long queues had already formed at every entrance. Dense crowds, all clad in red and blue jerseys, created a truly exhilarating sight. With a mixture of excitement and nerves, Chun Liang and his teammates quickly disembarked the bus. They kept a significant distance from the Barcelona fans, a precaution against any irrational behavior. Though they shared the same city, Barcelona was undoubtedly a towering figure that Espanyol could only look up to. Yet this didn't mean Espanyol's players lacked the desire to win. On the contrary, they craved victory in this match even more than against Real Madrid or Atletico. For a derby, no extra motivation was needed. Sergio kept his pre-match talk brief, wasting no words, and simply let his coaching staff lead the players through their warm-up. 20 minutes later, Chun Liang stood in the tunnel holding the hand of a ball boy waiting to take the field. All right, time for us to go. Captain Javi Lopez at the front waved his hand, and the players of both teams began marching towards the tunnel exit amidst the rousing music. As Chun Liang stepped out of the tunnel, he was greeted by the sight of densely packed fans in the surrounding stands. I'll support you at every match. It's like an illness with only one cure: seeing you become champions once more. Devotion, defiance, and vitality. Barca, you'll never walk alone. The passionate chanting echoed throughout the stadium, unified and awe-inspiring. The Barcelona fans seemed intent on intimidating the Espanyol players with their songs, but Chun Liang felt even more invigorated by it. At this very moment, he stood on the Camp Nou pitch under the gaze of over 70,000 spectators, facing a truly formidable lineup. He had waited a long time for this day. With a single whistle from referee Jose, the match officially commenced. Luis Suarez kicked off from the center circle, and Barcelona's players began to move into their positions, searching for opportunities. Up in the broadcast booth, commentator Jean Jun was also feeling immense excitement. Adjusting his microphone, he looked onto the pitch and delivered his opening lines with fervor. The match has begun. Welcome viewers to Jalong Sports broadcast of the 13th round of La Liga featuring Barcelona against Espanyol. I'm Jean Jun providing live commentary. Both Espanyol and Barcelona have been in good form recently, but who will emerge victorious in the end? Let's wait and see. Barcelona continues with their 4-3-3 formation, with the MSN trio leading the attack and a midfield of Rakitic, Iniesta, and Busquets. The defensive setup is equally star-studded. Alba and Alves command the flanks while Pique and Mascherano hold the center. Meanwhile, inside the Jalong Sports headquarters, dozens of employees were poised for action. They had been anticipating this day for a long time, as the match's buzz had reached unprecedented heights. The marketing staff hadn't had a decent night's sleep in a week, while the operations team stared intently at their computer screens, some even placing their phones horizontally beside their monitors to sneak glances at the game. As a Spanish giant, Barcelona naturally commanded attention. Their global following was undeniable, spanning not just Spain, but every corner of the world. Back home in China, this match carried a unique significance. From the opening whistle, Barcelona relentlessly pressured Chunliang's Espanyol. As Enrique had anticipated, the MSN trio placed immense strain on Espanyol's backline, making it incredibly difficult for them to advance the ball past midfield. Moreno up front was rendered isolated in the opening stages, as he simply couldn't get a touch on the ball. Barcelona kept possession firmly under their control. Sergio recognized the problem and had no choice but to instruct his team to drop deeper and compress the space available to MSN. In the 19th minute, after a brief period of probing, Barcelona decided to strike. Midfielder Iniesta suddenly changed the tempo, unleashing a quick counterattack with a precise pass. His delivery was devilishly good, swift, accurate, and unpredictable, finding Neymar on the wing. Neymar controlled the ball with the inside of his foot, executing a flashy turn that drew excited cheers from the fans. He feinted with his upper body, pretending to cut inside. Espanyol's fullback Alvarez was fooled, and Neymar burst down the line, leaving the defender in his wake. Immediately, alarm bells rang in the Espanyol defense. Neymar whipped a cross into the center with his laces, but fortunately center-back Rocco managed to clear the danger with a desperate sliding tackle. Suarez flashed a gap-toothed smile. He had come agonizingly close to a clear shot on goal had Rocco not gotten a touch on the ball. Following that attack, Barcelona suddenly slowed the tempo again, circulating the ball in their own half. Fast within slow, slow within fast. That was the trademark Enrique had instilled in this team. A few minutes later, danger emerged on the other side for Espanyol. Lionel Messi had the ball, and every Espanyol defender tensed up. Everyone was well aware of the threat posed by the Ballon d'Or winner. Even Chunliang secretly wished his system could grant him a dribbling skill like Messi's. For some reason, the moment Messi received the ball, a sense of foreboding washed over Chunliang. Although Sergio had devised a specific plan to double-team Messi, whenever he got possession, Chunliang still felt uneasy. And sure enough, even against a heavily stacked defense, Messi showcased his extraordinary talent. As soon as Chunliang saw Messi take the ball, he immediately sprinted back towards the penalty area. As Messi received the ball, two Spanish defenders immediately closed in. Yet Messi remained utterly unflustered, his upper body weaving with feints. Not as flamboyant as Neymar's, but devastatingly effective. Like a willow branch swaying in the breeze, he was light and fluid. No one could anticipate his next move, especially given his astonishing frequency. If Neymar relied on dragbacks and stepovers to beat his man, Messi's dribbling was pure rhythm and tempo. His muscle control was beyond ordinary human limits, a gift bestowed by the heavens. An average person might clap twice a second, and with training 4 times. But Messi could do it 8 times in that same span. 8 claps a second translates to several changes of direction in a single second, the fundamental reason why ordinary defenders found him impossible to contain. Moreover, Messi was not merely a dribbler. His shooting and his free kicks were equally devastating weapons in his arsenal on the green pitch. The football obeyed him like a well-trained child, changing direction in an instant as he slipped gracefully through the narrow gap between 2 defenders. The chasing defender spun around desperately to give pursuit, but Messi had already darted into the penalty area. This electrifying burst of skill ignited the adrenaline of every Barcelona fan in the stadium, unleashing a thunderous roar as if they could already witness the king of Camp Nou scoring that coveted goal. At that heart-stopping moment, Chunliang suddenly emerged from the box and committed to a fearless sliding tackle. A move no one dared attempt, for a challenge on Messi inside the area would almost certainly result in a penalty. The man bearing the Pampas eagle on his shoulder was simply too fast. Yet the anticipated whistle never came. Chunliang stretched his toe and poked the ball out for a corner just before Messi could complete his breakthrough. Great tackle, kid. Goalkeeper Pau Lopez patted Chunliang on the shoulder. Still shaken, Chunliang stared at the number 10 in the Barcelona jersey, grateful for the Cannavaro tackling skill the system had granted him. In the past, his tackles were almost always clean, but this time he had barely managed to get a touch. It was pure dominance from a superior rating. At this stage of his career, Messi was already evolving his style. He no longer dribbled through entire defenses as he once did, instead dropping deeper to link up and orchestrate attacks. Only when necessary would he use his nimble changes of pace to break down the opposition and create chances for his team. This particular run was merely the beginning. The ball was cleared for a corner. Rakitic placed it on the spot, but Messi quickly jogged over from the box to the corner flag. A short corner. Messi received and immediately played a precise pass to Iniesta at the edge of the box, a pass that showcased his immense technical ability. Many remember Messi for his mazy runs, but at this stage his passing was equally sublime, rivaling even Kevin De Bruyne's. Though Messi's individual brilliance was awe-inspiring, Chunliang felt no discouragement. Instead, this overwhelming gap fueled his determination. He was driven to perform well in this match, to make his mark this season, and to enhance his prospects when it concluded. The match remained intensely contested. Despite being pinned back by Barcelona, Espanyol still had their moments on the counter. As the second half neared its end, Asensio finally shook off Alves on the flank, getting a step ahead to receive the ball. Upon receiving it, he casually nudged the ball to Chun Liang before executing a sudden burst forward, a classic 1-2. Alves, a seasoned starter for the Brazilian national team, saw right through it. He abandoned the run of Asensio behind him and moved to close down Chun Liang's passing lane instead. He knew that Asensio's forward run would beat him in a foot race, and turning to chase would leave him at a disadvantage. Better to block the pass at its source. Seeing Alves charge towards him, Chun Liang was momentarily surprised. He had expected the Brazilian to follow Asensio, but the veteran fullback had chosen a different, more astute option. As Alves closed the distance, Chun Liang could even see the eager expression on his face. It was clear the Brazilian was confident in his decision. Alves's leg shot out with lightning speed, his body leaning into Chun Liang to apply pressure. Just as Alves committed his leg, Chun Liang decisively dragged the ball back, spinning 180 degrees to evade the challenge entirely. Another Marseille turn. Alves froze for a split second, then his expression turned even more intense. He planted his feet and surged after Chun Liang with renewed vigor. He cleverly attempted to close the distance again, aiming to barge into Chun Liang from the side and knock him off balance. It was a cunning tactic, for Chun Liang, while accelerating with the ball, had a higher center of gravity, making him susceptible to being knocked over in such a duel. As Alves bore down on him, Chun Liang suddenly slowed his dribbling pace, which puzzled the defender. Why would the kid suddenly decelerate? Just as Alves committed fully to the challenge, Chun Liang sharply dragged the ball back, leaving the Brazilian grasping at thin air. Alves couldn't stop his momentum, his body carrying him forward past the play. But Chun Liang had already pulled the ball away, and there was no time to turn around. With space finally created, Chun Liang didn't hesitate. He whipped a precise outside of the boot pass forward to Asensio, who had found acres of space in front of him. Espanyol had finally launched a potent counterattack. Enrique watched from the sidelines, a frown creasing his brow, clearly displeased with Alves's complacency. Fortunately, there were still reliable figures at the back. Peak, for instance, was already moving over to cover. He wisely didn't charge straight at Asensio, but instead shepherded him, gradually narrowing the space for a cut inside. Asensio was slowly pushed wider and wider until he was forced into a desperate cross. Thud! The ball struck Peak and ricocheted out for a goal kick. Only when the ball went out did the Barcelona fans exhale in relief, showering applause upon their tall, handsome Spanish center back. Asensio shook his head in frustration. He glanced up at the Barcelona goal before placing the ball near the corner flag. This time it was Espanyol's corner. The recent counterattack had undeniably boosted their morale, with defenders like Rocco pushing forward into the box, hoping to make something of this set piece. Within the turbulent penalty area, an undercurrent of tension brewed. The adrenaline of that counter had momentarily made every Espanyol player forget that they were facing Barcelona at the peak of their powers. Asensio swung the corner kick in, and chaos erupted in Barcelona's penalty area. In the critical moment, it was Peak again, relying on his towering frame, who headed the ball clear out of the box. Busquets collected the ball in the 30-meter zone. He first executed a swift V-drag to evade Sanchez's pressing challenge, then immediately played a pass to Neymar, who was sprinting down the flank. At that moment, many Espanyol players were still in Barcelona's penalty area, and Barcelona had launched a successful counterattack. On the sideline, Sergio shouted loudly for his players to get back into position, and they sprinted with all their might towards their own half. But Neymar was simply too fast, his dribbling rhythmic and mesmerizing. Left-back Alvarez was visibly tense, retreating step by step, trying to slow down the Brazilian star's advance. As for trying to dispossess him, that was a thought he dared not even entertain. Neymar cleverly executed a few stepovers to create some space, then struck the ball with the inside of his foot. This time Alvarez, defending Neymar, grew impatient and lunged forward to block. But Neymar, in a flash of genius, pulled his foot back at the moment of contact, gently chipping the ball into the open space at the edge of the arc. And arriving at the top of the arc for Espanyol was Suarez, who had been sprinting forward at full speed. He controlled the ball and surged into the penalty area in one fluid motion. One-on-one with the keeper, Suarez didn't hesitate, striking the ball decisively towards the goal. The ball nestled perfectly into the bottom right corner. The shift in momentum was instantaneous. Barcelona had taken the lead. The moment the ball crossed the line, the Camp Nou erupted in a deafening roar. Yes, over 70,000 Barcelona fans dedicated their cheers to Suarez in that instant. Suarez in turn kissed his wrist, performing his signature goal celebration. Some overjoyed Barcelona fans rose from their seats, shouting towards the away supporters section nearby, "Hey, are you okay over there? We're ahead, and we're the ones winning. Looks like you need to go back and practice more. Where's your Moreno? Has he already gone for a shower? Haha, I told you long ago you don't deserve to be where you are." In a derby, fan provocation is par for the course, especially when Barcelona fans are this ecstatic, unleashing their emotions. After all, their derby rivals Espanyol had been in such formidable form this year that many Barcelona supporters were losing sleep constantly, hoping their rivals' ranking would slip. They had even harbored fears that the red-hot Espanyol might just topple Barcelona. However, with Suarez's goal, all those worries dissipated into thin air. Enrique was also pleased with the goal, high-fiving each member of his coaching staff in celebration. This goal significantly eased the pressure on him. He trusted his defense implicitly. As long as they didn't make a mistake, a single goal would be enough to secure the win. Tweet. The referee blew the whistle for halftime. The Espanyol players trying to compose themselves headed back to the dressing room. Being behind was a scenario they had contemplated before the match, especially against the formidable Barcelona, who had been in stellar form last season. Nevertheless, standing on this hallowed turf, they would fight tooth and nail for victory. Lads, keep your heads up. Conceding a goal doesn't matter, you've played well. In the dressing room, Sergio consoled his players. That counterattack had left them helpless. After all, figuring out how to defend against the MSN trio was a conundrum that plagued the entire footballing world. In the second half, we must stay calm and continue to compress their space. My players, I believe in you. After Sergio's encouraging words in the dressing room, the second half commenced. Barcelona resumed their patient build-up from the back, seemingly intent on slowing the game's tempo to a crawl, as if trying to firmly grasp the fruits of victory. The assistant coach Flick looked anxious, constantly gesturing instructions from the touchline, while Sergio, beside him, seemed to be waiting for something. The traveling Espanyol supporters were also on their feet, praying fervently that a hero would emerge to rescue their team. Tweet. The referee's whistle snapped the fans back to the pitch, where Moreno was writhing in pain on the ground while Busquets nearby was gesturing animatedly in protest to the official. Chun Liang wiped the ball with his shirt, then the referee marked out a semicircle on the turf with his vanishing spray. Many Espanyol supporters began to pray silently, their eyes fixed on Chun Liang, placing the ball inside the arc, watching him with the devout reverence of faithful disciples. Chun Liang had already scored 2 spectacular free kicks this season, giving the Espanyol fans a glimmer of hope. Put one man at the end of the wall, watch out for his low-driven shot. Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen was barking orders at his teammates. Enrique stood impassively on the touchline, but his knuckles were white from the unconscious clinching caused by sheer tension. The Barcelona fans momentarily ceased their taunting, watching Chun Liang with bated breath. The moment he placed the ball on the grass and stepped back, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his body. 1 step, 2 steps. After stepping back, Chun Liang suddenly began his run-up, accelerating, while the Barcelona players within the box nervously shuffled. As his standing foot slammed firmly beside the ball, Chun Liang's instep connected cleanly with the leather. This time the ball was like a graceful sprite. It wasn't a curling shot like his first free kick goal, nor a low drive like his second. Instead, it took a bounce off the turf before flying towards the goal. Inside the box, all the Barcelona players whipped their heads around. In that split second, the ball had already sailed past Ter Stegen's outstretched fingers and nestled into the back of the net. Jean-June was tempted to utter a stronger expletive, but mindful of his role as a commentator, he settled for a wow instead. Wow. Beautiful. A goal without any frills. So simple yet so perfect. This time it was the Camp Nou's turn to fall silent. The Espanyol fans in the away section were hardly going to pass up this golden opportunity to celebrate. Every single supporter donning the Espanyol jersey was swept up in the delirium of the goal. All the Espanyol fans were waving their arms and scarves. For a moment, the contingent of several thousand supporters created the only sound to be heard at the Camp Nou. Goal. Jean-June glanced at the South American commentator next to him, who was dragging out the goal call, and couldn't help but smile. This was their unique South American commentary style, always stretching the goal roar into a long, passionate cry. It was no exaggeration to say that Chun Liang's goal had single-handedly saved Espanyol. Snapping back to reality, Jean-June watched Chun Liang's celebrating figure and murmured into the microphone. This is already his 3rd free kick goal of the season. In La Liga history, the player with the most free kick goals was none other than the king of the opposing side, Barcelona's Lionel Messi, whose record ultimately stood at 35 free kick goals. Chun Liang had already scored 3 this season, but his greatest advantage was his youth. As Chun Liang's free kick leveled the score, the live chat erupted in a wave of heated discussion. Damn, Liang Ji is amazing. Now no one can disagree that Liang Ji is Espanyol's key player. Damn, another free kick goal. It's the national team's loss for not recruiting him. Excited Chinese fans fired off messages, rapidly scrolling the chat. Inside the stadium, an indescribable silence enveloped the Barcelona stands. The fans who had been generating a deafening noise moments before seemed to have left their vocal cords at home, unable to produce even a whisper. The feeling of being slapped in the face was hard to bear. They had initially believed that with such an easy lead in the first half, victory was all but assured. But no one expected these despised neighbors to level the score in such a simple manner. The joy of certain victory had evaporated, replaced by the fear of a draw. Barcelona could not afford to lose. Espanyol could celebrate a single point, as it was a respectable result for them. But for Barcelona, it was different. Their title rivals had all taken 3 points from this very team. If they only managed to draw, it would be disastrous for their league title aspirations. What the fuck? Is the wall positioned wrong? It's fine, we have the mighty MSN trident. In the stands, Barcelona fans tried to console each other. On the touchline, Enrique remained stone-faced, but inside, he was deeply troubled. Having the score leveled by a direct free kick, coupled with the piercing sounds of disappointment from the crowd, placed immense pressure on Enrique. He had to win, but he couldn't show his frustration or his team's morale would suffer. There was nothing to be done about that one. It had Messi's level of quality. Robert, standing beside him, stood up to offer consolation. Who exactly is this kid? Enrique was filled with doubt. His free kicks are formidable. Should we consider signing him? Robert probed tentatively. Enrique shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, at least for now our priority is finding Iniesta's successor. He's not up to that standard yet. Robert nodded and stepped back without another word. On the pitch, Chen Liang and his teammates celebrated wildly, the pent-up emotions finally released with the goal. Seeing the disappointed faces of the Barcelona players and the quiet stands, his body released endorphins, leaving him visibly exhilarated. Only in moments like these could he experience that ultimate pure thrill of scoring. Just as he had imagined, he wanted to conquer this land beneath his feet, whether it was today's Camp Nou or future stages like Old Trafford. I'm very optimistic about you, haha. Look at their faces. Come on, brothers, we're just as good as them. His teammates rushed over, patting his back, forming a huddle to celebrate the goal. After the celebration, the match resumed. Barcelona were visibly more anxious now. Although they still controlled possession, the tempo had quickened noticeably. The threat of MSN began to emerge, and Sergio wisely adjusted the formation. He instructed Chun Leon Sanchez and Javier Lopez to drop deeper, protecting the space behind and compressing MSN's operating room. This was the fundamental strategy for defending against the MSN trio. On the other side, Barcelona had also devised a targeted plan for Chun Leon. Busquets began deliberately drifting closer to him, making it difficult for him to find good touches on the ball. Despite this, Sergio still entrusted the responsibility of orchestrating attacks to Chun Leon. Espanyol's offensive plays revolved around his movement patterns. Many fans might not have noticed, but seasoned observers could tell that from this match onward, Chun Leon was gradually cementing his tactical role as the team's offensive core. This was also because Chun Liang's goal had made Barcelona a mere backdrop, a goal destined to be etched into the annals of Chinese football history. With over 30 minutes still left on the clock, Chun Liang glanced at Professor Busquets, not far away, who was marking him tightly. So Chun Liang slowed his attacking pace. His stamina was running low, he had to conserve energy and cut out pointless runs. He was waiting for an opportunity to exploit a lapse in the opponent's defense and strike a decisive blow. As Espanyol tightened their formation, the game began to grow dull. One side attacking relentlessly, the other parking the bus and defending for dear life. Barcelona sped up their attacks, bypassing the midfield with just 2 or 3 passes. Since Chun Liang couldn't get the ball, he dropped back to help with defending. His tackling was actually quite average. Some fans believed he was defensively strong, but that was merely because his sliding tackles masked his shortcomings. The game reached the 68th minute. Chun Liang watched the seconds tick away, his nerves growing increasingly tense. Just as some fans were beginning to doze off from the dreary spectacle, the turning point arrived. Messi suddenly clutched his chest, clearly in discomfort. He raised his hand to signal, then received treatment accompanied by the team doctor. As Messi's fans well knew, vomiting on the pitch was a recurring problem for him. For instance, during the 2011 Spanish Super Cup Clásico against Real Madrid, he vomited during the match, drawing significant attention. Another example was 2 years later in a South American World Cup qualifier against Bolivia, when Messi retched on the field once again, catching the media's eye. Such instances were numerous, including the 2014 World Cup warm-up match against Romania, where Messi showed symptoms of vomiting less than 10 minutes after coming on. With Messi leaving the pitch, Enrique's mood sank to an all-time low. After consulting with the team doctor, he waved impatiently toward the bench, preparing to make a substitution. During this era, Barcelona's forward line was impeccably structured, with the unshakable MSN trio sending shockwaves through European and world football alike. Yet their attacking prowess was not without its flaws. Pedro, when brought on, lacked the ability to catalyze the attack from a single point like Messi. He functioned more as a supporting winger, heavily reliant on his teammates. In other words, he lacked Messi's capacity to decide a match on his own. Back to the game, Messi's departure was a minor episode. Play quickly resumed, with number 7 Pedro taking his place. Iniesta, within 30 meters of Espanyol's goal, unleashed his trademark La Croqueta, weaving and shimmying through challenges before lofting a delicate chip pass towards Suarez in the box. With such a simple chip, he effortlessly tore Espanyol's defensive line asunder. Suarez, leaning against Rocco behind him, attempted a header to set up Neymar for a shot, but Sanchez's interference disrupted the play, allowing captain Javi Lopez to beat him to the ball and clear the danger. The ball sailed towards Chun Liang, landing not far from him. Seeming impatient, he barely glanced at Moreno's position ahead before hoofing the ball forward. The ball soared high into the air again, its landing spot perilously close to Sergio. Despite being retired for years, Sergio's touch remained impeccable. He brought the ball down with ease. Alves rushed over, demanding the ball for a throw-in, but Sergio cleverly delayed, buying precious seconds. At this time, Alves was still untroubled by legal woes. The woman accusing him of assault had yet to appear. Frustrated, Alves shoved Sergio, sparking an instant melee. The moment Sergio was pushed, Espanyol's substitutes surged from the bench. Those who were slow to join the fray risked losing their chance to play. This was a rare opportunity for them to catch the eye of their coach Sergio. Chaos once again engulfed the pitch. Eventually, the referee, arriving late, pushed through the throng and brandished a yellow card at both Sergio and Alves as a warning. Alves, visibly heated, protested the decision, unaware that he was falling precisely into Sergio's trap. Sergio was eager to muddy the waters. The greater the turmoil, the deeper the impact on Barcelona's composure. This was a psychological tactic he had honed since becoming a coach. Enrique and his coaching staff rushed over to pull the agitated Alves away. Had he earned another red card, the match's outcome would have been far from certain. After a brief period of disorder, the match finally resumed. Alves, holding the ball at the touchline, seemed distracted for a split second as he prepared for the throw-in. This looks like a 50-50 ball. Sanchez darted in front to intercept the throw intended for Rakitic. Espanyol's counterattack. The instant Sanchez won the ball, his captain Javi Lopez dropped back to create space, then gestured and shouted, urging his teammates to surge forward. Espanyol's players charged towards Barcelona's half, like madmen. With so few defenders back due to their earlier heavy push forward, this counterattacking opportunity was tantalizingly inviting. After a few quick passes, the ball reached Moreno out wide, but during that brief exchange, Barcelona's defense had already scrambled back into position. This was a defensive line worth over 100 million, and they reorganized with astonishing speed, outpacing Espanyol's counter. Moreno, upon receiving the ball, decisively passed it infield to Asensio, who had drifted centrally. Asensio stood at the very tip of the formation, having temporarily swapped positions with Moreno moments earlier. Mascherano immediately charged out to pressure him. Asensio didn't hesitate, laying the ball off to Chen Liang. Chen Liang received it on the right side of the box, attempting a 1-2 with Moreno, but it failed as Moreno was completely marked and couldn't turn. Chen Liang was forced to drop back again, searching for the ball. Barcelona's players had sealed off every forward passing lane. His options were limited to a back pass, making an assist an incredibly difficult feat. By now the Barcelona players could breathe a sigh of relief. They had no fear of a positional battle. The defensive partnership of Pique and Mascherano was a reassuring fortress. Alas, it seems Espanyol was a step too slow. This kind of patient build-up is a tough nut to crack. They might even get caught on the break themselves. On the sideline, Sergio had little hope for this attack. After the recent altercation, he felt his mouth go dry. He decided to turn to the bench for a bottle of water, but as he turned, he caught a glimpse of the utterly stunned expression on Freck's face. He whirled around. 5 seconds earlier, Chen Liang had nudged the ball forward, then shuffled 2 steps sideways. Barcelona's players had their attention fixed on the attacking threats inside the box. But then they saw Chen Liang lean his body back, swing his left leg. This was no passing posture. This kid, he's going to shoot. Chen Liang adjusted his stride and struck the ball thunderously with the outside of his left boot. A dull, resounding thud. A magnificent curve once again illuminated the Camp Nou. The ball spun violently, soaring over Barcelona's meticulously crafted iron defense and beyond the outstretched arm of Ter Stegen, arcing perfectly into the top right corner of the net. Though perhaps less aesthetically pleasing than his earlier free-kick goal, this strike was a visceral spectacle. It was a strike that would make even Quaresma question his own technique, catching Barcelona completely off guard. Enrique's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. This kid had never scored with his left foot before. In the 2014-15 Champions League semi-final first leg against Bayern Munich, Ter Stegen made a series of spectacular saves, most notably a crucial block against Lewandowski and a goal-line clearance, preserving his team's lead. Barcelona ultimately eliminated Bayern and clinched the title by defeating Juventus in the final. Ter Stegen's save was voted the UEFA Champions League save of the season. At that time, every forward facing Ter Stegen felt a sense of despair against Barcelona's second wall, just as he now felt despair against Chen Liang's curling outside of the boot shot. The 7-0 fans at Camp Nou held their breath in unison, their stunned expressions freezing into place as the ball rippled the net. 2-1. It was Espanyol taking the lead. This time, even Jean-Jun fell into a brief silence before erupting with even greater volume. It's in. Chen Liang has breached Barcelona's goal. Again with his left foot. What a perfect script for a comeback from adversity. It was unfolding right here at Camp Nou at this very moment. It would be no exaggeration to say that Chen Liang is the sole protagonist of this derby, because he changed the course of this match. The domestic broadcast lagged slightly behind the live action, or it was only a dozen or so seconds after the goal that fans back in China witnessed it. Holy crap, that was sick. Who needs Messi? I only recognize King Chen now. This single goal just boosted his market value by at least 5 million. The rapidly scrolling bullet comments and the servers straining under massive pressure were enough to illustrate the explosive popularity of Chen Liang's goal. Even the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were dominated by Chen Liang's goal. Chen Liang sprinted to the sidelines. This was his secret weapon. Ever since he discovered that his skill card allowed him to use both feet with equal proficiency, he had been waiting for this day. Now the moment of transformation and triumphant reversal had finally arrived. Chen Liang knew that countless eyes were fixed on him at this moment. Just as he was about to unleash a signature celebration, he was buried under his teammates who rushed over. They piled on top of each other, celebrating wildly. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the Barcelona players were far from pleasant. Ter Stegen wearily fished the ball out of the net and tossed it towards the center circle. On the defensive line, Pique and Mascherano didn't point fingers at each other either. This is football. No matter how strong your squad is, there will come a day when you are toppled by an opponent one you might never have even deigned to glance at before. Messi, resting on the substitutes bench, covered his mouth with a towel. Chen Liang's goal had been scored right before his very eyes. In a daze, he saw a reflection of himself wearing the number 19 jersey. On the touchline, Sergio could hardly contain his excitement. His face flushed red. He animatedly embraced his assistant coach Frick. No one told me he could strike the ball with that quality using his left foot. I didn't know either, I hadn't seen it. On the other side, Enrique helplessly waved his hand. For this goal, his players had truly given their all. If anyone was to blame, it was that remarkably talented young man from China. When the match restarted, Sergio made 3 substitutions, at once not only stacking 5 men at the back, but also bringing on Diop specifically to cause chaos in midfield. This was Sergio's plan C. He had prepared 3 plans corresponding to a draw, trailing, and leading. Leading at Barcelona's home ground was the scenario Sergio deemed least likely before the match, but that didn't mean he hadn't prepared a contingency. His team didn't simply park the bus with a low block. Instead, they first engaged in a midfield war of attrition against Barcelona's players. After Chen Liang scored the go-ahead goal, Espanyol's players' morale soared. They suddenly realized that the former dominant force before them wasn't as invincible as they had imagined. Diop, Chen Liang, Sanchez, and Javi Lopez formed a midfield meat grinder. Diop and Sanchez covered vast areas of ground, while the experienced Javi Lopez focused specifically on limiting Iniesta's influence on the game. Chen Liang's task was simple, he just needed to cover any gaps. The minutes ticked by. The open back-and-forth attacking play of before was replaced by a somewhat tedious positional battle. Although Barcelona dominated possession, any discerning observer could see that their midfield progression was far more difficult than in the first half. Moreover, with Messi off the pitch, they lacked a player in the final third capable of deciding the game. Mascherano vacated his position in the already high defensive line, dribbling all the way into the 30-meter zone. Receiving a pass back from Busquets, he whipped the ball out to Neymar at a 45-degree angle. Remember, the little prince wasn't just a solid defender. Defensive midfield was also a role he excelled in. His versatility in the back line made his passing and playmaking abilities quite outstanding. The moment Neymar controlled the ball, 3 Espanyol players closed in immediately. Neymar drove forward a few steps, executing flashy stepovers with both feet, but soon lost possession under the heavy siege. Barcelona's fans were growing anxious. Even their supporting chants began to lose rhythm. Sergio's team was leading, but he was incredibly nervous, pacing incessantly around the technical area. The atmosphere became tense and stifling, no one knew what would happen in the next moment. The direction of the match held the hearts of all spectators in suspense. Peep, peep, peep. As time slipped away, the referee Jose glanced at his watch and blew the final whistle. The seemingly invincible Barcelona from last season had just been defeated by a team fighting against relegation. After the match, Espanyol's fans were reluctant to leave the stadium for a long time, their songs exceptionally loud. It had been far too long since they had beaten their city rivals Barcelona. This victory was destined to be etched in the memories of many fans present. Chen Liang followed his teammates, shaking hands with each of the Barcelona players. He was also named man of the match. At the post-match press conference, a smile once again graced Sergio's face. Chen and I have a great understanding. Yes, as you can see, Chen will be a core player in my lineup. He and I are in sync. He is a crucial part of the team. I don't care who the opponent is, I only care about whether we win the match. Reporters in the audience clicked away, pointing their cameras at Sergio. Under the spotlight, he looked incredibly confident and spirited. On the other side, Enrique looked dejected, his hair slightly disheveled, clearly affected by the blow. The questions from the reporters also became sharper. Will Messi's injury affect the team's title ambitions this season? What changes will the team make after losing the derby? Enrique, however, did not make excuses for the defeat. Instead, he shouldered all the responsibility. The reason for the loss lies with me. The players performed excellently today. Our understanding of the opponent wasn't deep enough. That young player from China left a deep impression on me. Next time we meet, I am confident we will win the derby with my players. As the team bus left Camp Nou, a large number of Espanyol fans had gathered in the away fan section. Perhaps because today's victory was so unforgettable, they surrounded the bus, holding up banners to show their support. Among them, the posters of Chen Liang Moreno and Captain Javi Lopez stood out prominently. Since their triumph in the Catalan derby, the entire Spanish football world has been stirred. Even those who delight in splitting hairs find themselves at a loss for words to describe the current state of Espanyol. Those who had vociferously predicted Espanyol's downfall on social media have gradually vanished from the digital landscape. The reason is simple: Espanyol has silenced their critics with a string of resounding victories. Many neutral fans, initially drawn by mere curiosity, have begun to harbor genuine anticipation. A palpable intrigue surrounds this modest club whose best previous seasons saw them finish mid-table. How far can they truly go this year? The spotlight, however, does not shine solely on the team. It also illuminates Chen Liang, the hero of the derby victory. Early that morning, the club's press officer informed him that several media outlets were eager for an exclusive interview. Scanning the lengthy list, Chen Liang ultimately chose a Chinese outlet. After all, conversing with fellow countrymen felt more convenient and far more congenial. The morning was originally designated as the team's post-match recovery session, with fitness coach Eric leading the players through physical restoration. However, head coach Sergio had granted Chen Liang special leave to accommodate the media interview. Hello, Chen Liang. I'm thrilled to meet you. Setting aside my professional role, I'm also your fan. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses stepped forward, excitedly grasping Chen Liang's hand. Chen Liang extended his hand in return, smiling warmly. Hello there. Since we're both countrymen, let's skip the formalities. If you're younger than me, just call me Liang Ji, or A Liang if you prefer. Even with minimal social acumen, Gao Chan would never opt for the latter address. Alright Liang Ji. I'm Gao Chun from Sina Sports. Gao Chun shot a meaningful glance at the cameraman beside him, then produced a folder of materials. Liang Ji, on behalf of the fans back home, I'd like to ask the question they care about most: what does it feel like to score 2 goals against a giant like Barcelona? Chen Liang pondered for a moment before responding. I know the fans back in China follow me closely because of my background. First, I want to express my gratitude to them. This season has been crucial, and I haven't had the chance to interact with them. Once things settle down, I hope to return home and organize some events to connect with everyone. Of course, scoring against Barcelona and helping the team secure victory brings immense joy. But what I truly hope to see is more Chinese players stepping onto the European stage and delivering such performances. So Liang Ji, what are your goals for this season? Chen Liang scratched his head thoughtfully, then continued. I recall a Spanish journalist asking me this before. My target is to reach double digits in both assists and goals. That's something no Chinese player has ever achieved. But since I have the privilege of playing on this stage, I must strive to go even further. Gao Chen's fingers flew across his laptop keyboard. Then he posed his final question. We understand that your father is the majority shareholder behind Espanyol. Could you share how he has influenced your professional career? The question struck a nerve. Had it been before the season, Chen Liang might have suspected the interviewer of insinuating that his playing time was a privilege of having a boss for a father. But times had changed. He had proven himself through his performances, and such rumors had naturally dissipated. Of course, he rarely spends time here, so I don't see him often, but he has given me tremendous encouragement. My father played a pivotal role in my journey to this stage. Chen Liang took a sip of coffee, his gaze drifting into the distance. Like many of my peers, we fight not only for ourselves and our dreams, but more importantly for those who love us. Without my father, I might never have come this far. As the interview concluded, Gao Chen extended his hand once more. Thank you for accepting our interview, Liang Ji. Our boss reminded me before I left to convey his heartfelt gratitude. You're the biggest star at our company. Many of our young female colleagues have given up chasing celebrities and just watch you every day. Haha, I hope you won't kick me when I'm down if I ever have a bad game. Chen Liang laughed heartily, shaking Gao Chen's hand once more. He had imagined he might be popular back home, but he never expected such overwhelming fame. Previously, he believed that dealing with the media would hinder his development. Now he realized it provided him with an extra surge of motivation. As his fame grew, Chen Liang increasingly recognized that fans are the very essence of football. Without them, the sport would lose all meaning. Time drifted into December, the final month before La Liga's winter break, and the rhythm of days settled into a steady pace. The opponents this month were relatively unremarkable, and many Espanyol supporters began to dream of their team remaining in the Champions League spots at the halfway mark of the season. The players themselves were equally energized, knowing that Christmas awaited after this month's fixtures. Consequently, they showed no signs of complacency in training despite facing weaker opposition. The dreamlike half-season had flown by in the blink of an eye. Even now, seeing Espanyol sitting fourth in La Liga felt surreal. December's first fixture was the round of 32 in the Copa del Rey against Levante. Sergio rotated the squad extensively, granting Chen Liang and others a well-deserved rest. The first leg ended 1-1, leaving the tie delicately poised for the return match. Amusingly, Espanyol faced Levante again in the league immediately after the cup tie, with the match also ending 1-1. The remaining fixtures proceeded smoothly. In the 15th league round, Espanyol edged out Celta Vigo with a narrow 1-0 victory. They then dispatched Levante 2-1 in the cup's second leg to advance. A 2-1 comeback win over Celta Vigo followed in round 16, and a resounding 3-0 triumph over Sevilla capped off the month in round 17. Thanks to their stellar December form, the team climbed one spot to third place in the standings, trailing only Real Madrid and Barcelona. Moreover, Chen Liang's attributes saw noticeable improvement through the accumulation of matches and training over the month. He discovered his pace and stamina had risen from 56 to 61 and 63 respectively, a considerable boost to his physical capabilities. He even began to secretly fantasize about whether reaching 85 in pace might allow him to blaze past defenders with ease. January 1st. This was the day the transfer window opened, the most exhilarating day for the media. Rumors swirled that Manchester United were after another striker, Chelsea another goalkeeper. In short, it was a day for winter reinforcement. Back at the RCD Stadium, Espanyol's players were largely unaffected by the winter transfer window, with only a few who had seen scant playing time in the first half of the season being loaned out. The players, having just celebrated Christmas, were overjoyed. If they could maintain their current momentum in the second half of the season, they stood a strong chance of qualifying for the Champions League. A wave of euphoria enveloped them. Just the previous season, they were fighting for survival. Now they were players chasing Champions League glory. Yet amidst the excitement, matches loomed on the horizon. La Liga, unlike the Bundesliga, did not offer nearly a month of rest. Though the schedule wasn't as congested as the Premier League's, the intensity remained high. As January arrived, round 18 of La Liga saw Espanyol travel to face Eibar. In the town of Eibar, nestled in the province of Gipuzkoa in the Basque Country, facing a relegation-threatened side had become a comfortable task for the entire Espanyol squad. Basque teams were traditionally known for their robust style of play. From the moment the match began, the referee's whistle seemed to sound incessantly. The rhythm of the game was constantly fragmented, broken up by a string of fouls. In the end it was a tense affair, but Espanyol emerged victorious thanks to a decisive strike from Caicedo. 1-0. Espanyol's unbeaten run continued. After the match, Sergio specifically pulled Chun Liang aside in the player tunnel. "Kid, you did well last month. I heard from the club's sporting director Karanka that after expert review and voting La Liga has included you in the November Best 11. Keep it up, kid." Sure enough, La Liga's official social media later announced the December Best 11. Thanks to his brace against Barcelona, Chun Liang had finally earned his place in the December Best 11. "You have proven you have the quality to conquer the league. Reward acquired first touch mastery. Now use your performance to show the world you are not a flash in the pan." New mission reached double digits in goals or assists. Reward God's eye view. Chun Liang's inclusion in the December Best 11 was partly due to Espanyol's excellent form that month, and the expert panel may have also considered his performance against Barcelona in late November. Being named to the 11-man Best 11 was undoubtedly the best news for Chun Liang at the start of January. It helped him complete a system mission and receive its reward. He never imagined it would happen so quickly. It was all so sudden that Chun Liang felt utterly enveloped in happiness. While a place in the Best 11 might be one of the most modest accolades in football, it served as a tremendous motivator for Chun Liang's career, pushing him to focus even more on self-improvement. Perhaps one day he might feature on the list for the top assist provider, the Golden Boot, or even the Ballon d'Or nomination. These are the ultimate honors every professional player dreams of, and Chun Liang was no exception. On the bus ride back, Chun Liang quietly pondered the reward the system had granted him. First touch mastery. It might be one of the least flashy skills on the pitch, unlike a curling free kick or a trivola pass that instantly makes you look exceptional. But when combined with the next mission's reward, God's eye view, Chun Liang would be perfectly equipped for another role in midfield, the deep-lying playmaker. Whether it was Michael Carrick in distant England or Sergio Busquets at their city rivals Barcelona, both followed this path. They didn't have the most eye-catching performances, but their presence acted as a lubricant for the team's attack, not only orchestrating play from deep, but also launching surprise assaults with pinpoint long balls. Currently that role was shouldered by Captain Javi Lopez. But once he obtained the next reward, Chun Liang was confident he could do a better job. These 6 months in La Liga had taught Chun Liang that a deep-lying playmaker was highly prized by Europe's top clubs. He had already showcased his attacking prowess in the first half of the season with 6 goals and 5 assists, as ample proof. But players with attacking flair were a dime a dozen in European football. Players like Busquets, who dictated the tempo from deep, were far rarer. If he could demonstrate this facet of his game, his overall value would rise to another level. As the winter window opened, some clubs began to show interest in Espanyol's standout performers, though most of the biggest clubs remained in a watching brief. After all, half a season of good form didn't mean much. Just look at Leicester's Drinkwater. His long passing was impeccable at Leicester, but he struggled after moving to Chelsea. On the third day of the transfer window, Espanyol's sporting director Karanka received an inquiry from a German club. 2 days earlier, in Thomas Tuchel's office, a football video played on the large screen. It was the match between Espanyol and Barcelona from November. As the video ended, Tuchel glanced around at the first-team coaching staff and scouts seated beside him. Throughout December, no fewer than 3 scouting reports had landed on his desk, each one concerning Chun Liang. For a club like Borussia Dortmund, known for nurturing young talent and selling them for a profit, a player like Chun Liang, who consistently delivered high-impact performances, was of great interest. Because such players are easy to showcase, and with proper development, they can be sold within a season or 2. I plan to speak with Watzke and send an official inquiry to Spain in a couple of days. And how do you intend to use him? Tuchel pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. His arrival would add depth to our midfield. I plan to give him opportunities gradually until he can replace Shinji Kagawa. Don't you think he resembles Kagawa? The chance to compete in the Bundesliga and potentially feature in the Champions League. Tuchel believed these conditions would be highly tempting for Chun Liang and a difficult offer to refuse. However, Tuchel was still hesitant about Chun Liang's playing time. He could offer him chances, but this was Borussia Dortmund. A few poor performances, and you could say goodbye to a starting spot. With Bayern Munich dominating the Bundesliga in recent years, the pressure for results at Dortmund was significantly higher than at Espanyol. Developing young talents was fine, but the priority was to make a breakthrough in silverware. On the weekend after routine training, Sergio called Chun Liang into his office. Before he even knocked on the door, Chun Liang knew that Sergio's summons had nothing to do with what happened on the pitch. His current performances were convincing enough. Seeing Chun Liang enter, Sergio placed a document on his desk and slid it toward him. Borussia Dortmund's offer is quite tempting. A full 8 million bid for a young man playing top-flight football for the first time is a testament to their sincerity. Do you have any desire to leave the team? Or rather, do you want to stay with this club? Chun Liang nodded. He was deeply attached to this place. Half a season had passed, and he had already become part of this club, achieving his breakthrough from 0 to 1 here. This was where his dream began. How could he not feel a deep connection? This season we seem to be living through a truly magical campaign. Sergio spread his hands and continued, many people are interested in us, myself included. To be honest, the Spanish U21 national team has already offered me the coaching position. But I still prefer it here. As for the reason, Sergio's gaze was sincere as he looked at Chun Liang and spoke slowly. I must admit my decision to stay is tied to you. Tied to me. Chun Liang murmured to himself. Sergio's words signified a profound level of trust. His transparency demonstrated the respect and confidence he placed in Chun Liang. You've certainly played half a season of excellent football. Sergio stood up, walked over to the tactics board, slid the magnetic piece representing Chun Liang near the center circle, and tapped it with his finger. But they won't give you this kind of status. If you stay here, even if you play terribly, I'll give you every chance to find your form. The first team door is always open for you. But if you go to Dortmund, it's uncertain. Sergio was clear, laying out the advantages of staying with Espanyol. Besides, the fans here have high hopes for you. Maybe we can truly achieve something this season. Chun Liang nodded. Sergio's arguments were compelling. But it was Borussia Dortmund. Joining such a club meant Champions League football in the second half of the season, and his teammates would be internationals from various countries. Who wouldn't want to take that step forward? Chun Liang had to admit his mind was in turmoil. I didn't call you here to demand an immediate answer. Take your time to think it over at home. Think it over carefully, Chun. You had nothing when you were in the B team. Now if you leave, are you guaranteed success there? Sergio's persuasion had some effect. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chun Liang's face. He had to concede that he was genuinely happy playing here. You can go back and ask your father. He's already decided to increase his investment once the team qualifies for the Champions League next season. If you stay, we can create history for Espanyol. Chun Liang nodded. He was at the prime age for development, and he was a key player for Espanyol. There was no better environment for growth. Look at Gatza. He chased the so-called giants in his youth, but in the end he had nothing to show for it. His only highlight was probably that goal in the World Cup final. Dortmund is investing in your future, but Espanyol needs your present. I'll think it over. Chun Liang's emotions were conflicted. He didn't make an immediate decision, he needed time. Back home, Chun Liang lay in bed scrolling through his phone. Searching his name on any social media platform surfaced numerous trending topics. Even on Weibo, some were discussing rumors linking him to a certain actress. Joining Dortmund for a bigger stage or staying at Espanyol to gain experience. Both options were alluring, but like in a cup final, only one could prevail. Perhaps he truly needed a good agent to plan his future. In this regard, only a professional agent could offer sound advice. Moreover, if he ever joined a new club, having an agent handle the contract would provide peace of mind. For now, his contract with Espanyol wasn't a major concern anyway. He was essentially playing for his father's money. As Chun Liang continued scrolling, browsing the online discussions about himself, a sudden thought struck him. Should he create an account? He had thought about registering one before to engage with fans, but back then he hadn't secured his starting spot and lacked the time to manage it. After some deliberation, Chun Liang finally registered an account on Weibo, naming it Chun Liang Wants to Play Well. After setting up the account, he posted his first Weibo. Hello everyone, I'm Chun Liang, player for Espanyol. Such a simple sentence immediately exploded across Weibo. Within moments, the topic of Chun Liang joining Weibo stormed into the top 10 trending list. Just minutes after his post, Gao Chun from Weibo Sports called him directly. Liang, good, did you really register on Weibo? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I could have had the company verify your account. On Weibo, the V mark is a symbol of verified identity, as many people often impersonate celebrities online. Chun Liang chuckled and said, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Gao Chun seemed to be urging someone on the other end of the line. Yes, it's him. Contact the Weibo department right now. Okay, Liang, I won't disturb you then. Oh, I'm following you right now. Our boss heard you joined Weibo and is already rushing over to their office. Gao Chun couldn't help but laugh, imagining the team at Weibo having to work overtime again tonight. After hanging up, Chun Liang saw that over 100,000 people had already followed him, and the number was still climbing. His greeting post already had thousands of comments. Damn, is that really Liang? Do you believe him, or do you believe I'm the first emperor? Only a fool would believe that. Liang, can you give me a digital autograph? Whoa, he's officially verified. Liang, I love you. Watching the comments explode, Chun Liang replied to a few, but there were simply too many, he couldn't keep up. Just as he was considering hiring a team to manage his social media, a private message suddenly popped up in his inbox. Hello, Chun Liang. I'm from a European player agency. My boss has been very interested in you lately and wishes to establish a partnership. We've been searching for your contact information and finally found you here. If you require player representation services, please get in touch with us. Oh, and by the way, my boss is Raiola. In 2015, it would be no exaggeration to say that Raiola was at the pinnacle of his career. Just 2 months prior, his client, the 16-year-old, 242-day-old Donnarumma, had become the second youngest goalkeeper in Serie A history and was rapidly being recognized as a prodigious talent at AC Milan. Speaking of AC Milan, he had also orchestrated Romagnoli's move to the club, where the latter had solidified his position as a mainstay in the starting lineup that season. His most valuable star, Paul Pogba, was even more sought after. With 2 years remaining on his Juventus contract, numerous clubs, including Bayern Munich, Manchester United, and Paris Saint-Germain, had shown considerable interest. Chun Liang stared at the private message from Raiola's agency on his phone, hesitating for a long while before finally replying. We can meet after next week's league match. Within minutes, a new message popped up on the screen. Mr. Raiola will come in person to show his respect and recognition for you. Raiola coming in person. This was a clear indication of how highly he valued Chun Liang's potential. Though to be fair, his current stats were nothing to scoff at either. Why was Raiola able to compete with Jorge Mendes in European football? It was because of his swift scouting and his relentless drive to secure the maximum benefit for every player under his management. This was evident in the future transfer of Haaland. Leading the race for his signature were Manchester United and Juventus. Manchester United's manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer had previously coached Haaland, and they hoped to leverage that connection to recruit him. Juventus's pursuit was equally fervent with rumors of a lucrative contract offer. So why did Haaland choose Borussia Dortmund, a club with a lower platform than Manchester United or Juventus? Because Raiola understood that Haaland's talent was too great for Dortmund's present standing. Planning for his client's future move, he firmly insisted on including a $75 million release clause and additional terms in the contract to safeguard his future transfer. By 2022, any major club could trigger the $75 million clause to take Haaland from Dortmund, and Raiola would once again command a hefty agent fee from the transaction. These examples illustrated that Raiola could be a formidable agent. At the very least, Chen Liang needed a professional to guide and protect his career. After handling these matters, Chen Liang returned his focus to the training ground. He cherished every minute he had, knowing that each moment spent training brought him closer to improving his attributes and inching nearer to becoming a top-tier player. In the 19th round of La Liga, Espanyol faced Getafe away. The players were confident before the match, unaware of the grueling battle that awaited them. The match unfolded beyond their expectations. Getafe's number 7 forward Alvaro cuts inside. Sanchez is chasing back. Oh, Sanchez's challenge was reckless. He dives in from behind. That's a red card without a doubt. Referee Klaas is reaching for his pocket. It's a red card. In the 7th minute, Espanyol were down to 10 men as Sanchez was sent off. The director smartly cut the broadcast feed to Espanyol's manager Sergio. He wasn't shouting, but his brow was deeply furrowed, and he remained silent. Clearly he was displeased with Sanchez's rashness, but had he not made the tackle, Alvaro might have been through on goal for a clear scoring opportunity. With the deed done, there was no point in lamenting. Chen, drop back a bit. You'll need to cover more ground. We're a man down. After making the adjustment, Sergio plopped back onto the bench, glancing up at the scoreboard. Damn it. A man down just minutes into the game. How were they supposed to play this out? Although Sanchez's foul had thwarted an immediate goal-scoring chance for Getafe, it left Espanyol even more vulnerable on the pitch. Without Sanchez's shielding presence, Chen Liang's stamina issues began to surface. Getafe could easily bypass Espanyol's midfield with their passing, exposing the defense to direct threats. The midfield trio became increasingly beleaguered. Javi Lopez, aging, couldn't cover the ground like Sanchez, while Chen Liang, more attack-minded, had his defensive contributions overshadowed by his persistent lack of stamina. Getafe's passes threaded through the midfield with ease, and Pedro Leon received the ball on the wing. Chen Liang immediately closed him down. Pedro Leon blinked, remembering Chen Liang well from their first encounter, where he had caused him considerable trouble. That incredible tackle, for instance. Aware of Chen Liang's style, Pedro Leon knew a direct dribble would only result in the ball being swept out of play. So he passed it inside to the attacking midfielder Victor. With Espanyol's formation shifted to cover Pedro Leon, the opposite flank was left exposed. Sarabia found himself in space, and Victor easily switched the play to him. Chen Liang rushed across to fill the gap, but his lungs felt like bellows and his legs grew heavier with each stride. Without Sanchez's protection, he was indeed struggling. Sarabia stepped over the ball a couple of times before deftly passing it to Alvaro near the penalty spot. Alvaro rose high, powered a header, and the ball smashed into the Espanyol net. The momentum had firmly shifted towards Getafe. They looked poised to end Espanyol's unbeaten run. Sergio watched the goal concede, his frown deepening. Sanchez's dismissal had indeed created immense difficulties for Espanyol. His key player Chen Liang was unable to exert his influence in attack, and the entire midfield was buckling under the pressure. He glanced back at the bench, quickly spotting Diop. Diop was the only viable substitute to replace Sanchez. The Senegalese international possessed considerable skill, but Sanchez's exceptional coverage this season had overshadowed his defensive role in midfield. Diop, get warmed up and be quick. I'm giving you 5 minutes. As soon as you're ready, you're going on. Sergio barked out the order, his brow furrowed. Diop understood the team was in a critical situation. He immediately stripped off his training jacket and rushed to the sideline to begin his warm-up. As the fourth official raised the substitution board, No. 12, Diop replaced captain Xavi Lopez, who removed the armband from his arm, quickly approached Chen Liang and placed it on his arm. This was the decision of head coach Sergio. The seemingly weightless captain's armband symbolized a profound responsibility. Kid, I need you to organize the midfield while I'm gone. We're facing difficulties right now. After fastening the armband on Chen Liang, Xavi Lopez patted him on the shoulder and swiftly jogged to the sideline to complete the substitution. Chen Liang glanced at the armband on his arm, a peculiar sensation rapidly spreading through his entire body. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he had instantly become different. He needed to protect his teammates because every one of them trusted him deeply. Now that the team was in trouble, he as captain had to step up. Everyone knew he was a reliable and dependable person, and he had to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Standing on the pitch with the captain's armband, Chen Liang looked toward the Getafe goal. His teammates trusted him, believed in him, and supported him. He had to prove through his actions that when the team encountered difficulties, Chen Liang would resolve their troubles. The immediate priority was to rebuild the shattered midfield of Espanyol. With one man down, someone needed to step up and organize the midfield. Otherwise the score would only widen. Chun Liang observed the Getafe players who were eyeing him with predatory intent. It was obvious to anyone Diop excelled defensively, but lacked offensive organization. Apart from Diop, only Chun Liang remained. Thus in the ensuing play containing Chun Liang would leave Espanyol defenseless. Everyone knew Chun Liang's trademark Marseille turn, so they had to deny him space and stick to him tightly. If they suffocated Chun Liang, he wouldn't be able to receive the ball, and the paralysis of Espanyol's midfield would become a foregone conclusion. With this thought, Getafe's one sidled closer to Chun Liang, his eyes fixed on him. The moment Chun Liang got the ball, he would burst into action at full speed. The ball went to Espanyol's backline. Center back Rocco received it and looked up. Chun Liang was marked. Passing to him would likely result in a back pass, while Diop had Victor covering his passing lanes. Just as he hesitated over his pass, Chun Liang suddenly executed a decoy run. His marker one hesitated for a moment before sprinting after him. In that brief window, Chun Liang shouted loudly, demanding the ball from Rocco. Rocco hesitated but trusted Chun Liang and passed it to him. At that moment, one arrived as well. He didn't recklessly challenge, knowing Chun Liang's Marseille turn could easily bypass him. Instead, he intelligently blocked Chun Liang's angle for a turn, forcing him to pass backward. Watching the ball roll toward him, Chun Liang felt the pressure from behind. He didn't stop the ball, though instead he half-turned and kicked it out. A one-touch pass. Skill activated. The ball arced through the air, bypassing two Getafe players and landing perfectly at the feet of fullback Alvarez. Though Chun Liang had the ball for less than a second, his pass successfully broke Getafe's midfield pressure. The ball circumvented their blockade and reached the unmarked Alvarez. Alvarez didn't hesitate. He immediately passed to Asensio, who was orchestrating the attack. Since Espanyol went down to 10 men, Asensio had to make his movements more dynamic. Asensio fed the ball to Caicedo at the front. Caicedo, seeing Alvarez making an overlapping run, passed it back to him. A few simple passes rendered Getafe's defense ineffectual and ignited a surge of momentum. Alvarez, overlapping on the flank, seized the opportunity and swept the ball into the center. Getafe's center-back Beltran deflected the ball with his toe, altering its trajectory, but not sending it far. It rolled toward the arc of the penalty area. And there stood Chun Liang. Getafe's goalkeeper Guaita had prepared, knowing Chun Liang's preferred shot was the outside foot strike. He had shifted slightly toward the near post to anticipate the shot. But Chun Liang saw Guaita's movement as he shot. With a flick of his ankle, he changed his technique. As the ball reached him, he didn't stop it. Instead, he curled it with the inside of his foot. This caught Guaita off guard. His premature movement backfired. The ball didn't fly toward his side, but instead spun rapidly toward the opposite goalpost. Thwack. Beautiful. Chun Liang stepped up at the crucial moment. Absolutely beautiful. What a stunning goal. With commentator Jean Jun's 3 exclamations of beautiful, the ball spinning fiercely first struck the inside of the post, and then nestled into the net. Chun Liang stared at the ball lying in the net, momentarily stunned. Was this the power of the one-touch skill? Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. Getafe's players couldn't believe it. Guaita shouted in frustration at his teammates. In the distance, the faint cheers of the traveling Espanyol fans reached them. Despite the grim situation, they had finally seen a player rise to the occasion. Sergio's adjustment had some merit. Diop's introduction further strengthened Espanyol's midfield, masking Chun Liang's fatigue and allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on the attack. After a brief celebration, Espanyol's players returned to their half, awaiting the resumption of play. Though the score was level, Espanyol's numerical disadvantage remained. Getafe, having lost to Espanyol in their first La Liga meeting, approached this match with a vengeful spirit. Sarabia on the wing received the ball. He feigned with his upper body, then took a shot directly from his position. It was a shot from the edge of the penalty area, not too close to the goal, but of high quality. A curling strike identical to Chun Liang's. The ball sailed past goalkeeper Pau Lopez's fingertips and into the Espanyol net. A world-class goal. Getafe fully exploited their numerical advantage, converting it into a relentless barrage of shots.